Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, once again. So for the sake of time, we'll be able to begin the session. Apologies for the slight delay. We delayed by around 12 minutes, but nonetheless, we will still be able to undertake activities within the planned schedule. So by brief introductions, Benjamin Barrow is my name. Currently managing the green programs at KCIC. Why we are gathered here today is because of the CLP national final competition. This has been a journey that has taken over 3 to 4 months to get teams prepared for this pitching activity. So we are going to have quite a packed session for the next, say, 2.5 to 3 hours with 16 teams pitching. Before we get onto that, I just first want to thank everyone for creating time to be a part of this session. I'll be able to invite my colleague Vincent to run with the program of the day. And simple house rules. They just request everyone to be able to rename their username as per their name and the organization or company or enterprise they are representing. And also please ensure that you are muted to avoid any background noise so that we can be able to have a smooth session. So with those few remarks, I'll invite my colleague Vincent to run with the activities of the day. Vincent, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Benjamin, and good morning, everyone. My name is Vincent Ogaya. I also work at KCIC, and we are delighted to host you today for the ClimateLaunchPad National Finals for the year 2022. This is the 6th edition of the competition, and basically it is about green competition, clean technologies, and getting to see what kind of innovations we have coming out in Kenya. So as we move on, we have a very exciting program where we have a bit of, conversations also about clean technology from us as KCIC. We'll hear from our CEO. We also have judges in the house. We want to hear from them. And of course, the most exciting part is the pitching, where we are going to see the kind of innovations that have come through from about 5 or so thematic areas, and that is circular economy, sustainable mobility, adaptation, and resilience. We are going also to see innovations about clean energy and also food systems. So at some point, we'll get into breakout rooms where participants will get a feel of what the 16 contestants have to show on this particular day. And then we're also going to get experiences from past winners, particularly the 2021 winners and their experiences, their journey so far, and how their enterprises are doing. And then, of course, the icing on the cake will come later on when we have announcement of the winners of the day. So it's really exciting, and welcome on board. And at this moment, I would request, or I would invite our CEO, Madam Ruth Ndegwa, to also welcome, make her opening remarks, and welcome all participants. Thank you. Madam Ruth.
Thank you so much, Vincent and Benjamin, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, judges. Good morning, participants. I'm super excited to see where you are coming from, representing all these countries. I've seen someone from Uganda, from Kenya, and it's super exciting this morning. And allow me to first thank so much KCIC team for the wonderful work that you have gone through in putting together this competition. But just allow me to share an experience. Last weekend, I participated in a bamboo planting activity with a group of very wonderful women in one of the villages in Kenya. I do this as part of my CSR. And it was fascinating just to sit around these wonderful women going through distribution of the bamboo seedlings. And there was an expert in the house, and was very fascinated by what he was talking about, the bamboo as a tree, how it is grown, and what the women should have expected out of this. And so as he was sharing his experience about the bamboo tree, it got me thinking about so many things. He talked about how long it takes for it to grow. I mean, you plant a seed and you have to water it. In year 1, you don't see anything. In year 2, you don't see anything. Year 3 goes by and there's nothing that is coming out of the ground. Year 4, nothing. And in year 5, then you'll start seeing something shooting out of the ground. And I was asking myself, why does it take this long? But little did I know what goes on under the ground for those close to 5 years, depending on the species of bamboo tree that you have planted. And it got me thinking on what goes underground. It is actually the laying of the foundation of the bamboo tree that really is actually the butter on top of the bread. And therefore, I started asking myself how we can connect this story of the bamboo tree with what we are doing today in KCIC about the CLP and about this competition. And as I was driving back to Nairobi, that 4-hour journey, it got me thinking a lot of things. And one of the lessons I learned from this exercise last Saturday is that you have to believe in the process. It takes a whole 5 years for you to see these seedlings actually germinating from the ground. So the process you've been through in terms of preparing for this exercise, you've been through a lot in terms of coming up with your ideas, presenting them in the first level of judges, in the second level. It takes a lot of time. So you have to believe in this particular process. It takes time, and therefore you have to be patient. So that is one of the lessons I learned on Saturday. And I thought I would actually share with you. Believe in the process. Rome was not built in one day. It takes time. Secondly, what I also learned from this is this young man was talking about the benefits of the bamboo tree. He talked about bamboo being one of the most useful trees in the world today. And I remember one time I was in Kapsabet attending one of the agricultural activities, and I saw very beautiful things that came out of the bamboo tree. I saw furniture, beautiful beauty products. I was also told that you can actually use bamboo trees in building bridges, and also some beautiful kitchenwares that I saw in Kapsabet. And then I thought about this, that whatever you create, whatever you be presenting to the judges today, or whatever you be presenting to the market post today, you must be able to create value. So just like the bamboo tree, there are many, many values that can be accrued out of this particular tree. You must think about your customers. You must think about your stakeholders. You must be able to create value to the customers that you'll be targeting with your products or services that you'll be presenting to us today. Thirdly, it's about strong foundation. So the bamboo tree takes about 5 years for it to be able to shoot. It means that beneath the ground, they create a lot of foundation in terms of the strength before you can start seeing the shoots, you know. And it's very fascinating when you see a bamboo tree growing, because I'm told it grows to an extent of about the size of a ruler in a whole day, about 35 centimeters in a day, meaning that you can actually watch a bamboo tree growing. But then it comes out of a very strong foundation. And this is a lesson that I want us to share today, is that you might see those small sprigs coming out after those 5 years, but the juice of the pudding actually comes out of the strong foundation that has to be put on the ground. So those are some of the lessons that I learned over the weekend in my small CSR activity, that you must be, number one, believe in the process. Number two, you should be able to create value. And number three is really about the strong foundation. And we are super excited to have all of you in the house today in participating in this competition. But allow me to just give you a brief snippet of CLP journey with KCAC. So our journey started way back in 2017, and through our relationship or our partnership with Climate-KIC, we've been able to support a number of potential entrepreneurs. We've had several competitions, starting from the national competition. We've also had a regional competition, and we have also taken people to the grand competition that has happened across the world. And in 2017, I'm happy to let you know that the top prize actually came back to Kenya through an enterprise called Bioalkanol. And it was exciting to have to participate in the first competition and also bring home the top prize and the top worldwide prize. Again, in 2019, KCAC also supported in this competition, and we went also up to the national level and also the regional level. And again, the global award came back home to a Kenyan company called Leafy Kenya. And I was privileged to meet this young man in Netherlands in June of this year. And we struck a conversation over a cup of coffee, and I was just asking him how this was going. And I was so excited to know that he's been in Netherlands for a few months, and he's been able to attend a technical school where he's actually harnessing good skills on how to take his product to the next level. And so that was also an exciting moment for Kenya. And last but not least, in 2021, we also participated in the Africa regional competition, and the top prize actually came back to Kenya. And I think the winner will be part of this journey today. I think Nora could be in the house this morning, and you'll be able to get an opportunity to speak to us this morning. So we are very excited to have 16 teams represented today. And the top 3 teams will be able to get a chance to represent the Kenyan teams at the regional finals in Egypt that will be slated for 21st and 22nd of September of this year. So we are really, really, really excited, and we really look forward to your pitches in a few, and we'll be able to support you in the best way that we can. So as I end today, I really want to leave you with something that I've been reflecting on this morning. And this is that success does not come from winning. It actually comes from your struggle and hardship. Everything that you have been through during your boot camp and preparing for these pitches today is what will prepare you for the next level. I thank you, and I wish you the very best in your pitches. And I want also to take this opportunity to thank the judges who have spent a lot of time looking through your presentations. And I want to thank the KCIC team that has been working behind the scenes to make sure that this is a success. So I wish you all the best in today's competition, and I hope to see some of you in Egypt in the coming month. Thank you very much. Vincent, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I think something threw me off balance, and then I was not able to unmute. We are going to the next phase, and we want to welcome our judges. We have a team of about 6 judges, and we are going to welcome them, and we will also lastly hear from the chief judge. So the first judge that I'm introducing this morning is Simone Anderson. Just for 2 minutes to tell us who you are and what you do. Simone? If she's not ready, then we are going to have the next judge, Zablon Wekesa, if you are ready.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good to have you here. I'm a product designer based in Nairobi most of the time, and you can hear me?
Yes, Zablon.
Yeah, and with Circular Design Nairobi. Circular Design Nairobi is a design boutique. Also a business development lead for the Flip-Floppy project here in Lamu. And in terms of circular economy networks, I work for, I am a country representative for Africa Circular Economy, and I'm also in the communications committee for the network. So I'm just looking forward to the day. Yeah, and I'm really excited about just listening to all the solutions that you're giving out to the world. Yeah,
thank you. Thank you very much, Wekesa, for that.
Okay.
And now
Hello, everyone. My name is Simone Andersson. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at We Center, but also the Circular Innovation Hub here in Nairobi. We focus on circularity and sustainability, and it often goes towards waste, water management, and also energy efficiency startups and innovations. So this is really exciting for me, and looking forward to all the 16 and especially the 8 in my group.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Simone, for that. We now go to Peter Oluoch. Judge Peter.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Somebody had to unmute me. My name is Peter Oluoch, and I work through Self-Help Africa and supporting Partner Africa, which are both Irish development organizations in the areas of responsible and ethical business solutions. My role is on trade facilitations, working with different companies and corporations across East Africa on market access, especially for export and cross-border, and specifically looking at meeting market specifications and working with different standards such as Global GAP and HACCP, ISO, occupational health and safety quality management systems to ensure that these companies are able to meet those standards to access global markets. I'm excited to be here today to also look at how ideas are flowing into green economy, and also to bring my expertise in terms of making relevancies to come up with different technologies and innovations that address climate change. Good to have you here, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Peter, for the introduction. The next judge we are introducing this morning is Anne-Catherine. Anne?
Thank you. Yeah, so my name is Anne-Catherine. You're also welcome to call me AK. I'm working for iGravity, which is a Swiss-based innovative finance and impact investment advisor. We work in the intersection of development, investment, and entrepreneurship, and our main goal is to mobilize more finance towards impactful solutions. And therefore, I'm also super curious to see which issues that will be addressed by the teams today and how they propose to address these. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AK, for that. We now welcome Dr. George. Dr. George Kosimbe. Benjamin, can you kindly confirm if Dr. George Kosimbe is with us?
Vincent, please proceed. Dr. George is represented by Cecil.
By? Sorry?
Cecil Kangara. Yeah.
All right. They can introduce themselves then. Cecil?
Hi. Yes. Hi, thank you. Apologies for the network. My name is Cecil Kangara. I work at Tondaria Innovation and Incubation Center, which is an innovation center at Kenyatta University. I deal with something called technology transfer, which involves intellectual property management and innovations and taking them and scaling them and taking them to market.
Well, having done that, so we then introduce the Chief Judge, Karumba Kinyua. Karumba?
Okay, thank you very much for the honor of being the Chief Judge. My name is Karumba Kinyua. I run a firm called Pioneer Consulting, where we're involved in risk strategy, evaluation, mentorship, and fundraising, and research in regards to sustainable businesses. So where we've worked with our clients, including KCIC and KCIC Consulting, to strengthen the value proposition of these businesses. So my role in Pine Hill is to lead the team of internal and external consultants to deliver value. Something interesting about me is that I'm a recent author. I don't know whether you can see. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. It's not very clear. Recently,
Wealth Generations, right?
Yeah, it's called Wealth Beyond Generations, Strategies for Intergenerational Wealth Transfer, to mentor entrepreneurs on how to create sustainable businesses from get-go, because I saw in my work that we create businesses that last only for a short time, but I'd hope entrepreneurs create businesses that will grow and enlarge over many countries, over many generations, so that we are not always going to the start. So thank you very much and welcome our participants. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Judge Karumba, and also for the guidance on that. So we now reach a point where we go into 2 breakout rooms, and our technical team will guide that on how we go into the technical rooms. The 16 contestants will go into the 2 rooms in equal numbers, that is 8-8, and then the judges will also go into the breakout rooms in equal numbers, that is 3-3, and the participants will also get a feel of what is going on in the breakout rooms, where they'll be able to watch the pitching by the different contestants. Erastus or Benjamin?
So,
Yep.
yes, so thanks, Vincent, and thanks the judges for the highlights. So at this point, we'll get to move into the pitching session. And ideally what will happen is all the teams that are pitching will be put in a separate room. Will only be in the room that you'll be pitching at the time of pitching, or if you'll already have shared your pitch. So this is because of avoiding any unfair advantage. In terms of the breakout rooms, the 3 judges each will be prompted to join their respective breakout rooms, and we'll have teams from KCIC who will be there to support in terms of playing the pitches. And also for the other participants who are part of the link, then you will be directed to the breakout room that you'd want to pitch. In case you'd want to move to a different breakout room, please feel free to interact our team on the chat, and then they could be able to move you also to another breakout room just to follow the pitches that are happening. So over to the technical team to assist with the same, and all the best to the teams that are pitching.
Yeah, thank you very much, Benjamin. So as he has explained, we will all find ourselves in either of the breakout rooms and then get to see the pitching process. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Probably
over to you, Peter, and Eric, you can turn on your microphone.
thank you. Just opening for the judges. Probably you might be having questions, and I'm trying to look at circularity. I'm trying to look at the upward integration and the market potential. So this did not come for me clearly. Do you have already certain partnerships identified for markets of what comes from your beans?
Thank you for the question, Peter. Yes, we have laid out strategic partnerships in our pipeline. For example, we have just secured a partnership or signed an MOU with the Kajiado County government. In addition to this, we're bringing on board producers and manufacturers. For example, we've carried out a pilot at Coca-Cola bottling plant. So we are going to roll out smart bins in their plants, and we're also getting more institutions and organizations on board. One of the partnerships that we are very much excited about is an MOU with One Voice Affinity Center, which is a community-based organization that will see us set up our collection points at institutions within Nairobi and also across Kenya. So we have in our pipeline strategic partnerships and working with the local governments to execute our strategy.
On the market side, users of your bin, do you have any strategic on the market side, users of your bin?
So for our users, we are getting into, in our first phase, it's institutions and organizations. Then we're also working with getting our products at estates, that is the gated communities and apartments. So our strategic marketing will be informing the public that they can actually make money from their trash. And with that value proposition, we hope to get our users and sustain our business.
Hi, Eric. Thank you so much. Is it correctly understood that if your first users are institutions, does it still require, let's say, the users or the individual people to go down and dispose their trash in your bins, or is that organized institutionally?
Oh, thank you for the question. So rolling out, yeah, it would require individual users in the institution to bring this waste. And from one of the pilots that we carried out at Multimedia University, it was students bringing their, let's say, their plastic waste from home and dropping them at the sorting bin in the institution. So what the institution is helping us with is inform the population and get the awareness going.
Thank you. And I know firsthand how difficult it can be to implement such behavioral changes. Can you speak a little bit more to that challenge and how you will address it?
Yes. So with our first prototype, our idea was to build it and set it up in the public, let's say in like the CBO. And the challenge with that is we don't have the culture of sorting waste like instilled in us. So it has been challenging trying to get the, let me say, common mwananchi to sort their waste and bring them there, even if you offer them the opportunity for them to sell their waste to us. So that is why we went with the strategy of beginning with the institutions organization where there is a set structure. Then as we roll out, we're going to slowly inform the public and get the information rollout going.
Thank you.
No more questions. Okay, sir.
Yeah, just a quick ask, like how much money right now do you need to achieve profitability? And also, how did you arrive at the 130 million euro?
Sorry, Wekesa, we can hear you. Hello, Wekesa.
Yeah, I was asking if you had the question right.
You can come again. We did hear you.
Yeah, so I was asking how much capital you'd require to break even or achieve profitability. Then how did you arrive at the 130 million euros number?
Thank you for the question, Makesa. So for us to reach profitability, we would need funding of 50,000 euros, and we'll be able to break even in the next 2 years. That is having gotten into our beachhead market and rolling out in East Africa. For the profit of 130 million euros, this is looking at the current production rate by manufacturers and by manufacturers. So this is the waste that they put into the environment that is not recovered. So we've gotten this data from the buying price or the recycling capacity of recyclers and manufacturers in Kenya. And this is the amount that they should be able to recover in a year and turn into value-added goods. So there are recyclers who are recovering this waste and turning it into profit, but it's still underserved. So that cap is given by UNEP and NEMA, and in conjunction with the buying price of the recyclers and manufacturers. So by just tapping into 1% of this potential market, we are getting into a profit of 130 million euros. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Okay, sir, you're done?
Right. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay. So I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Circularity Space, for that presentation. Probably, and do you want to, you completed your questions?
I'm good.
Okay, good to go. Thank you so much, Circularity. We appreciate that presentation.
Thank you, judges, for that. Thank you, Circularity Space. Lisbeth, on to the next one, who was Tortoise, but I can't see Tortoise in this room. So let's proceed to Eco Kenya. Lisbeth, we are ready when you are.
My name is Eric Omondi. This is Ikomobiras. So Ikomobiras is a company that makes durable construction materials from plastic waste. So the deal is we collect plastic and we recycle this plastic to make affordable construction material that is interlocked plastic brick, and one brick goes for 70 shillings. Our market size for the construction industry at the moment is 84.5 billion, which is a package that was approved by the World Bank last year, 2021. So the package mainly aims at improving urban development and housing. So one area that the package will focus on is improving urban slums like Ikomobiras, the Big Four agenda that aims at providing affordable housing and also the real estate sector. Our customer value proposition is we aim to provide easy-to-use bricks that is interlocking and also build healthier communities. We are bringing in bricks that do not require constant renovation. We are also bringing a permanent solution to plastic waste. So these are some of the value proposition that we are bringing in to our customers. Our product that is interlocking plastic brick that is durable, cost-effective, and waterproof. Our customer discovery, we did three sets of interviews. Number one, we talked to institutions. We talked to 5 landlords, but we also talked to 30 residents. Key assumptions were a lot of people, especially urban slums, are suffering as a result of plastic waste. There's need for durable construction materials that reduces the cost of construction. There are no waste management services in most urban slums. So our key learnings were, number one, there's need for an innovation that will bring a permanent solution to plastic waste. Residents want durable houses that can withstand all weather conditions. Looking at our financials,
10 hours.
For the next 5 years, we project 228,000 euros, and our customers for the bricks we target to produce 400,000 bricks. We also and one brick will go for 70 shillings. Converted to euros is 0.57 euros. Our market share is 50%. The market is 4,000. Profit is 2,750 euros. The life customer is 10. Key driver number one is market share. We'll be occupying 50% of the market share. Key driver two is growing market for construction material as a result of the increasing population in need of houses. Key driver three is readily available raw materials, that is plastic waste, which will also reduce our cost of purchasing these raw materials because they are readily available and they are source of pollution in the environment. Our climate impact number one is 260,000 tons of plastic enter Kenya each year. Out of this, 124,000 are left in the environment or dumped illegally. This leads to pollution, some getting burnt in open air, releasing toxic gases and greenhouse gases that affects our climate, some getting to our oceans that affect marine creatures. Some find their way in urban slums like Ikomobiras with poor waste management system, causing more problems. We as Ikomobiras are coming to recycle this plastic, creating a permanent solution, plastic waste. This means that all the negative effects that are associated with plastic will be able to be averted because we'll be putting plastic to good use. Our management team consists of I myself, Eric, the team lead. I have 4 years experience in project management and implementation. We have Ismail Otieno. Ismail has 5 years experience in photography, videography, and managing social media accounts for clients. Our third team member is Salome. Salome has 2 years experience as a staff. We're also in the process of setting an advisory board of James Okaka. James Okaka is in charge of product design. James Okaka has 20 years experience as a contractor in building and construction. We also have Lilian Nyangasi. Lilian offers legal service to us. Lilian also has 10 years experience as a lawyer. We believe that these two people in our advisory board will come in handy in helping us in the next steps that we have to take as a business. Thank you.
Thank you. So waste, the plastic waste, thank you for that presentation. I would just come into what kind of partnerships and integrations, especially I'm looking at the backward integrations, have you already made for your products? Sorry, Echo Kenya. Sorry, do you have somebody from Echo Kenya?
Judge Peter, I'm looking in the room and I can't see them here. Just 2 minutes. I just see which room they're in. Sorry, judges, I think the participant dropped off from the call. Is it okay if we proceed to the next presentation, then you can get back to Eco Kenya? Maybe if that's fine by you, Peter and Anne.
Yeah.
That's okay for me.
Yeah, that's okay. I think we can proceed to the next, and then Anne and Zablon, we can keep our questions if we have for Eco Kenya after this.
Awesome, yeah.
Good.
Elizabeth, let's go to Tortoise. Anthony is on call as well. So Elizabeth, kindly present Tortoise speech.
My name is Anthony Mudungu. I'm the CEO and the co-founder of Tortoise Holdings. Tortoise Holdings is a startup based in Kirinyaga that locally manufacture mobile USB chargers for Android and iOS devices users. Tortoise sells USB cables to mobile phone users. That is 2.5 euros for micro USB cables, 3 euros for Type-C USB cable, and 5 euros for iPhone USB cable. We target 59 active mobile phones in Kenya, as reported by Communications Authority of Kenya, September 2022. We're also targeting 152 million active mobile phones in East Africa, and also 650 million more active mobile phones in Africa, as reported by the World Bank and Africa Development Bank last year. Our products comes with the 2-layer injection molding that makes them more reliable. Our high density molding materials makes our products more durable, and we're also able to customize our products to customers' needs and preferences. Our product, it's made from waste plastic that we buy from community members at €1 per kilogram. We sort them, shred them, and then recycle them into pellets. Then from there, we pass them for the molding injection back at the machine at the back. From the molding injection machine, we're able to get a product that we package and then sell to our customers. And then we're also able to get our product waste in form of planners that we also recycle and take back to the process. And then we also get an overheated product that we also take back for recycling. In general, we recycle everything in our production processing. I started back in March last year, 2020, when I needed an USB charger to transfer some files from my phone to my laptop. All the cables I had were good, but none was working. Got interested to know what makes USB cables become faulty. I placed a call on my social media requesting friends who have USB cables that are faulty to sell to me at 10 shillings per piece. I documented them, all of the pieces, and I identified a pattern. Most of the malfunctions of the USB cables is something caused by a manufacturer. So a manufacturer do something deliberately so that this cable takes you 2 or 3 months and then becomes faulty. So we decided now to manufacture quality products that comes with a guaranteed service and warranty. So to date, we have sold over 7,575 pieces at 18,000 US dollars. Also, our monthly user growth is at 20.3%. And also we have raised 11,500 US dollars from American Society of Mechanical Engineers this year. So we are in circular economy, whereby we are recycling all our products in our factory, including the waste. We are reducing electronic pollution by manufacturing quality USB cables that comes to 1 year guaranteed service. We are also collecting waste plastics and recycling them, hence by promoting to climate impact. And we are saving the carbon footprint by manufacturing our product locally. Our dream team is Anthony, who is I'm the founder and the CEO. We have Geoffrey, our sales and marketing lead, who is also our co-founder. We have Joseph Gary, and he's the production lead and the team. We also have mentors and our advisors. We have John Gomi, Chairman Safaricom, our link to private sector. James Moleu, Chairman Micro, Small and Enterprise Authority, is our link to the government. Flora Mutahi, Chairperson Kenya Private Sector Alliance, she's our link to private sector. Ben Robert is a CTIO at Liquid Telecom. He's our link now to tech industries. Professor Wajau is an entrepreneurship professor from Karatina University. He's our link to learning institutions. And lastly, we have Mohammed Hassi, Chairman Kenya Tourism Federation, with our link to hospitality industries. The dream of our business and the company is to manufacture mobile phones and its associated accessories, that is USB chargers and earphones, by the end of year 2030. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for that. Over to you, judges. Anthony, you can unmute your mic.
Good. Thank you, Anthony, for that presentation. I'm just looking at the experience of the team, especially for Anthony, Geoffrey, and Joseph. So can you share a bit of the experiences to be able to take this business to the next level?
Basically, myself, I'm a graduate of BSc Physics from Karatina University, and currently doing MBA in Impact Entrepreneurship from Tangaza University. Geoffrey, myself, I'm in charge of business development. Geoffrey Gitonga is a graduate of business, bachelor's of economics and finance from University of Nairobi, and he's also done some part-time courses in sales and marketing. He's our marketing lead, together with a few other guys that didn't include in the slide, who also do sales and marketing here. And then we have the production team headed by the guy called Joseph Gale. Joseph Gale is an electrical engineer by profession from Zitech University, and he leads the other guys. And the other guys who follow is the guys who do the injection molding is a mechanical engineer by profession again. It's called another Joseph Dongo. He does with that. The guys who does the testing, it's called Brian. Brian is a graduate from Multimedia University from software engineering. And then we have a lady called Bernice, who is also a graduate of Activate. She did a certificate in electrical engineering. So production is headed by engineers, marketing with the marketing guy, and myself, I'm in the other side.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Could you speak a bit more about your sort of distribution or go-to-market strategy? How do you get this to be the preferred charger?
Basically, what we do is that we normally have 3 models. You know, if we do B2B and B2C, unfortunately for B2B is a challenge because most of the Chinese products are very cheap. So we can be able to compete with the Chinese in terms of price. However, you have a class of people who likes quality product. So that market is like, for B2B, we only target 12% for that market. It's only not so many shops want to sell expensive products because they want to sell it so cheap and then they can distribute in mass. So for us to be able to do the other side, because we're only targeting B2B for 12%, we have started doing corporate manufacturing. We are manufacturing for company. For example, there's a company called B-Box. B-Box is a company that makes an M-Copper solar thing. They sell you solar. So we provide B-Box with the 5,000 pieces every month. So, I mean, and then we're also in talks with Safaricom so that they can have like, Safaricom have their own phone, like the neon thing. They can import it without charger. We're also in talk with the government, ICT Authority DLP program, the body that gives kids tablets. I think those tablets can be brought to Kenya without chargers. I mean, that's the whole idea we want to go now so that we can be able now to move away from targeting the electric B2B because of the Chinese price effect. So that's how we approach the B2B. For B2C, again, we have a small section of people who want quality product. And basically what we do with that is that we provide free delivery to them countrywide. Again, what's normally happening, like when we sell our product now to the shop owners to sell to them, they end up selling too expensively, making our product not even affordable. So what we do is that we choose now to have us deliver the product to the customers directly. So we are in partnership with Ascende. Ascende is a company that is doing logistics in Kenya. So you go to our website, you find a link where you can place an order. You place an order, immediately it will link the order to Sede platform. And then we have taken our product to Sede warehouse. So somebody from Sede Logistics just go to the warehouse, pick the product, and then it's delivered to you in 24 hours. So B2B and B2C, that's how we approach it. Again, there's also another thing we are doing it for B2B. You find like because of the Chinese price effect, you find like a shop owner is reluctant to buy our products and sell. So you normally have a way. One, you can buy and sell if you're okay with the pricing. If you're not okay with that, you can sell for us and then we give you a commission, 10%. So you have nothing to lose. Of that, which is most common, you can lease us a space in your shop. You just become a tenant, you are the landlord. You sell for us, we are paying you rent per month, and that's how we operate the 3 models for B2B.
Judges, time is up for Tortoise. Judges, any more questions?
I don't have any questions. I don't have any questions for them. Yeah.
Thank you, Wekesa, for that, judges. Then we'll move on to the next speech. Thank you, Anthony, for that. Elizabeth kindly put up Cody Boda's speech, and Daniel and his team will go next.
My name is Daniel Mwangi, co-founder and chief operating officer, Cody Boda. Motorcycle taxi business in Kenya is huge and accounts for 12% of our GDP. What is also huge is the amount of carbon emissions that is emitted by motorcycle taxis in Kenya. Nairobi alone accounts for 100,000 motorcycle taxi operators, and you can imagine the amount of emissions emitted every year. So at Cody Boda, we are trying to solve this problem by introducing electric bikes. And our deal is to avail motorcycle electric bikes to motorcycle taxi operators and deliveries operators at a cost of 2.8 euros per day for 24 months. And we are not charging any deposit. We are going to target Nairobi as our beachhead market with 100 possible customers, translating to 200 million euro. And we hope by 2027 to cover the whole of the country with 1.5 million possible customers. And by 2032, the whole of East African community, accounting for an estimated 9 billion euro market share. As we approach our customers, we are bringing this value proposition. One, reduction of monthly expenses by 60%. Two, increase by 80% of net monthly income. These two are driven by the fact that EV batteries or electric vehicle batteries are cheaper than petrol. Also, we are going to reduce the cost of personal accident cover by 50%. Our product has more advantage than what you have in the market. One being the speed with the load. which allows for more rides, heavy-duty chassis, which allows for navigation of hard terrain, and of course, the cheap EV battery, which is cheaper than petrol by about 50%. We interviewed 100 motorcycle taxi and deliveries operators, with these assumptions being income adversely being affected by cost of fuel, lack of affordable accident cover. Many women want to enter into this business, but with introduction of electric bikes, and this was confirmed by our findings, an increase in daily earnings with Cody Boda, an increase in the customer base by 30% from new women riders, reduction of business downtime because of affordable accident cover when there is an accident. We hit 9.7 million euro profits per year with only 30% of our market share, driven by the net price of the product, life customer years, and of course the market share. Also, with 30% of our beachhead market, we will save 1,000 tons of carbon emissions every year, which is equivalent to 1,000 passengers flying London, New York. Our dream is to reach a valuation of 900 million euro by 2027 and a possible IPO by 2035, driven by the team, Grace, our CEO, myself, Chief Operating Officer, and our advisor consolata, and our tech person, Gerald Mbudia.
Thank you so much, Lisbeth. Over to you, judges.
Good. Thank you, Daniel, for that. And I'm just wondering, are these bikes imported? Do you have any locally made or technology you're using to use local raw materials to make your product present in the market?
Well, initially they were imported, but we have recently found somebody locally who is using local material, actually recycling, like batteries and all that. And we are entering into a partnership with them, whereby they will be doing local assembly, and also they will be doing conversion of the existing petrol bikes that are there. So we are coming in to offer the financing bits while they concentrate on the production.
Okay. Fine, thank you.
Are you still there, Daniel?
Yes, I'm still
super.
here.
I see you now, perfect. So with that comment, what I understand is that you will actually act more as a financing actor. So you will not own, or you will not be the ones manufacturing the bikes, but you will be acquiring the bikes and then providing the financing for the customer, or how is it working?
Yes, we are actually coming in to do purely financing. We want to concentrate on the financing bit because in order to have the adoption of electric bikes, they have to be affordable. And therefore, as others are concentrating on the production of the same and putting the infrastructure for the charging, then we step in to allow acquisition of the bikes into the market, and especially the motorcycle taxi operators, which were the ones that constitute a large number of the two-wheeler users in the country.
Super. So can you speak a bit more about that sort of, let's say, financing package? Because we only saw the monthly fee. Is that the only thing that the user will have to pay, or should there be, an upfront payment, deposit, or how?
Yes, just as I said, we are only charging 2.8 euros per day for a period of 24 months. So that's like for a period of about 730 days. We are not charging any upfront payment, any deposits, because we want to make it available as much as possible. And of course, being an electric bike, it's a new product, and most people don't know about it. So also uptake has to be encouraged. And of course, there's the issue of mitigating the risk. And how you're working with the companies that are going to supply the bikes is that we are insisting on having an IoT-enabled tracker that would be able to disable the bike if there's a default. So that way we mitigate the risk, and therefore we are able to charge zero deposits and then start just receiving the daily payments. Also, in addition to that, as I mentioned on our customer value addition, is that we are bundling our package, our financing package, with a personal accident cover, which is largely lacking at the moment, and that will be for free for a period of 24 months, after which, when now the rider owns the bike fully, then they can continue paying at a cost of about 1 cent euro per day.
Thank you. I also want to leave a bit of time for Saplan if you have any questions.
Awesome. So very well. Thank you, Daniel. So in terms, I'm just curious to find out about the end of life for the batteries. Have you just thought about that in terms of how you manage it? Then and the ownership structures, like for the fleets or for the motorbikes, you know, at some time in terms of repair and wear and tear. Have you also thought about any kind of systems that takes care of that?
Yes, about the batteries, the lifespan is about 7 years. So they will give the customer a service for a full 7 years. And what is happening is that the provider of the bikes is putting swap stations whereby a rider can just go and swap with a completely charged battery. And therefore, we can safely say that any rider who gets the bike basically probably like has 2 batteries. So one is at the swap station, which they will go and swap. Yes, and ownership will be complete ownership will be after 24 months. During that time, we own the bike until the person completely finishes paying. So I don't know if that answers your question.
It answers my question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Time is up. Thank you, judges, for that. And thank you to Cody Boda. Judges, next online will be having Grow Blanks. Elizabeth, kindly, we are ready when you are. Play Grow Blanks speech.
We love the outdoors and have created many hobbies to enjoy nature. Yet many of us use products that are harmful to our natural ecosystems to enjoy them. This goes the same for surfing. What we do is provide one solution to the negative environmental effects of an industry: surfing. Surfboards are made from a petrochemical core known as surfboard foam blank. What we do at Grow Blanks is manufacture an environmentally friendly plant-based alternative to these blanks made from an agave plant. We literally grow blanks. We are a business-to-business model, selling agave blanks to surfboard manufacturers who then finish them and sell the surfboards to the consumer. There are approximately 18 million surfboards manufactured each year, making this a 4 billion euro per annum industry. Where is our market? The majority of surfboard manufacturers are based where the most consumers are, namely USA, Australia, and Europe. Kenya has a big and popular port to all destinations as it is the main port for East Africa. Hence, access by sea is viable anywhere. Our business model is based on bulk orders and sea freight. Our beachhead market is Europe. The reason being, Europeans are generally eco-minded and consumers are hungry for greener products. The European market has the money and the demand to pay for an eco product. At early stages of the market, this product would be very exclusive. The main customers will be those already making eco alternatives, many of whom are based in Europe. Our product is very appealing to these manufacturers because it saves them a lot of time and money. We have found ourselves liking to work with Europeans as they share our vision for making a positive difference to the environment and have a similar business ethos. Our price sits in a very competitive position on the market. Our blanks are just slightly more expensive than EPS foam blanks and much cheaper than wooden eco alternatives. Other incentives for manufacturers are reduce waste disposal costs, tax and other governmental incentives for green businesses, as well as carbon tax implementations in the EU in 2026. Our factory is situated in one of the largest agave farms in the world, giving us a competitive edge on raw material. We are also patented to prevent local copycats and have acquired gold level accreditation from Sustainable Surf, who certify eco-surf projects. Our products are scalable and repeatable, and we already have a very clear plan for the resources we need to achieve our goals. We have engaged with a combination of small and large-scale surfboard manufacturers. Initially, when going into this, we assumed that everyone would want this product because it is affordable and viable eco-alternative in an industry that is harmful to the environment. What we actually found is that the US market wanted exclusivity and to keep prices high, so only few high-end consumers can afford it. Small-scale manufacturers working with wood are most interested in this product. We found that Europeans share our vision for this product in terms of going green, and we also find that our prices are competitive, but high freight costs are a barrier to some consumers, so distribution centers are needed to overcome this hurdle. This flowchart shows our short-term goal of making 7,000 blanks per year. The profit margins of €1 million will allow this business to grow fast and open our own distribution branches in consumer nations, making this product more accessible and more affordable. As you can see in the graph, our blanks greatly reduce the carbon footprint of a surfboard made from petrochemicals. Agave is carbon fixing, protects the soil from erosion, prevents desertification, and allows for biodiversity. Agave farming requires no irrigation or use of pesticides. The source of our material fixes 1.74 million tons of carbon dioxide every 10 years. Grow blanks do not use any water in our manufacture process, and our waste is 100% organic and biodegradable. We have a diverse team with a huge amount of experience and skill set. Our staff are employed from the local community or the National Youth Service, which is a government initiative that trains and allocates disadvantaged Kenyans into jobs. Our dream is to provide an environmentally friendly alternative to surfboard blanks that is sustainable and affordable. We want to put Kenya on the map for an innovative and unique project that will stimulate the economy and create jobs in Africa.
Thank you, Lisbeth. Over to you, judges.
Thank you, Tal. Do we have somebody from the company here? Confirm. So we don't speak to no one.
I'm here. Can you see me?
Oh, good. Thanks.
Yeah.
We've seen your model, and I'm wondering, like, looking at the context of Kenya, what in terms of raw material supply, what have you put in place, or what are you thinking about?
Well, we are located on one of the biggest farms in the world, so we don't have a problem with supply of raw material. We don't have a problem with employing new people who are looking for work. So I think, does that answer your question? Are you asking about the raw material?
Yeah, I'm asking about the raw material. Like, what have you envisioned? Are you looking at leasing farms? Are you already or are you targeting working with existing farms to?
So we are living on the biggest farm, one of the biggest in the world. and we've got a deal with them on exclusive harvesting. And actually, what we use is a byproduct for them. They don't use what we use because they grow agave for fiber production, which they export all over the world. So essentially what we're doing is taking their byproduct and turning it into something else. So they're very happy about it. So in terms of raw material, we don't have an issue because of where we are located. We literally live where the agave farms in Kenya are. So we're on the biggest one here. We also have another one up the road from us. So we're not so worried about supply of raw material. That isn't an immediate challenge for us at this point.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the risk of depending on one supplier. So it means if their processes fail, then it's risky for your company as well. So do you have other options?
Yeah, we have another option up the road. But where we are, it's their crop, it's the only thing you can actually grow here. I don't know if you've been to Taita Taveta before, but it's extremely dry. This is a semi-arid desert. And so one of the only things you can grow on a large scale is agave. And this farm has existed since the 1970s. And they are a very successful farm. They are here for the long term. They're not going to close down anytime soon. So, they have a high turnover and yeah, they've been here a long time and intend to stay. So I think that is not a problem, at least for the next 10, 15, 20 years.
Thank you. The surfing industry and especially the production cycle is very new to me. So can you help me understand sort of what is the product that you deliver to the manufacturers? How do they treat that product? And what do they have to do differently from their current practice?
Okay, so what we do is we make what's called a surfboard blank. So basically what it is like a chunkier, thicker, rougher shape of a surfboard. And at the moment, these are predominantly made from EPS, which is the worst kind of petrochemical material because you can't recycle it. It all goes into landfills. So if you think about the scale of all these manufacturers all over the world and how much they dump into landfills, it's quite dramatic, actually. And so what we're doing is providing an alternative to petrochemical-based foam. And so we provide them with that. And then what they do is, so a blank is normally shaved down. So we have a range, and what they'll do is they'll shave it down to the shape that they want. And so it's nice and thick, and they can make several different things with it. And then what they do is they need to seal it. So the only other step to normal surfboard chafing, and this is what's great about this product, is that they don't need to change their machinery. They can use a CNC machine. They can use the exact same machinery and tools that they currently use. So it's not a dramatic switch for them. The only thing is they need to use a sealer. And we have actually experimented greatly with this product during COVID lockdown. It gave us a long time to test out this product. And we found quite a few great sealers in the market, which are non-toxic. And so what we do is when people approach us and buy our product, we give them the recommendations of how to seal the product. And then they turn them into finished surfboards. And there's many options to do that. Different manufacturers will use different products, but there are some really good products in the market that are like a plant resin. So we, for example, have a few surfboards here that we made during lockdown. We utilized lockdown to experiment. It was before the company was open. We spent a long time trying to know this product inside and out. And what we found is you can, if you want, make the product so eco that if the surfboard has reached the end of its life and it's broken or whatever, you could actually like compost it. It's that biodegradable. So it just depends on the manufacturer themselves and what products they use once the product is out of our hands.
Super, thank you.
Sorry guys, time is up.
Oh, sorry. Did I talk too much?
Just with one.
George Kesa, any question for Draw Blanks?
No, not really.
Okay. Thank you so much, Groblanc.
Thank you, guys.
Judges.
All right. Do I leave the room or what do I do?
No, you can still stay in the room. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right.
So Lisbeth, kindly present Store Fresh.
So picture this. According to the World Economic Forum conversation in 2016, Africa produces 130% of our food demand. But sadly, it still wastes 60% of the total production because of inefficient supply chains and lack of basic infrastructure. In Africa, informal retail is king. We get 80% of our daily nutrients from informal retail. So this means that our food system is supported by traders in open air markets and street food vendors. And that is where Store Fresh comes in, because a lot of wastage happens at the market level. So our deal is to sell cold storage as a service to traders and aggregators in public markets. In return, traders and aggregators get to pay us 0.4 euros per crate per day to store their produce. You might be asking yourself, what is the market? Our beachhead market is the over 250,000 traders in Kenya who are sourcing from over 1 million fresh produce farmers, smallholder farmers. And in terms of value, this is a 4 million euro market. But our end goal is to get to the sub-Saharan Africa market. And this is an opportunity that is projected to be worth over $1 trillion euros by 2030. Our customer value proposition is simple. We're increasing the profits per crate for these traders by over 50%. And we are also increasing the ability to take in more inventory, thereby creating a market for smallholder farmers. You see, presently, traders are limited in the inventory that they take because they lack proper storage capabilities. Presently, also traders can only take up to 140 crates per week. But with Store Fresh, we can increase this to up to 350 crates of fresh produce per trader per week. Our competitive advantage will be increasing the amount of sales for these traders. We're reducing the cost of operation. And since now traders only have to focus on selling and less about storage, we're also introducing scalability in the informal retail. Our product is twofold. Number one is the solar-powered mobile cold rooms, which enable traders to store their produce. But this is supported by a software that is able to offer traders with inventory management, as traders bring in produce and take out produce the next day. This transaction enables us to credit score these traders and thereby enabling embedded financing. You can think of Store Fresh as the Airbnb for cold storage. So what was the customer discovery journey for us? Starting out, we thought that a lot of food waste happens at the farm gate level. And we thought that if we could come up with a solution that works, we could get farmers to pay. And that working with local governments would be extremely hard coming from Africa. But speaking to farmers, we realized speaking to farmers and stakeholders in the value chain, we realized a couple of things. Number one, food waste is more prevalent in markets. Traders are willing to pay, and that partnerships are key to scalability. With this in mind, we project that our financials, we could do 4.5 million euros in profits 5 years from now. And the key drivers for us to achieve this milestone will be a reduced cost per crate for our customers, thereby increasing the number of crates each customer can store. And the holy grail for us will be the percentage occupancy of our cold storage units. What is our climate impact? We're reducing post-harvest losses and food wastage by up to 98%. And this is equivalent to over 1,000 barrels of oils burnt or 109 elephant months of CO2. You can also think of it as planting 24,000 trees. The team behind Store Fresh are 3 children of smallholder farmers. We have Benaya Praise Pundi, who's a software engineering student at Moringa School, who is our product lead. Ivy Mboya handles our operation with a background in finance from the University of Nairobi. I handle business development, and we are supported by Engineer Jen Mutilili and Sir Richard Tracy as our advisors. Our dream is simple: to transform the lives of 100,000 smallholder farmers in Western Kenya by 2024. And this will enable us, we do this by working with 5,000 aggregators monthly, and reducing post-harvest losses by 98%, achieving a 20 million euro valuation by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisbeth. Over to you, judges.
Thank you, Store Fresh. That was quite interesting. You spoke of a USSD platform that users can always access information and available for the storage. Is this free or is it attracting costs? The USSD platform.
So thank you, Judge Peter, for that. Essentially, what we're envisioning is if you are able to offer the USD platform as a free service, then that will increase the number of customers you can acquire. Presently, it's a paid service, not at an extra cost. It's at the normal SMS rates because we're using a short code presently. So presently, it's a paid service, but as we go on, we are looking at shifting it to be a free service, and then Store Fresh caters for that cost.
Oh, perfect. I'm looking at stores and issues around compliance, around quality. Do you have specific value chains you're targeting, or it's all fresh produce, whatever value chain it belongs to?
Nice, and thank you for that question. Number one, we are not targeting all value chains. We have specific value chains. Presently, we are working with tomatoes, cabbages, carrots, potatoes, high volume, fast moving crops. We have a partnership with Bochad International, which is part of the Safal group, and they are bringing their expertise in terms of the cold storage units and the solar energy that powers that. But in terms of regulations, we are going into a market that is, for export purposes, fresh produce is highly regulated, but for the local market, which is up to 95% of where our produce ends up, the regulations in that space are a little bit workable, I can say, for now.
Good, thank you. Other judges?
Thank you. I'm super curious to hear more about sort of the economics per building or per unit. So what are the upfront costs? How long time will it take to sort of pay back that investment? And you also mentioned that one of the key drivers is the occupancy, percentage of occupancy in the unit. Yeah, so if you could speak a bit more to that.
Awesome. So there are two types of storage that we are looking at offering. Yeah, presently, number one, we have the larger units where, for example, if you need to store potatoes, that's 10 tons or more for about a month, we can't move them to mobile cold storage units. So basically, the mobile cold storage units are built out of containers. Yeah. So for the ones that are built out of containers, they could store around 300 units, and we're envisioning placing this in public markets for the traders who they trade, I think, about 5 to 10 crates per day. And if they don't sell all those crates, they bring it to the unit and then we store them. For that, the 60% will work for us. But for the larger facilities, we haven't done the math around that yet, to be bluntly honest. The reason for that also is because the partnership we have with Bochad is for them to manufacture and build these units. So they are taking bit of the building and they're just providing the software that now runs that building. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, that's quite satisfactory, Charles. I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stoffre. Okay.
If we have time, I would have another question.
Oh, awesome.
Super. So I understand that you saw a challenge with regards to the smallholder farmers in terms of the willingness to pay for this service, and now you're seeing that it's better to target the traders. Can you speak a little bit about if there are any behavioral challenges related to offering this service? Do they need to do anything differently? And yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. And I agree with you. One of the reasons why we were able to get the partnership we have with Bochad is, one, because we are working in partnership with, I think it's rightful to say it's not with KCIC to like get access to farmers. Yeah. So then that now gives us a leeway or a streamline. So where farmers come in, sell their produce, we are able to ship that produce to our units, traders buy from our units. So I feel like the biggest shift for us would be how then we look at having traders buy directly from farmers through us or buy through us. That will be, that's going to be an uphill task to do for us. But how we're navigating it essentially would be, number one, for traders in public markets in Kenya, it's prices. The person who is able to offer the lowest prices, and then value add services. So when traders buy from us, for example, it's not just a transaction that you buy and then you store, but the ability for traders to now have an inventory, for example, and we are looking at in the future working with the likes of Pesesha to now offer alternative credit scoring for these traders. And yeah, so like what you can do is immense, but like I agree with you that there are challenges in terms of how then we change the behavior of traders and then farmers from the other end. But yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, Stofresh. Lisbeth, let's move on to the next presentation. That's from Cubby Vault, and the participant is also on call.
Hi there, my name is Gerald Matolo, and I'd like to ask you a question. Do you know where your phone battery or laptop battery ends up after you discard it? So I used to work at an electronics store where I noticed something interesting. The amount of laptop batteries that were being bought weekly was astonishing. I got curious. Where does this waste end up? So in Kenya, lithium-ion batteries end up in landfills where they cause fires. What if I told you at Cubby Vault, we do have a solution? So we collect discarded lithium-ion batteries to manufacture affordable battery packs. So the deal that we give our clients is that we sell our rechargeable battery packs for 16 euros to households in rural Kenya. Our beachhead market is northeastern Kenya, where rural electrification levels are below 15%. And this is in a place where the population is at 2.5 million people. So we intend to move to the rest of Kenya in the next 3 years and also move to sub-Saharan Africa by 2030. In sub-Saharan Africa, 700 million people lack access to electricity. And this, we hope that by targeting this market, we'll reach a valuation of $10 million. So what's our customer value proposition? We cut the lighting bill by 6%, reduce indoor air pollution, reduce fire outbreaks, and also our battery packs are a multi-purpose energy storage. So our product begins with waste collection. When we do the cell harvesting, we also sort these cells and test them before manufacturing to produce our battery pack. So customer discovery. We interviewed 65 rural-based households, and our key assumption was that cost was a concern for them, fuel safety needed to be addressed, and that a cheap lighting solution was needed. What was our learning? So we learned that our flexible pricing model was acceptable and that our product was cleaner, safer, and cost-effective. How do our financials look like? So we are anticipating to reach a gross profit margin of 1.2 million euros a year by selling 200,000 units in the next 1 year at a unit margin of 6 euros. So what are our key drivers? So our flexible payment model will be a key driver, cost savings, and also the safety feature of our products. Climate impact. So we are aiming to reduce the need for lithium mining, virgin lithium mining, minimize kerosene usage, and also make the environment cleaner. So for example, 10,000 Cubby Vault units are equal to 31 kilotons of CO2 removed in the atmosphere. The team. So we are a team of 4. Lydia Motwana, leading energy engineering. Mutuma Gitonga, head
It's
of finance
12 hours.
Numbers. Sylvia Kanyingi, head of hardware engineering. Gerald Motolo, myself, who is the head of research and development. So what's our dream? We aim to repurpose 100 metric tons of lithium-ion batteries annually, employ 100 women in the waste collection value chain, reach at least 500,000 households in 5 years, and then reach a $1 million valuation by the 3rd year.
Thank you, Lisbeth, and over to you, judges.
Good, thank you. Thank you for that presentation, Gerald. I really don't have a question, but I'm looking at in terms of sourcing for raw materials, that model did not come up clearly. So who are you going to work with to get the raw materials? As you said, the waste lithium batteries.
So for a start, so since we are beginning with the laptop batteries, which are usually powered by the 18650 cells, well, that is the first one that we'll be targeting. And this the main source of this waste is at the repair shops, the laptop repair shops. So we'll be partnering with the laptop repair shops for a start. Then now from that, now we'll go on to partner with the EVs, the electric vehicles that are coming up, and also now the electric motorbikes that are coming up. So for a start, we are starting with the recycling shops. Then now going on, now we'll be partnering with big companies that are also using the 18650 cells, which are also used by companies like Tesla and Rivian.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I believe I saw that you expect to sell 2 products per year per customer. Does that mean that the product's lifetime is half a year, or what is the product lifetime and what happens afterwards?
Yes, so our goal is simple, to provide a multi-purpose energy storage bank. And so one is that will be based at home, and also we expect that others can be used with other products, such as cold storage facilities, like a freezer. So that's where we are aiming. One is will be used primarily for lighting at home, and also now the second one will be used for now the change when you want to change to other to use it for other purposes. Yeah.
Got it. And what is the lifetime of these products?
So we look at looking at the charge cycles of our batteries, we are aiming, we look at an average life cycle of 5 years. Yeah.
Super. And what will happen afterwards when the battery is then entirely dead? Would you collect it again, or is it up to the customer to dispose it?
So so just like from the beginning, we are building a circular value chain. So at the end of the product now, we will be collecting this waste. And just as you've seen in our last slide, we want to create actually a recycling plant. So at the end of the life of the batteries now, we can actually grind these batteries to create that black mass, and also be able to separate these rare minerals like lithium, and separate them that also can be returned back to the EV manufacturers for now to begin now the process once again.
Super. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Gerard. Just wanted to inquire on what are the regulatory requirements for you to get into the industry now, as is factoring in the new EPR, the new waste management bill that has just gone through. And in terms of the investment needed to safely handle and manage the batteries, the lithium batteries.
Yes, so so for us, we begin with safety on top of our minds. So first thing is, so when we repurpose these batteries, we use a battery management system that actually, when the battery is in use and one of the cells fail, that actually the circuit shuts down. So it can't continue operating as when at least one of the cells are non-functional. So that helps with navigating the regulatory side of it, where now we are assuring people that you can use our batteries, because we are assuring you that in case one of the cells fail, the entire battery will stop functioning. Then we take it back to our repair shop, where now we can actually, a repair facility where you can actually now replace the cell. Yeah, but we are, since you know the regulatory is still the regulatory side in Kenya is still not very mature. So we anticipate that there'll be challenges in that regard, but then we also be on top of our game in actually being proactive and looking at different ways in which we can remain compliant.
Very well. Thank you, Gerald.
Thank you.
Judge Peter, any question?
Oh, thank you. I think I finished all my questions, so nothing to ask at this stage.
Okay, thank you, judges, for that, and thank you, Cubby Vault. Elizabeth, next is KO Technovision.
Most of the households in the community still find traditional biomass fuel as better option for cooking. My name is Concepto Juang. I'm the founder of KO Technovision, and KO Technovision is going to offer solution to the outdoor air pollution which is being caused by smoke from the rice has been burnt, and also is going to help the indoor air pollution from the cooking fuel that our households are using. Our deal is our efficient cooking stove is going to cost 20.75 euros per stove, and our major customers are the households. On our beachhead market, we are going to start from Kisumu County, where we are currently based, and our target is 2,000 households by 2023, and growing our revenues to 30,000 euros. And also we're projecting that by 2025, we'll be having 75,000 euros as our revenue, and our target is 5,000 households in Kenya. And our projection also by 2027, we project to get 9,000 households and a revenue of 134,000 Africa-wide. Our customer value proposition, this rice as cook stove biomass is going to help reduce the amount of income being spent on other types of fuel. And here we are comparing with charcoal, which is going to help reduce 27.5% of the income. And also the hours spent going to fetch firewood, we are comparing our biomass with firewood, and we're going to help the households reduce 18% of the hours going to spend to fetch firewood. This is going to help the women and girl children go back to school and the women to go back to their jobs. Our product, rice as cooking stove, is made of locally affordable materials, and our raw materials are available at zero cost. It also follows the gasification process by partial combustion and controls the amount of oxygen and produce combustible gases. After gasification process, char and tar will be produced, and this will be used as fertilizer to add back manure to our farmers' farms. And this is going to also help them sell a lot and be able to increase their GDP. Our customer discovery, we did interviewed 900 households, and our assumption is these households depend on clean sources of energy, and also they're really spending so much on fuel. Our key learning is clean energy alternative was actually desired, and there was also need for awareness campaign on clean energy. On our financials, we project to get 134,000 euros by 2027, and our cook stove, after we reduce all the cost, is going to be 14.94 euros, and our target is to control 20% of the market share, which is 9,000 customers. Our key drivers are lack of knowledge on clean energy, and also market share. On climate impact, with the 75% of our beachhead market, we're going to save up to 25 million tons of CO2 equivalent per year that is being emitted. So our rice as cook stove is going to reduce also CO2 emission by 80%. Our founder's dream is to be able to transform lives of 30,000 women by 2023, and this will increase our revenues by 30,000 euros. And also we are going to be able to create 200 job opportunities by 2025, and to realize 80% reduction in the indoor air pollution by 2025. I am the founder, and I have 7 years experience and master's degree in energy economics. Emmanuel Ngetich is a project manager with the master's in energy economics with 4 years experience. We have Anita Chebi, who is our research manager with master's in energy economics with 5 years experience. And then we have Barbara Awino, who is a business development manager with bachelor degree in statistics with 3 years experience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, KO Technovision. Over to you, judges.
Thank you, Concepta, for for the presentation. I'm looking at the stove, and is it only using biomass from rice, or you can use any other biomass from other raw materials?
Yeah, thank you for that. Because it's a startup and we have just started with rice, because our major area of concentration where we are starting now is in an area in Kisumu County called Nyang'andi. And at Nyang'andi, the major source of income is their rice planting. So we are using that as our startup, and we know when we grow, as we grow, we'll be able to use other types, because we are also going to convert them into pellets so that they can also look a bit smart and be able to be transferred well to other households. So we expect to grow to other different types of biomass that at least will bring clean energy to the households.
Okay. You talked of doing a survey to determine the level of acceptance from the market side. And I'm wondering, based on this survey, do you feel, I could see the results that are portrayed on the screen, do you feel the market pool is available to keep you in business throughout the year?
We are very positive on that, because right now when we look at the households there, in as much as they are planting rice, from the research that we had, they're actually concerned about getting the cheapest available material or fuel for their jikos and for their cooking. And we realized that they already have the raw materials there, but they're still using firewood. They're still taking their time from the farm to go and collect firewood. So when we came up with this idea and we were trying to talk to the households, we realized that they really welcomed the idea and they're ready for it, because they feel that it's going to help them at least save that time, go back to their farms. And also we are also going to get manure fertilizer from this tar and char that is going to be released. So it's also going to be an addition to their farms. So they were really positive about it. And we believe that when we grow outside the area of Nyang'andi, the other people will also come to accept our product in the market.
Thank you. Do you have more questions, Peter, or can I go?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you, I'm done.
Thank you. So I'm wondering about the economics of the product. So how long will it take before the farmer has earned back the upfront money in terms of cost or time saving?
So at the moment, most of them are using firewood and sometimes they're using charcoal. So the moment they're going to buy, they always buy that charcoal. 1 kg of charcoal goes for around 100 shillings, and you see that charcoal only cook 3 meals. When you compare to their rice husk, because they're the farmers for the rice, it takes up to at least 5 meals with the same quantity, the same amount they're going to spend on charcoal. So it's going to be a saving on their end. And most of these households, they have large families. It's not just one kid or two. They have large families. So we are seeing like they're going to find it as their income is going to, the amount they spend on their income monthly is going to be reduced.
Super. And they have this type of farmers, they have the upfront capital to acquire the product, or do they need to go and borrow? Get a loan from a local bank, or how does it work for them?
Because we are getting into the market, when we start selling to them, we'll find those challenges, and we will see from them if because they're also harvesting. Some of them, they sell their rice, because we are not going to get into their rice, because they supply the rice to Uganda, to different counties. But this husk that is there, they are income earners. So from their income, the amount that they're going to spend so much is buying the cook stove. But now getting the husk will be very cheap and very affordable to them. So we want to find out if they're going to strain on that, so that we can be able to get with the other groups to be able to get the local banks to give them funds. So we'll also get an MOU with other microfinances, because we have some microfinances there. If most of them are getting that challenge, we'll be able to talk to them so that they can form a group and be given some loans, and we sell through the microfinance.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Zablon, any question?
I think that's it. Don't have any questions at the moment.
Okay, thank you, judges, for listening to the 8 pitches we had in this room. We've been able to finalize all 8. And thank you for the guests and the participants also who've been able to pitch their idea or rather the innovations. For the participants and the other guests, we'll take you back to the main session, and for the judges, I'll be taking you to a different breakout room so that we can do the deliberations. Yes.
Wow, it is over there.
Yes, thank you, Peter, Judge Peter, thank you, Anne, thank you, Professor, for being there in that breakout room. So for this session here, basically we'll be doing the deliberations from the 8 pitches you've been able to listen in. There's one participant whom we've not been able to get hold of, that's Eco Kenya. I don't know how you'd like us to go about that one participant based on the fact that you listened to their pitch, but they haven't availed themselves for the questions you had. I've been able to reach out to them, but I'm unable to. They are mteja. So I think over to you, judges, now.
Yeah. That 45% of their harvest goes to waste daily. I come from an off-grid fishing community and understand the pain points in the day-to-day fishing activities. Small-scale fish producers are making huge post-harvest fish losses daily due to lack of access to reliable and affordable cold storage equipment. Approximately 45% of the harvest is lost before it can be sold or safely consumed. Hello, my name is Purity. I am the founder of Kuza Freezer, and I'm here to tell you how we are bridging this cold chain gap in the fish value and supply chain. Our deal is we manufacture and distribute solar-powered freezers and offer them on pay-as-you-go model to the smallholder fish producers, who in turn are required to pay €3 per day for 15 months, after which they fully own the freezer. Our market size is, in sub-Saharan Africa, we have a total of 12.3 million small-scale fish producers, who adds up to a total addressable market of 10.5 billion euros. In Kenya, our beachhead market has a total of 150,000 small-scale fish producers. And in the next 5 years, we are looking to reach at least 30,000 small-scale fish producers with our Kuza Freezer solution. Our value proposition is Kuza Freezer contributes to up to 80% post-harvest fish losses reduction annually as compared to without having the freezer. We are also able to save annual cost of refrigeration up to 70% annually as compared to the standard freezer. Our product is a solar-powered freezer with a capacity of 100 liters and has a temperature range of as low as -20 degrees, which is very suitable for fish preservation. We are able to monitor our freezers remotely, which improves service quality. When our battery capacity is fully charged, it is able to run the freezer for up to 24 hours, hence ensuring that it is more reliable for fish preservation. We carried out 50 interviews with the small-scale businesses, with 30 people, 30 fish producers and 20 fish vendors. And our learnings were 70% of these people stay off-grid and do not have access to stable electricity. 75% of them preferred the pay-as-you-go model because they found it more sustainable and affordable for them. We also learned that 60% of the fish that is produced is marketed by women in the fish value chain. Our financials, we are looking to raise a total of 33.4 million euros in the next 5 years from a 30% beachhead market, with our key drivers being affordable cooling services, the number of customers, while lowering the cost of production. our impact on climate is Kuza Freezer leads to a reduction of up to 45% CO2 emissions per year as compared to the electric powered freezer. And with only 30% of our beachhead market, we save up to 120,000 metric tons of CO2 emission per year, which is equivalent to not burning 200 barrels of oil. Founders Dream and team. Myself, I am in charge of research and development with 4 years of experience. Dennis is our manufacturing engineer. Asha Mohammed is our aquaculture business development manager. Anthony Kiranga is our solar energy expert. Our dream, we're looking to raise a total revenue of 33.4 million euros in the next 5 years, while creating at least 1,500 job opportunities in manufacturing and in the fish value chain to the youth and women. We're also looking to save up to 600,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions in the next 5 years from the 30% beachhead market. Thank you.
Judges.
We welcome judges for questions.
Thank you, Purity, and for the presentation. My question is, what's the unique proposition in terms of your solar-powered freezer? Because I think I've seen some in the market. So what's the difference between yours and what is already there?
Thank you so much for your question. So our product is unique that we manufacture our freezers locally, hence making them more affordable, and we're also able to do customization for our customers. We are also able to monitor the freezers remotely that help us in ensuring improving service quality. Something else, we have patented our solution that makes it impossible or rather hard for other people to copy what we have. And then something else is that we are targeting the small scale fish producers, offering the product on a pay-as-you-go model, which is sustainable for them, unlike the more other products which are costly and also offered on a one-off payment model.
Okay, so you are confirming that it's cheaper to produce the Kuza the Kuza freezer in Kenya cheaply than you could do in China? And then my second area I needed clarification is on SME. Have you been lending, because it's a hire purchase model where people pay by installments? How is that working out, given sometimes we see high default rates in other sectors? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. I would like to answer that question. The issue of we provide the solution on a pay-as-go payment model, because we know that this solution, the target groups that we're looking for, who are the small scale fishermen, prefer this model since it is affordable to them. And the issue of manufacturing, the reason why producing the product remotely is because we're trying to avoid the importation cost. Most of the products that are imported from outside and sold in Kenya, the price compared to what we produce here in Kenya, it's actually very high because of the importation cost. So the reason why we are producing a product locally is because about 80% of the raw materials are available. We only import about 20% of the raw materials from outside, which reduces the cost of production to almost 50%. So this is one of the reasons why we are opting to the local to producing a product locally. And the other issue is because we are able to have a wide range of product improvement because we are the people producing it. And the process becomes faster when we get feedback from customers, and we could easily or in a flexible manner to be able to improve our product as we keep on distributing to customers. So I think these are some of the reasons why we opted local manufacturing.
So just a quick one. How is the pay-as-you-go model working? Because it's prone to default.
Yes. Thank you so much. So yeah, that's one of the challenge of pay-as-you-go solutions. But what we did is that we tried to make our solution smart by being able to monitor and control our products remotely, which means if a customer defaults payment, we're able to notify them via SMS. We're also able to switch the product on and off remotely. But also we are currently putting other strategies in place so as to avoid the issue of defaults from lenders. Like currently we are partnering with microfinance institutions who will be buying and distributing now to the small scale fishermen on our behalf. So with them, they have the capacity or the infrastructure to be able to offer this solution on a lend model. So for us, that's one of the strategies, but also we are ensuring that we are able to control and have the ability to monitor this product remotely.
Okay, our time is up for question, but we can allow 30 seconds in case any other judge has some questions.
Seems like a wonderful product. The calculations are for the energy, the climate, CO2 reductions. Do you find that hard to do, or was it quite solid? I mean, fridges and freezers, they draw different. So how did you come up with your numbers?
Sorry, I don't know whether I've gotten your question clear.
How did you reach your numbers for doing the calculations?
Sure, thank you so much. So first we compared with the standard freezers, which depend on electricity, and how much maybe money they spend on an annual basis on electricity versus now leveraging on solar energy, which is a free resource. So that was one of the way we try to do the comparison. Yeah, and also the other aspect of now the people who depend on the other alternative sources of power versus solar energy to preserve the fish harvest. What is the amount of waste that is lost when using these two solutions? So we found out that most of them are not able to afford electricity, the cost of running this cold storage equipment to preserve the fish harvest. Hence, they end up making a lot of losses. But using solar energy, you are able to preserve at almost low cost, and which means you're not only saving the energy cost, but also you are able to reduce the losses.
Okay, our time is very up. I don't know if Cecil had something to put across to the team. If not, then we appreciate your presentation, taking the time to be in this session, and thank our judges for the same, and welcome Erastus to allow the next presenter.
Okay, thank you, Purity and Dennis. So we'll proceed on to so precise. Linda, are you in the session?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Tony, proceed then. Pray, happy.
My name is Linda Kamau. I am a co-founder at So Precise Africa. We are developing a farm information management system called Riverbat. Riverbat is customized to work within the African infrastructure characterized by poor internet connection, limited power supply, and low purchasing power by the farmers. Our deal. Food processors in Africa spend a great deal of money and time managing their outgrower farmers. At So Precise Africa, we give them Riverbat at 35 euros per farmer to manage their contracted farmers. Our market. Our beachhead market is the sunflower seed processors in Kenya. We shall target 50 processors each year, giving us a revenue of approximately 5 million euros. We shall eventually target the sub-Saharan market and target 20% of the entire market share, giving us an estimated revenue of 70 million euros. Our customer value proposition is that using Riverbat, the food aggregators will save money lost due to expensive supply gaps. This money is lost through sales revenue that they would have done. It's also lost through other indirect costs. On the other hand, the farmer loses a lot of money by underutilization of land, and Riverbat gives them a 40% chance to increase food production. Riverbat is a combination of supply chain management, smart.
Do talk to him. He's here, he's available, speaking all national languages of Kenya. So please talk to him. All the 47 languages he's speaking.
Somebody needs to mute.
You need anything else? Evans, keep calling.
Somebody needs to mute.
William Murigi.
Where you are lunch? Who pay for lunch? For that animal, that guy, we hope it will. The food is blessed. We hope it will.
I think it's
Milliam.
Can somebody be removed from the meeting?
Milliam Murigi. Milliam Murigi, kindly mute.
You should be able to mute her as a host.
That they would have done. It's also lost through other indirect costs. On the other hand, the farmer loses a lot of money by underutilization of land, and Riverbat gives them a 40% chance to increase food production. Riverbat is a combination of supply chain management, smart agriculture, and financial technology. Riverbat works by the oil processor registers the farmers into our system. So Precise then goes and set IoT devices in the farm, for example, a soil moisture sensor. Once this soil moisture sensor detects that water has gone below a preset value, it then links the farmer to an irrigation service provider. The irrigation service provider irrigates the farms and invoices the processor. Once the farmer is ready to harvest, they are linked to the transporter, and the produce is taken to an aggregation center. And once the product gets to a given amount, the aggregation center is linked to the processor and the produce is supplied. This saves the processor money and time that they normally use to manage their supply chain, and they are able to concentrate on their core business. Our customer discovery journey started with an assumption that oil processors in Africa face a raw material supply cut at certain times of the year that cause loss of revenue. So far, we have interviewed 8 processors, 35 farmers, and 10 service providers. The processors lose about 30,000 euros every month. The farmers lose 2,000 euros every season, and the service providers lose potential income of 450 euros. Our progress is we have secured an 18-acre demo farm in Bere South. We are on the second iteration of Riverbat, and we are in the process of signing a memorandum of understanding with an oil processor. By year 5, we expect to make 73 million euros by working with 2 million farmers, charging 35 euros per channel. Our key financial drivers is the cost of product, our high number of customers, and our long customer lifetime. We shall penetrate this market due to specialization, speed of implementation, and commitment to constant development. By year 5, we expect to capture 1.8 million metric tons of carbon from the air by growing land on 16 million acres that are historically left bare. Our team is comprised of Helen Wairago, our CEO, myself, the CTO, and Pius Wambua, the field coordinator. Our 5-year dream is to make revenue of 70 million euros by year 5, work with 2 million farmers, spearhead regenerative agricultural practices in sub-Saharan Africa. Our shared vision is to streamline the agricultural supply chain in Africa, one sector at a time. Thank you.
Okay, Linda.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we invite questions from the judges, and we had some distraction for around 30 seconds. So we'll have to keep time on this so that at least we do it under the 3 minutes. Thank you. You're welcome, judges, for the questions.
So if you don't mind repeating, let's say I'm a farmer in Bere in Embu, who's been farming for many, many years. What would motivate me to acquire Riverbat? I have people that I call once my product is ready. There is a way I've always farmed. What will be that trigger that causes me to want to utilize this product?
The reason you as a farmer will need to use our product is that you will be assured that you can be able to grow your product whether it rains or doesn't rain. Because our product doesn't just connect you to the market, it also connects you to somebody who has an irrigation kit, creating a continuous supply link in this fragmented agricultural community. So that assurance that you have the inputs that you need in seed, in fertilizer, and in machinery is what will encourage you to use our product. And that's among our highest value proposition for the farmer.
Okay, apart from the demo farm, have you been able to onboard some actual farmers using it? Because of course, the irrigation kit, of course, cost money. And then the uptake, the farmer would probably need to negotiate, have the expectation. Sorry, so just to be more specific, is it that the farmer is unable to determine when they need the irrigation kit and the Riverbat assists them? Just want to understand.
The farmer, most of them cannot afford to buy the irrigation kit because like the irrigation kit we have costs 2,000 euros to buy a solar powered irrigation kit. So what we do, we connect this farmer and connect them with somebody who already has the kit and they only use it on need basis. It's like leasing. We lease that to the farmer on need base. That way the farmer can be able to afford irrigation. That's the difference. It's resource sharing. We share the current resources that are already available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Linda, for the presentation. My question is, initially, before your proof of concept is given.
So for a start, so since we are beginning with the laptop batteries, which are usually powered by the 18650 cells, well, that is the first one that we'll be targeting. And this the main source of this waste is at the repair shops, the laptop repair shops. So we'll be partnering with the laptop repair shops for a start. Then now from that, now we'll go on to partner with the EVs, the electric vehicles that are coming up, and also now the electric motorbikes that are coming up. So for a start, we are starting with the recycling shops. Then now going on, now we'll be partnering with big companies that are also using the 18650 cells, which are also used by companies like Tesla and Rivian.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I believe I saw that you expect to sell 2 products per year per customer. Does that mean that the product's lifetime is half a year?
Processors and producers. Do you see any other farming business or industry that could benefit from the same type of product?
Yes.
Is that part of your future?
We have started with the oil processing because of our location. We are in a semi-arid area and the sunflowers do well in that location. After that, we will go into one of the most important cereal groups, which are the cereals in Kenya. We just need to first make this work for the sector that we are in the niche market that we are in.
Okay, I hope the responses have been well received and everyone is satisfied. And I appreciate you taking the time to attend this session. I thank all the judges for the good questions that they have also asked. And now welcome. Miriam, maybe Erastus, we'll have to mute Miriam for a while.
Okay, that's
okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Rinda. So we'll move on to Crues. Dennis, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Tony, you can pray.
75% of climate change impacts have been contributed by GHG emissions from energy use activities, specifically from the road sector in the transport industry. I am part of the 800,000 commuters here in Nairobi City that use public service vehicles known as matatus. And in this industry, in an effort to outcompete each other and provide a greater commuter experience, they employ creative strategies such as mesmerizing lights, additional high-definition audio and video systems, security systems, and in some vehicle fleets, air conditioning units. This means increased strain on the engine's alternator to provide electrical energy to power these units. This means more fuel consumed. This means more emissions. This means further degradation of the planet. My name is Dennis Karaoke, and I'm the founder of Crues Holdings Limited, an energy optimization company. And we have developed a product known as the sun canopy that is supposed to help improve the fuel efficiency of commercial vehicles. So what's our deal? Our deal as Crues is to provide the sun canopy, which is a modular solar kit that improves fuel efficiency to public service vehicles at a cost of 3,700 euros per kit. We are looking to sell this product to a market of 5%, that is in the Nairobi beachhead market of 12,000 registered public service vehicles, scale it to 40% of the Kenyan market, and finally to 20% of the East African market by 2032, generating a revenue of 700 million euros. So what is this that we are offering as our value through the sun canopy? We are telling our customers that we are going to be able to reduce their fuel consumption by 1,675 liters annually per vehicle. This, employed across the whole beachhead market, will reduce the cost of fuel by 1.3 million euros. This means increased profitability, increased revenue for the commercial vehicle owners, and reduced maintenance costs. So how does our technology work? Our modular solar kits, the sun canopy, are basically a flexible, light and flexible solar panel that is easy to install on the roof of the vehicle. Light is harvested and converted to electricity through a series of a charge controller electrical cables and stored in an auxiliary battery system to provide electrical energy to what we are referring to hotel or club loads inside the vehicle. It could reduce this consumption by almost 100%. So as part of our customer discovery, we had one major assumption that we really needed to clarify. Who is the final decision maker with regards to owning the technology? So we spoke to 3 SACCO managers, and what we were able to gather as a key insight is that these SACCO managers have to pass the idea to the vehicle owner in the very long run. So when the vehicle, various vehicle owners purchase our product, we are looking to generate a revenue of 177 million euros by the end of year 5. Through the sale of 240,000 kits at a profit of 740 euros per kit. So with this, we hope to be able to mitigate CO2 emissions through our technology by up to 180,000 tons per year. This is equivalent to planting 8 million trees, and this is just by the year 2027. To achieve this, we have a dream as a team. Myself as a CEO, I'm a mechanical engineer with 7 years experience, with Robert Odero, my CTO, who is an energy engineer with 5 years experience, and Samantha Mukalia, our operations manager, a HR professional with 3 years experience. We hope to create 1,000 direct jobs by 2032 in transport and electric mobility, and have a company valuation of 800 million euros by 2027 with a 40% market share in Kenya, offsetting 180,000 tons of CO2 annually through our solar kit retrofits by 2027. Thank you.
Thank you, and we welcome questions.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Dennis. Have you, sorry, now I lost the word in English. Have you secured your innovation?
So not yet. We have not yet put any protective strategies with regards to protecting our innovation, although we were looking first of all to start with our trademark. The components that we're using are readily available, that is from the solar panels to the solution that we are offering. So at the moment, we have not yet secured any technology that we can protect, any aspect of the technology that we can protect.
And I continue then, and like you said now, solar panels, etc. Do you feel you have secure partners for all different components that are needed?
Absolutely. We have partnered with a supplier that supplies us with a particular type of solar panel that we need, light and flexible. The type of solar panels are not normal compared to the conventional ones. It's 5 times lighter than the conventional solar panels. So this enables us to install it easily on the vehicle roof. At the same time, whoever is supplying us the solar panels have different sizes for the kind of capacity that needs to be installed.
Another question on that product development. I know how the matatus drive, and they are very, well, more off-road than on-road sometimes. So the durability of the products, how is that?
So our products, considering they are light and flexible, they are able to resist a lot of stress and strain during the movement. They can bend actually to an angle of 270 degrees. So regardless of the terrain on which the matatu is passing over, the solar panel will not be damaged, considering it can be able to resist strains and stresses of up to 270 degrees with regards to bending.
Okay, thank you. I have maybe 1 or 2 questions. The first one is just a clarification that the solar panels will contribute towards, is it moving the vehicle or towards the lighting and the razzmatazz that comes with the matatus? What's the solution you're offering, for my clarity?
So we're offering a hybrid solution to energy consumption in the matatu. So you find out that there's the mechanical energy that is used to drive the matatu, and then there's the electrical energy that is used to power the electrical components inside the matatu. These are the screens, the audio systems, the CCTV systems, and in some vehicle fleets, air conditioning units. All this energy has to come from the engine. So for us, we are providing a solution that will provide the electrical energy instead of getting it from the engine and the fuel. It's being gotten from the solar solution that we are offering to charge the auxiliary battery that powers all these electrical systems.
Okay, what is the installation cost per a single matatu, let's say a 33-seater?
So our kits are modular in nature. The smallest kit we have is a 600-watt system, and that one is what we are selling at 3,700 euros. But if you're going to install it on a 33-seater matatu, it could be scaled to up to four kits, which is about 2,400 watts of solar installed on the full scale of the matatu. So it's going to be the 3,700 times 4. That is for around 15,000 euros.
15,000. That's like almost 2 million. How
exactly?
Have you tested almost the willingness of the matatu owners to add this in addition to all the other costs of doing the lighting, the pimping of the matatu and all that? Have you spoken to actual matatu owners?
Yes, we've spoken to 3 SACCO managers. The SACCO managers are the people who lead the matatu fleet company, matatu fleet organizations. So we've spoken to 3 SACCO managers, that is basically the MSL group, Super Metro, and Umoina. These are the people who invest heavily in ensuring that they provide a better customer experience to the passengers. So they invest very heavily on some of these components. So we found them fit to be able to have the purchasing power to purchase our solution. And currently we're in talks with them. There's a lot of positive feedback, especially from the Super Metro group. We are hoping to be able to make a fast working prototype on the field with them.
Sorry, one more question. Please allow me, Abraham. What is the motivation to a matatu owner, the person who actually pays the bills, not the SACCO managers or the managers? Yeah. What is the motivation for somebody to spend an extra almost 2 million shillings or 15,000 euros to onboard this system, as opposed to the current one? What is the pain for them?
For them, it's the ever increasing rise of fuel costs. Like now here in Kenya, I think fuel costs has risen by around 15% within the last 12 months. So we are telling the matatu owners that you're going to be able to reduce your operational costs, especially with regards to maintenance, by about 600 euros. This is because due to reduced wear and tear, changing of the batteries that need to provide the auxiliary power from the engine. In addition to that, reduced fuel consumption of up to 1,900 euros, all this per year. So we are telling them they're going to be able to reduce their operational and maintenance costs by 2,500 euros per year per vehicle.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Though our time ended like 1 minute ago.
Okay.
Not unless Cecil has something to ask. If
no,
not,
no, it's okay. It has been asked, it's okay.
Thank you, thank you. It was a technical field and it had to receive such questions. So Erastus, we welcome you to usher in the next presenter.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dennis and the judges. So finally, we have Ikomobiras. I hope George and Paul are here.
Yes, I'm here myself, Geoffrey.
Okay, okay. Karibu sana. Tony, you can proceed.
I've had my near-miss experiences when in the city of Nairobi. Catching a flight in the midst of terrible traffic, delivering a tender in the midst of terrible traffic, and the motorcycle taxi came to save me. Yet today we are thinking of removing them from the equation because they are noise pollutants and they are also polluting our air. However, do we have to remove them? So Ikomobiras is about bringing a solution for these motorcycle operators. We want to provide conversion of gasoline motorcycles into electric motorcycles for the motorcyclists operating in Nairobi, Kenya, and the whole of East Africa at a rate of 740 euros per bike. Our market to start off is going to be Nairobi. Why Nairobi? Because Nairobi is our proximity and has got 100,000 motorcycles, commercial motorcycles. Of this, we target to get 40% of them. From the 40%, we'll be able to convert them into electric motorcycles before proceeding on into Kenya, where we have 1.4 million motorcycles, and then to the entire of East Africa. Our customer value proposition. We look at the cost of learning a gasoline motorbike versus learning an electric motorbike. The difference is about 70% in terms of cost. And the savings that one can make per year is up to around 960 euros per year. So it means the 740 euros spent on the conversion can be recouped within a year. Not only that, we're also looking at the provision of financing for these motorcycle operators when they are converting. And we're also considering how to buy back some of those parts that are going to be removed to be resold later for those who want to maintain the old bikes. Our products. We are focusing on the bicycle conversion and the battery services. On the bicycle conversion or the motorcycle conversion, we are looking at converting it into an electric bike. In the batteries, we are looking at how to provide services to make sure that they are able to provide long-range service. And what is our customer a competitive advantage? The competitive advantage is the distance that you can ride on this bike. We have been able to determine that it is able to do 100 kilometers per single charge, and it is also weatherproof and very safe. We have also started the process of patenting, having filed our patent for the battery. And we have been able to sign up agreements and contracts with service agents who are going to provide the service, the hiring of the batteries, the swapping, and also the charging of the batteries. Our customer discovery. We went out there to find out who are these customers and what do they say about us. We targeted that customers, and out of this we got 16 of them. The 16 customers that we found had this to tell us, we are willing to sign up, 40% of them. We are willing to sign up that you can convert for us. We also went out to find out who are these service agents who are willing to come along with us. And of the ones we approached, 5 of them, so 80% of the ones we approached were saying, yes, it's a good idea, we'll be ready and we are willing to sign up and we are capable. And then we went on to determine about whether the performance of the bike would fulfill the expectations of the customers. And we're able to determine that it's able to do 100 kilometers per single charge. And for this, we found it's also weatherproof and very safe for our customers. We went on to calculate our financials. What are we likely to make from this, and how are we likely to sustain this business model to make it scalable and successful? And we're able to look at the 100,000 motorcycles in Nairobi. If we are going to get 40% of that, we'll be able to convert at least 8,000 motorcycles per year. And given the cost of 740 euros for the sale of the conversion, and our cost of converting to cost us 560 euros, that is going to leave us with a profit margin of 180 euros per bike. And that in the end will give us 1.44 million in profit from the conversion process. And we have also considered about the climate impact. And indeed, we are going to make major climate impact. We're going to reduce 20,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide every year from the city of Nairobi. And in the end, when those batteries have for considering them and convincing them to change to electric bikes would make a lot of sense for them, especially given the fact that they'll be able to recoup the 740 euro investment within less than a year, because in a year they'll be able to save up to 960 euros. And we feel that we'll be able to reverse the current pollution going on in the carbon dioxide, which is being generated up to 20,000 metric tons per year. Thank you.
So I have a question for you. You say that a single charge can do 100 kilometers. How reasonable is this? Is because if somebody has, for example, a Boda Boda from Nairobi to Thika and back, they would need to charge again. What happens in case probably okay, that's the first question in terms of that distance covered, but in a single charge. Secondly, will you integrate with fuel alternative in case they run out of charge in the middle of the road? Where are the charging points? Do they need to charge, or do they use the normal AC, the 240 kV? And have you spoken to the actual owners of Boda Boda, be they the riders or the owners, because of this price of 740, given how probably euros, that's probably the cost of a cyclist, a motorcycle?
Thank you very much, Mr. Karuba. Actually, the question of the 100 kilometers mileage, that is in the most ideal situation, because when you are riding a bike, just like when you're riding a vehicle, the output that you are likely to get from any fuel service or energy that you are having will depend on the terrain that you're driving on, the nature of the environment. Like if you're going hilly places, the mileage will come down. But if you're going to cover a region where much of it is not hilly, but it's maybe kind of flat, and you are not over driving it, you are driving at a reasonable speed, it can give you 100 kilometers. But in the worst case scenario, you can go to about 70% performance of that. Then in the issue of taking care of the fear of getting drained on the highway, that's why we have found that was the biggest problem that the current people who are trying to migrate to electric are having, because the people who are supplying most of these bikes do not have a service network where the riders can manage to stop by and refuel and recharge. And our concept for that is to sign up with different shops where they are providing current repairs of motorbikes, and they are found everywhere. Every five or so kilometers that you drive on the car, we are likely to find a place that they are servicing motorbikes. So those are the people we are recruiting to become our service centers. So in case you have you are running out of charge, and you are able to know the charge level because there's an indicator for how the charge is draining. So just like fuel, it will not be a surprise. You'll be able to know that the charge that I'm having can take me the next 5 kilometers, and therefore stop by either to recharge the battery or to have a swapping of the battery. Swapping means you pay a fee that's a little bit higher than servicing, and you leave your battery behind and be given the other one, because our batteries we have submitted them for patenting, such that we are able to defense our customers for their batteries to be accepted at our service stations or our service partners.
Okay,
we are 60 minutes above the time.
Yeah.
60 seconds above the time.
So just allow me one thing. How long does it take to charge the battery to full capacity, the ones you have now?
We have tested, and with the charging that we've been able to do, it takes about 30 minutes to charge to full capacity.
Okay, thank you everyone for the participation, and thank you, Geoffrey, for your presentation and your tackling of the questions. I welcome Erastus.
Yeah, thank you so much, team. That has been a nice session, and thank you to the judges for facilitating this. So we will go back to the main session as we await judge deliberations. So once in the main session, we'll be guided on the way forward. Yeah, so I think this breakout room is closed. Let's start moving to the main sessions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Zablon, are you
Yeah, I'm
done scoring? Okay.
Okay. So Zablon, if you're done, then we can move forward. So now, I think the best I've in my Google space, I've just, let me see whether they we were given a final tally space. Okay, final tally space. That is for the rest of the team. Now, for our own, in my sheet, I've created a space for Wekesa and Anne, so we can have the scores there. So Wekesa, Circularity, you can add your scores there.
Which sheet is it?
I've added them now.
Wekesa, you have added them. Okay. So then we can have position. No,
I'm
average.
sorry, but where are you guys filling in something?
Pardon?
Where do you say that someone is filling in something?
We have a scoring sheet that we've been using, but it's because we haven't chosen our winner yet.
Yeah.
No, but have you been filling it in online?
Yeah.
Yes, we are doing that online.
Okay. Kindly give judges access to that Google Sheet. Those who don't have Erastus.
Okay.
Because
that's why I was asking how we were going to do this before we started, because I have only my own papers.
Okay. Now I think what should happen is that like you can see what we have done in this group, we have created a sheet, one of the judges' sheets, to add on all the other columns for each judge. Then we get the averages, then we get the position. Now from
then
that,
you share the sheet with me or a link so I can see it.
Yes, Simon, it was part of the email. Let me share it with you again. And then Simon, Karumba, and Cecil, I'm taking you to a different room so that you can deliberate on your.
Yes, because like for us, we just created this in Peter Cott's sheet. And that's what we are using to do to manage our scores. Okay. So, and Wekesa, we move forward?
Yes, let's do that.
Okay. Good. So in terms of the averages, looking at the average scores, so who is coming high?
That's Grow Blanks is coming out at the top.
Sorry.
But if we take a step back, I always think these exercises are difficult because at the one hand you can have an idea which is really revolutionary, and if it works, will change the way we do things.
Yes.
And on the other hand, you can have something which may not be revolutionary, but which is far more likely to be implemented. And sometimes it's difficult to balance the two. And also it seems that they're a bit different in terms of how far they are on the journey. So I think it was very difficult to score them. But perhaps we could start by speaking about our top threes individually, and then we can see if we can agree on a winner.
Yes. So yeah, my quick thought is the same. Let's I'm just putting the positions there, and then from there we will be able to get the first three. Then we speak about their ideas and whether it meets certain criteria. Then we agree on which ones we proceed with.
Sounds good. Shall I start by speaking about the top three that I had?
Oh, yeah. Do we use the averages, or we speak about the top three per individual? I think if we can get it to the averages, that will make us a bit quick.
Okay, no problem. So here we have in the top three, we have Growblanks, then we have Circularity Space and Tortoise Holdings.
Yes. So we have number one, which is coming as Growblanks.
Mm-hmm.
Then number two is shared by three people.
Yeah.
Three companies, Secular, Tortoise, and then we have Cody Boda. Good. Yeah, so probably, Wakesa, are you in agreement? We can discuss the first three or four?
Yes, I'm in agreement.
Okay. Yeah, and you were speaking.
So what I liked about Growblanks is that it's very sort of targeted. They know exactly what they want to do. The roadmap is very clear, and it's going to have a tangible impact. I think one of the downsides is that it's a very limited impact. It's like within one industry. So for that to be really interesting, I would like to see them involved in other products as well. So not only surfboards, but maybe it's just because I don't understand the magnitude of that industry. But if we were also speaking about boats or I know other types of water products. And what I liked about Circularity Space is that it's really challenging the way we manage waste at the moment in East Africa. And I think it's not only a technological solution, it's also going to affect a human behavior and how we perceive waste and the value of waste. And what I liked about Tortoise is, again, it's very targeted, very simple, very straightforward. But again, also a little bit limited, but they had these long-term visions of, for example, also producing iPhones, etc. So they had other products in their portfolio in mind.
Good.
Over to you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so what I think I am in agreement with you for Growblanks. It's quite an interesting model. Now, if I look at it from the other side, is in terms of the ability to offer space for a lot of job creation and also mobilize local resources, because and I'm looking at it from the risk of depending on one supplier. So actually that was the question I was asking, because your operation depend on the supply of raw material, which is basically coming from one supplier. So if the one supplier fails, then your business totally is crushed. And that was a big risk that I looked at it from, which actually made me score them a bit low, but not so low. Because, and then, this is just a one value chain from Taita Taveta, which is not bad, but the risk of increasing also production. So you can only produce as long as the other company is operating, and you can only increase your capacity or produce to the capacity that you can be able to get from the other supplier. So that was one of the risk I saw. but generally the business model is a good model. Now, I think I had in Cody Boda, I think I didn't score them well. My reason is that they are an intermediary, because when you look at the battery side that will be running the motorbike, it's being done by somebody else. Then the motorbike is also imported. So for them as an organization, it's just an intermediary, which is not introducing any technology, but depends on the other technologies done by the other people. So basically, they don't have a product in their own name or manufacturing a product, but importing motorbikes, and then depending on the other company to do the sales, the batteries that can be used here. That was something that was a bit I looked at when I was scoring. So now that really left me also when we came to the rest of the other number 2, because number 2 is a tie between 3. So circularity space is really an interesting model, which I really liked, the way it came clearly in terms of using technology to determine the bin, advise the users on which bin you need to put what and all that. I only had a challenge with the market side, because you really need strong partnerships with other companies to be able to sell to them or deliver the bins or the raw materials for use in manufacturing of other products. And like Anne says, Tortoise Holdings is for the mobile technology accessory production is interesting. I think that was one of those that in my list also did not score badly. But I believe that the great potential is there, looking at the supply of raw materials. I think they say something here, they're not just, they're going to target plastics, but opening this also to other, not just general plastics, but also faulty mobile phone chargers, which I think, because the mobile industry is growing, so there is potential for increased supply of raw materials, which is a bit looking good. So those were my thoughts in terms of the overall view of the first 4 companies, because number 2 is a tie. And Wekesa, probably you might also want to speak.
I'm on mute, sorry. Yeah, so my take is the people working in the US, I saw them also have a very strong idea in terms of how they've been able to capitalize on the market and how they've been able to tap into the local market needs and just, understand how to try to flip that conversation around design obsolescence and, recognize that the USPs that they get actually wear out really fast. And my only concern was in terms of repairability and all those things. Like, are they making a modular kind of cable so that it can be able to be worked on much more easier? In the grow blanks. My only concern was about other products that they can make out of it. We're looking at other products that they can make out of it.
We hear you.
Yeah, other products that they can make out of it. That was just my concern about that. But generally,
And can I ask you, if we look, for example, at StowFresh, that gets a quite low score. I was just looking at sort of where are the discrepancies, and that's, for example, one of them. I'm curious to hear your.
Straw Fresh seemed to be a bit, on paper, they might have a really good thought, but in terms of just understanding how the market dynamics work on the ground, because I've interacted with quite a number of players who are getting into that space, I feel they were a bit not yet ready in terms of understanding the market dynamic, because just starting off the conversation with a barrier to access was problematic. So I'm looking at the USSD kind of setup where it's premium versus the dynamic on the market, which is, so if they're charging 40 shillings per crate, at some point, if the 2 shillings or 3 shillings or that premium cost of an SMS, it becomes a bit questionable. I would rather they just had like a call number or something. But yeah. In terms of the current market dynamics, or just slightly off.
Yeah,
But
for Straw Fresh, I don't agree with you. Yeah, continue, Ekesa.
Yeah, product-wise, the one good.
Yeah, my quick thoughts on Straw Fresh, it's really a good model. And that is one of the solutions that will save our fresh produce losses that we're experiencing. The only challenge is, because I was listening to this, it's a store services provision. But unless you integrate, because I was looking at it in terms of integration and collaboration of other corporations, looking at upward now, or integration in terms of markets, it would be, I was expecting on the market side to really, we see a bit of links, because they brought it from the user side, smallholder farmers coming in. But now from the, unless that model really serves certain premium markets, it's a lot of users may not pick it up very quickly. And as when we look at how the smallholder markets work in Kenya. So if we have corporations, either processors, or we have exporters, or we have other companies being integrated into their model as buyers from the cold stores, then users will reject it, because they can't, you spend money to store crates and then you don't get premium market prices that you really want to recover the cost. And look at the system in the structure in Kenya. By the time the farmers produced their products, they don't really want to undergo additional cost to get to the market. And actually they try to avoid that. So they would, I think it's a good model, but how I wish that we had very strong integration of other corporations, private players, premium markets, to be able to pick from the cold stores, then that was a good score for them. That is just my thought. So now, as a team, what are your thoughts about the first 4 companies? The first 4 companies, and the first 4 companies, I mean, growth bring. We need to come out with 3 companies that we are forwarding, where we feel that we really have this one as our strongest, then followed by this one and this one, so that we also don't bring in companies that will not help us score higher the other side.
And maybe, Priscilla, maybe you can help us. Do we need to select 3 or only 1? I don't remember.
We will select 3. The other team will come with 1, then we will come with 1. Then we will agree on number 2. And we will agree on, yes.
Sorry.
So their number 1 and our number 1 will be 2 companies. Then now we will agree between our number 2 and their number 2.
Yeah.
So I was just thinking, to be safe, we can have 3, so that in case of discussions, and should we find that their number two and our number two after discussions does not meet certain, we feel there is another number two which can be stronger, we can. So to be safe, I thought we could have three.
Okay, no problem. So, super. So we select one winner and then we select two others
Yes,
that we would like to bring into the conversation.
We select a
Yes.
winner.
Yes.
We have two other thoughts that.
Good. Good. So in our opinion, do you think Grow Blanks Limited is a fit to be our lead moving forward?
Yeah, it was a pretty powerful thought. In terms of materials, I feel the material can be used for almost anything else beyond it's a high value product, but alternative material wise, there can be more applications to be squeezed from the material.
Yes, I would say it strikes a balance between sort of being innovative and having very broad use cases and then being very implementable, practical, with a clear roadmap. So I'm good with it.
Okay, good. I am in agreement that it's a good model, and it would be. I'm just okay. I'm just this thing. Yeah, I was just looking for the comment I made about the risk from the side of the raw material supply. But now, when we look at it in terms of scalability, because we need also a technology that can be in terms of scalability. Where do we go?
So what I see is that they have a patent on the technology and on what I hope is also that raw material. And what I assume is that can not only be used for surfing boards, but that material can have many appliances and many other. It could be water products like boats or whatever. And I've seen some of these boat graveyards. So if they can somehow contribute or move in that direction too, I think that would be highly interesting, especially considering if they're using a byproduct of a produce that can grow in semi-arid areas, then that could also be highly attractive for Kenya in terms of creating jobs in these areas. If that's really true, I'm unfortunately neither an expert in terms of sort of water products, surfing, boats, etc., nor agave production. But if what they're saying is true, I think that's very interesting, both from a local perspective and from a global perspective.
Good. Okay. Yeah, it's one of the supply model that will really strengthen global supply systems. Okay. Yeah, so we move forward with number one as the Grow Blanks. So that is done. So number two, between Circularity Space, which is offering the technology for waste management and sorting, and then we have Tortoise Holdings 23.3, which is also offering mobile phone charger recycling to make mobile phone accessories. Then we have number three is Cody Boda. Now I have reservations with Cody Boda.
I think Stove Fresh is actually over Cody Boda. Cody Boda is only at 20.3.
Oh, Cody Boda is this. Where is Stove Fresh? Stove Fresh is 23.0.
Yeah, and Cody Boda is 20.3.
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry.
Oh, I didn't see that. So this is number 3. Then this is number 2.
I mean, you have, in terms of scoring, at first we have grow blanks, and then following we have Circularity Space and Totoshi at equal, and then we have Stow Fresh.
Okay. Okay.
So Cody Boda is actually quite far down.
It's okay now.
So the question is, do we bring in, at least when I see it, if we have Tortoise Holdings and Circularity Space at a shared second place, the two are very different. Tortoise is very tangible. The roadmap is clear. It's very, the lack of a better word, simple. They are like, their solution is likely going to be very similar to what we've seen today. If we look at Circularity Space, their ambitions are very different. It's going to demand a lot of change, and the way that would be implemented if they get there is likely going to be very different from what we've seen today. I think they will need to pivot many times, but the potential is very high in terms of impact.
Yeah.
So the question is, which one do we value the most?
Yeah, I have to agree with you that just looking at that smart bin space and the valuation at 130 million euros, it's a bit, when you look at the technology requirement alone in terms of our context, and especially in the waste management space, it becomes a bit unrealistic. So I'd go for the people that are already now doing it and they've already found fit versus the prototype that's still in an abstract space. So I'd say that's a bit still abstract in terms of the market. Considering that we have quite a number of recyclers too that are working on different levels.
Good. I agree with you. When I saw that presentation for the first time, to me, it took us to the next generation. It's an interesting one, but looking at it from the Kenyan context, I think it will require a lot of efforts to be able to start off, and a lot of education, and especially for users. And I think I would choose I will choose the Tortoise Holding number 1, and then choose Circularity Space behind Tortoise if that would be agreed, because I feel Tortoise would give us some local solutions, and starting is not a very difficult thing, because I find it that looking at the locally or local waste products, and then locally made products, and using an interesting technology to do that was something that I admired about Tortoise. So then I think there is, okay, I think those are the only two. We have Circularity and Tortoise Holdings. So based on our discussion and contribution of the other two judges plus mine, I think Tortoise Holding comes second after.
I think I would just like to put in there that if it were for me, I would lean towards Circularity Space over Tortoise Holdings, but I'm very okay with it being Tortoise Holdings. I just wanted to raise it.
Okay. Okay.
But I'm perfectly fine with your judgments.
Yeah, when you look at it in terms of technology and the space where we are, Circularity really provides an interesting solution on waste management, because that is exactly where we want to go and what we want to see. And then,
but then it comes a bit down to what is the objective of this competition and the support that they will receive? Is it to show, show something more implementable, safe, or is it to think outside the box? Maybe Priscilla and Benjamin, that's also where you can guide us a bit, going for the simpler or the more innovative ideas.
My thought is, how do we define innovation? Because we shouldn't confuse innovation with invention. We're talking about the balance of technology and a business model that can be sustained. For me, if I look at it from a perspective, definition of business models as coming up as creating business models that can be sustained, I'd rather go for a thought that is actually going for the business model as opposed to going for technology. Because what we've learned is that at some point technologies are nice to have, but we need to have like cutthroat innovations that work within our context, within our level of abstraction.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that point. And what I would say is that neither of these companies, or few of them, have a business model today that works like airtight, because they're so early on in the journey. So many of them is going to look very different in a few years' time. Anyways, so just that the business visibility is not the only parameter that we seek. Then we should have like, that would be further down their business journeys that I would expect to see that. But the opportunity should of course still be there.
Now, when we look at circularity space, Wekesa, and I'm really keen on this. You know, this is also going to the region, and it's going to be to get to the global, and probably at the global level, someone might not look at it as providing solution to Kenya, but may look at it in terms of other interesting parameters, just as we have been looking at this. The truth is that circularity provides an interesting technology to address waste management, because the biggest challenge you can, I think even currently, if we are looking at it in terms of moving waste management in Kenya to the next level, then we will really go for circularity, because that is really an interesting model where you bring in intelligence, artificial intelligence, and advisory online. Probably I'm beginning to look at it like you're carrying your organic wastes, and then you have the other artificial waste, and then synthetic waste products, and then they are telling you, the technology is speaking to you and telling you, you don't need to put that one here. Please put it on the red bucket or the white bin or the green bin and things like that. So if we look at it from technology and also innovation, and also in terms of the working of the business model might look so interesting with the Tortoise, but now in terms of the technology innovation and where we need to go forward with our green or circular economy, that is really where we are going to. Now, another thing, both circularity and Tortoise are marked under circular economy, and they really surely fall there. So why don't we look at it like this? Which one provides, has strength in terms of innovation and technology, in terms of opportunity to drive, opportunity to mobilize users, because we are looking at the bigger impact as well. So when you look at me, when I look at it from the bigger impact, then I will go for circularity and not Tortoise. So I'm still, I need guidance. I need guidance from you.
But how about also looking at the time, that we bring both of them, as you proposed in the beginning, bring both of them into the conversation, because maybe the other groups, they have the ideal third place anyways, and maybe they don't.
So I would suggest, what would you think if we bring circularity as second in the space?
I would love that, but I also don't want to overrule anything. So I'm okay with either of the options, but my preference would be circularity space due to the substantialness of the idea.
Good. Okay, so what's your thought?
I'll beg to differ. The technology looks fancy, but we can see through it. And in terms of the implementation, it's quite problematic. So I'll go with the e-solutions because we're looking at a trend towards Fairphone modular devices, and we have a huge e-waste problem. And it's a global challenge, and Tortoise are looking really good. So I'll root for that direction because e-waste is also a global problem, and especially in Africa, looking and also just globally, a farm that's going counter designed obsolescence really strong as opposed to a farm that's conforming. So I feel that they have a strong argument.
Okay.
Even footprint-wise.
Footprint-wise. Good. So now, Wekesa says Tortoise Holding is okay. We are all in agreement. The two are moving forward. One has to move as second, and another one has to move in the third position. Yeah. The model looks fancy, according to Wekesa, which is true. Let's go back. Let's go back to the parameters. I'm just opening up this. So in terms of the business and the market.
I'm really sorry. It's just because I have other meetings and I need to advise them if I'm gonna be late. So can we take a quick break and just what's gonna be the next steps and when are we? I'm sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
Benjamin,
no problem.
Benjamin, Priscilla, what's the next steps?
Okay, thanks. I think this is one quite heated jury, but then we'll definitely reach a conclusion. So after this, it's just getting into the final room with the other three judges to finalize on the three, and then the announcement of the winners, and then we get to close off this event. So that's just what is left as of right now.
Super. And is the other group ready, or how much time do we have?
I need to follow up. Let me just jump into that breakout room and come back with the response right now.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, Peter. Please go ahead.
No problem, and that was important even for us to understand what next. Yeah, I was just at the moment of saying that because I can see it's a conversation as we wait for other people to jump into our room. So I was just looking at it in terms of the business and market potential, in terms of job potential and social impact, innovation and technology, team strength, and of course, what I realized in terms of team strength, quality of the page and compliance, all those ones, there was no major difference in the team. So what brings the difference here is in terms of business and market potential, job and social impact, and then innovation, these first three things. So if I think in my own argument and perspective, I am in agreement that innovation and technology is really, in terms of circularity space, that is interesting for me, and I will score them higher than Tortoise. And then in terms of the social impact, so I'm looking at social impact and in the bigger, looking at it from the bigger picture. And the bigger picture, I'm looking at the way we struggle with, I know we struggle with waste issues, and then like there are a lot of questions which I still have on these circularities, but I believe also from reading of the literatures we were given, They are really at nascent stages. They are very small. They are not developed. They're just ideas which some of them are thinking about and how to move them forward. But I feel that in terms of Wekesa, in terms of where we want to go, well, yes, there's a footprint in terms of Tortoise Holdings and waste recycling for mobile phone chargers. But in terms of also looking at where we are going with our waste management systems, I'm making it a bit practical. I look at where I stay in that big estate, and I see the garbage collectors coming very early in the morning to pick those things. I tell you, in terms of solution provision, these two companies are competing one another. But when I look at it in terms of the bigger impact, I will tell you Tortoise is facing a lot of competition from cheap mobile accessories imports coming into the country. But now users will so quickly go for the cheap because that is coming from with fair prices. But in terms of circularity space, I think users will be more interested to get you see this thing they are bringing in terms of running bonuses and points as you put your baggage and all that. So to me, that is really an interesting thing that will drive the market and the users for this platform. So technology-wise, and also in terms of the bigger impact, I think I will choose circularity. And sorry for speaking long. Wekesa, we have to agree. Do you want us to vote?
Well, we can vote, but my vote will be on Tortoise because it's practical. So in terms of smart tech, I have a reservation for smart tech just yet. I'm really keen on the e-waste problem that we have locally, and just because we have stiff competition from the people who are practicing design obsolescence, it doesn't mean that customers who won't subscribe to our culture change. Yeah, so we need to have an option for modular cables and cables that can be repairable. And if customers are willing to pay more for it to make it happen, then I support it. Yeah, but my vote is for Tortoise.
So how do we move forward, judges?
You can propose it as a tie.
Okay. Yeah, we can propose it as a tie with two very different profiles.
Yes. Let's propose it in the team as a tie, and then we will discuss it at that level. That's a good thought.
Super.
Good. So do we take a break as we wait for these other guys?
Yes, let's do that.
Sure.
Please.
You can take a break.
Let's have a break.
Yes.
Okay.
10 minutes, right?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
See you soon.
Okay, final tally space. That is for the rest of the team. Now, for our own, in my sheet, I've created a space for Wekesa and Anne, so we can have the scores there. So Wekesa, circularity, you can add your scores there.
Which sheet is it?
I've added them now.
Wekesa, you have added them. Okay. So then we can have position no, average.
I'm sorry, but where are you guys filling in something?
Pardon?
Where do you say that someone is filling in something?
We have a scoring sheet that we've been using, but it's because we haven't chosen our winner yet.
Yeah.
No, but have you been filling it in online?
Yeah.
Yes, we are doing that online. Okay.
Erastus,
now,
kindly give judges access to that Google Sheet, those who don't have Erastus.
Okay.
Because
that's why I was asking how we were going to do this before we started, because I have only my own papers.
Okay. Now I think what should happen is that like you can see what we have done in this group, we have created a sheet, one of the judges' sheet, to add on all the other columns for each judge. Then we get the averages, then we get the position. Now
then
from
you need
that
to share the sheet with me or a link so I can see it.
Yes, Simon, it was part of the email. Let me share it with you again. And then Simon, Karumba, and Cecil, I'm taking you to a different room so that you can deliberate on your.
Yes, because like for us, we just created this in Peter Court's sheet.
Okay.
That's what we are using to manage our scores. Okay. So, and Wekesa, we move forward?
Yes, let's do that.
Okay. Good. So in terms of the averages.
Group B is great. So how do you propose we do it? I quite feel maybe it's better we have a discussion, we compare, we think through more than plainly scoring, or do we set up some Excel worksheets, then we score?
This is why I was so surprised. Like,
oh, you guys didn't score.
No, but when were we supposed to do this? Because we just
was,
met and then we started. And
no, it was sent in the email for the details.
Yeah, documents, but not a link to an online.
No, the
sheet.
Excel sheet is online. The Excel sheet that was sent is online.
I don't have that. I have not seen it.
Okay. I've just shared
Oh,
it.
here, now I see it. The scoring CLP 22.
Yeah.
It was not very obvious that it's it just comes in the bottom somewhere. So I didn't see it. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
After the regards and everything.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe.
And I don't have access. I also don't have access to it. So.
You don't have. When you open it, it doesn't open.
No, you need access, it says.
You
you can use my personal Gmail if you want, since it's a Google sheet.
Okay. Let me.
And write my where do I send this? To who do I send? Erastus?
Yeah, you can just share in the chat box and I add. Apologies about that.
No worries. I was feeling very confused. I was like, oh crap, where am I going to put my points? So I did my own sheet with like, yeah, and it was so quick also. A bit stressful being able to.
Karumba, do you have access to it?
I'm just opening it up now. If you give me a minute, I'll be able to let you know.
Okay.
I think you sent it even.
Yes.
But can you give me access or how does it work?
Yes, I've sent it on your email. You should have access to it.
There's nothing there. It's just like, I don't know if it's the internet. No. Okay. And then I thought it was a bit strange that we had like films instead of them pitching immediately live. I thought that was what was going to happen. Yeah. Was that just to mitigate any technical?
Yes. Yeah, it was just to mitigate any technical difficulties whereby they have to keep repeating because of network issues.
Because one of the minuses was use of video in the evaluation point thingies. And now I didn't really understand those points all through.
Okay.
But I think all of them had all the slides they were supposed to have.
Yeah.
And none of them had extra slides. They all had the same order of slides. None of them used any video. It was, so in general, that is the same for all of them. I don't know if you agree, but that's my. And then all of them pretty much had good the slides for each. Not all of them had 3 learnings and questions, did they? How hard were you on those?
Oh, yeah. So maybe Simone, have you got the Excel sheet?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just trying to go through the different criteria that they were supposed to on the presentation. Just see if you agree with me on that. But since it was a specific form. But they all, in my opinion, they all fulfilled whatever was needed there.
Yeah.
Pretty much. And then you put. Now, and the point system, that was my next question. Is it between 1 to 5 or what are we using?
So we had, as per the Excel sheet that we shared, we have now combined into percentages. So we are only looking at the various components of business or market potential, job potential.
Yeah, I'm asking.
Yeah.
I was asking, are we using a scale from 1 to 5 or what are we using? It seems like it when I look at what you guys have done. You've given them 3, 2, 5, 4. Zablonio has given them even 2.5, etc. But now someone else is using, Karumba, you are putting 10, 15, 12, 14, 17. What is that now?
I thought it was in terms of the percentage. For example, if it says it's out of 20%, so you scale up to either you give your marks out of 20%.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is not going to help because now everybody is doing differently. So KCIC, you need to decide how we're supposed to do this. Because look at
Okay.
So what do you mean? You give them, what kind of percentage do you mean that you give them? No, you need to give them points.
No, for example, in business market potential, if you whatever you for example, whatever you how you scale it is it's out of 20. So what do you see? Is it 15? Is it 10? Is it 5% of what you see? Then you give it the marks that way.
Okay, so maybe Simone,
What?
I can see for the other judges, they have decided to go the point way.
Yeah.
Maybe you can agree, probably will you go the percentage way or probably the point way?
But the percentage is how much of their, the whole business idea and everything, whatever they now did.
Yeah.
It's the weight of our different things, right?
So we can go the point way to just maybe.
It means how important it is for them to have a market potential is 20% of their whole presentation. How important it is for them to have a job potential in there is 20% of their thing. The innovation technology potential should be weighed 15% of the whole whatever. So we don't put all our, like if they didn't have innovation potential and technology potential, then if we give them 0 there, it's not going to weigh out on all the rest. Yeah, you need to decide how we're supposed to do this.
Tasir, maybe in Karumba. Can you go the point way? Or Tasir, you had worked percentages?
Yes, I had used the percentages.
I'm also using the percentages because then if we have something more standardized, maybe you can take a minute.
Well, can you explain then once again, because I don't understand that.
Okay, so
the percentage way.
So what happens is, do you have your Excel on?
Yes.
So it's like we are doing sub-marking where, let's say the first one on top left is Pavilion Limited, business market potential. Out of 20%, how many points would you award them? Then we go to the server farm. So then moving across job potential, social impact, for example.
What do you mean out of 20%?
So the across from the left to the right, it's meant to add to 100%. And so how the allocation criteria has been is that so they have weighted it. They have weighted and given a value of 20% to just one more item of yeah. Maybe if you click to my slide.
Yeah, I'm on yours.
So I'm still moderating, but out of 20%, the business market potential, for example, for Pavilion, I gave 5%, job potential 20%, innovation 5% out of 15, so that across the moment I'm able to add across in the yellow tab, it should add as a percent out of 100. So probably the one that I saw as best fit will have the highest score. And I think what then KCIC will proceed to do is to pull my scores and CSL scores and your scores to rank #1 and #2 from ourselves.
But now, if okay, business market potential, 20% of the whole weighing, and you give them 5, out of 20, but it's not like they are already, I don't understand that really. And then 7 on the, this is just like a point score, but you're using a different scale.
Yeah, I'm still, so for
Where
example,
are you calculating 100% out of yours, if that is what you're, I'm sorry.
So,
Let me just give them pen.
Okay, I think so across the business potential, job potential, innovation team, and quality and compliance with format, I think that this should add up to 100%, if I'm not mistaken. So the one will win across the specific points. Probably, let's assume So Precise has the best innovation. I'll give them 15%, but then I weigh it against other items like potential. KCIC is here. May you please, may you explain, maybe there's something I'm not explaining properly. I thought that was the logic.
Yeah, why we're asking now, KCIC. Hey, Benjamin. I'm just wondering about the way of putting points, because now people are doing different. Different judges are doing different ways. So what was the idea? How we're supposed to give points?
Hi, hello.
I can hear you, please proceed.
I've just joined in the room right now, so I think I've missed pretty much of the conversation. Probably I could just be brought up to speed with what is happening, or if there are any insights that are required from our end.
Could you just enlighten me how you want the points to be given? Because now judges are giving different types of points. Some seem to be using a 1-to-5 ratio. Like if they think it's very good, I guess it's 5, and then if it's bad, it's 1, and so forth. And some are using a different way of doing it, which I don't really understand, but Karumba tried to bring me through, and Cecil as well, how they are doing it.
Okay, so I think probably just by default and how we have been doing it before, I think the sheet that we shared had the automatic population of those scores as they are given, because when you look at the different sections, they have a score assigned to them, of which we are looking at a total score of 100, because that is what we would be using in terms of our records. That is what we have available. So I don't know whether this case for the judges, if they are using a totally different format, what has it been informed by? Because I think if we are doing a scale of say 1 to 5, probably it's a quick and dirty approach, but then are we all aligned on the same? Because then the biggest challenge here would be in terms of the documentation for these scores that have been done. Are they aligning with the exact score sheet that was shared? Because my thought was that as the pitches were happening and the Excel sheet that had been provided, then we could be able to easily capture the scores as the pitches were being done, or at the end of each and every pitch, and then come into this breakout room, get to have a discussion to harmonize on the same. So we look at probably one pitch, and maybe Karumba, you have a certain score you've given to it. Same case probably for Simon, and then what then we just get to do at the end of the day is to align. Do we feel okay, this pitch is within that score range that has been given. Because at the end of the day, still we take the other alternative of saying we are giving them a score in the range of 1 to 5. Of course, then there has to be a justification around why are we giving them a score of 1 to 5, 1 being the lowest and 5 being the highest.
Benjamin, okay, just tell me.
Sheet.
Just tell me, so when it says 20%, I use between 1 and 20 to give all of them.
Sure.
Pretending that I'm giving them percentage, okay?
Yeah.
And then if it's 15%, then it's 1 to 15, okay?
Sure.
All right, that was all I needed, thank you.
Okay. Erastus, the other judge who was here, that is Cecil, is he around?
Yes, he was here. Let me check the main room. Oh, he dropped, but let me readmit him.
So you can proceed with this, Erastus. I check out on the other breakout room.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm having trouble with internet connection. Did we agree on way forward?
Yes, we go the percentage way.
Okay. Oh, so mine now, okay, I don't have to edit anything.
Yes, and then we deliberate on who we feel are the best.
Okay.
I don't know about you, but I think all of them had a really great market and business potential.
It's refused to delete. This is when one starts giving you drama. Yeah, now just one last thing. Update this table of content. But we just deleted a page. Will it reflect it? Oh, yeah. So now, yeah. Switch screens. I know. Now, how did we save it? How did we save it? QP and X0. Inaitwa e-waste. Launcha siseme mnyana boja tuli sisi tumemkaisha. You see, this was just something small, but in reality,
I think you do it once. I think he does, but but you see, everyone works differently. Let me be honest with you. I've come to realize there's that way. So maybe that's his time is and at two. You read it once. No, I'm at the kila kitu we finish it at once. Yeah.
Talking to who's here?
Okay, this is Pamela from KCAC, and we are following closely on all the scores that you put, so we can be able to tally them. But we want all the judges to go into one room so that all of you can be able to deliberate, because we are only taking 3 winners. So I think Erastes, you can help on that, those who have finished tallying theirs.
Okay, so Karumba, so we have 2 rooms, judging section that is ongoing. So breakout room 1 and breakout room 2. So this room will give us number 1. The other room might give us number 2. So we already have 2 positions. The best in each room will take either number 1 or number 2. And then we'd go into deliberations to agree on the third. So from this meeting, you can all agree on your number 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, do we really need to agree on number 3? Because if the output for this session is eventually want us to have 3 companies, if we choose number 1, the other breakout room chooses 1, and then we choose our number 2, and then the other team chooses number 2, then we need to maybe agree who among our number 1s, when we combine, is number 1, and then of course the next one will be probably number 2, and then we compare our number 2 and their number 2 to get number 3. So that's why I was thinking we only need to agree with our number 1 and number 2. Then we present them to the joint committee of all judges.
Okay. Okay, the reason we are going to the number 3 is we wanted some bit of fair representation of the themes. So in case we have so many themes in number 1 and 2, then we can choose a different one. But it's fine, we can still do the 1 and 2 and then go to the other room.
So are you saying we need to go to another room, or we can discuss here between myself, Cecil, and Simone?
Yes, you can first discuss on your best.
Okay. Simone, please go first. We hear from you.
I'm trying to put my points since I just came to the.
Okay, that's
sorry,
fine.
but I tried to deliberate before that also. I think they all were quite strong, and like I said, now when it wasn't live, it's easier for them to be. It would have been easier to see the quality of the pitches if it was live, but now everything was recorded. But most of them, at least they were compliant with what they needed to have. They had the right type of presentations, but some of them were, of course, a bit more looking really nice and easy to follow. So, yeah, I have a hard time picking out. I don't think anyone stood out specifically. I like all their business ideas. They do have potential, but of course with the expensive ones like the Crues Holdings, the Kuza Freezer, it's a bit hard, but Kuza Freezer had a pay-as-you-go system, and we're also talking to. So yeah, what do you guys say?
Sorry, I missed that. So you said what was your best?
I have a hard time picking out the best one as of yet. I need a little bit more time, so maybe you guys want to deliberate because I haven't put all my points.
Okay, that's fine. Is it Cecil?
Cecil, yes.
What's your best team?
So mine, from the rankings I've put, my number 1 is Eco Power.
Yeah.
And then my number 2 is the Calvin Limited.
Cavalian.
Yeah, Cavalian, sorry, yes, Cavalian Limited.
Okay. So, okay. So I've had the privilege of participating in something like this for KCIC another time, and this is the moderating we need to do, just like national elections. So we also sometimes try also think of something that will win on a continental and global scale. And let me tell you, what matters here is the quality of innovation. For example, if you look at Cavalian, they are recycling like waste to boards. You know, that's so old. It's been done so many times. There is no aha moment with it. So I think if we combine it with other very innovative nascent technologies, it will fail, because I'm sure there are people doing it. In fact, right now, these boats are being, MDF boats are being made by other people. So for me, because, and then Ecopower, I feel, as Simone was saying before, e-mobility is already way ahead. The companies themselves that sell these contraptions called Boda Boda are already doing it. Yeah, the element, to me, the key element is how innovative is the technology? Is it meeting a huge need? Is it deployable on a huge scale? That's why for me, and I'm just trying to justify my position, I felt crucial nature. First of all, the innovation to convert whatever comes out of kombucha tea. Kombucha is a new health thing that has become a fad. What would ordinarily be a waste into something that's already being used, which are these papers for packing trees. I know some friends who are selling trees and they just remove the remains there. I think it's very technologically innovative. I think it's scalable. I think it can create jobs. That's why it did it for me. And that's about circularity. About the so precise, I feel the technology still has a lot of work and innovation to grow, but it's a different theme. It's also a woman-led business, so I give it some inclusivity points for it. Yes, so that would rank my number 2. The rest, if something like of course, it didn't come to play, Crues Holdings, no matatu person will spend 2 million on this. In fact, if you take that money to our East African neighbors, that's a lot of money, because in the first place, they buy these matatus on credit. Simeon raised the point of end of life, what happens? Matatus wear out pretty quickly. The one for Kuza using urine, that's old technology. If you go to the website, you'll see Bill Gates drinking water from sewage, because it's something other people are already doing, recycling sewage for clean water. Yeah, so I would urge us to be very keen to look at something. While the technology is not perfect, it's early days, but it has impact to create a step change in the way we handle environment matters. Yeah, for example, like the Ecopower, the solar paneling of even cars is now already working. The batteries for that you can charge. Then 100 kilometers he said, when under perfect condition, 100 kms, normal condition, 70 kms. This will not even take you probably to Ngong and back or Bulolonga and back. So it will be a challenge they still need to work a bit on technology to make it more commercial. And then the cost point wasn't also good at 56,000 euros. That's about 70K, which is about the cost of a motorbike. Why would anyone spend on that unless they have a higher purchase model? The cost to recover the money is too long. They would rather buy 2 motorbikes and put them on the road. Customers will pay for the incremental cost. That's my thinking, but you're also free to choose what you'd like. Yeah.
maybe the only I think maybe also the explanation for EcoPower, for me, I didn't understand it as a solar thing. I understood it as a more electric thing.
Yeah.
And the way I run, the way you think the cost, I run the cost is, for example, if you're using fuel, which is using like 1,000 shillings every day, if you went electricity, you would save that in the long run, so the cost would not be bad. The other thing that I liked them is because they already have, he said they already have the batteries to convert the bikes, and they're doing it already. So that means they have already have a prototype and a proof of concept for it. That's why I ranked it #1. And then seeing the number of bodas, not just check in Kenya only, check in East Africa, go worldwide to India and the rest of the people who are using that. Converting that to electric would be a plus for them. So I think it's still, that's why I ranked it #1. And then in terms of even readiness for market. And I know you've said yes, there's challenges in terms of kilometers, but you see that's something they can improve on if they started selling them. That's why I can say why I chose them as #1.
That's fine. I also rank them highly. I think it's innovative.
Yeah.
But maybe Simon can make a comment, because probably you know a bit more on what's happening on this space from the manufacturers. The Honda Toyotas, are they already way ahead of the curve that this will just be like a remedial measure?
Who are we talking about now? Because I've seen all of these different ones before.
So it means that I need to
Ikomobiras?
do this?
Yeah, they didn't mention that there are already others doing similar.
Yeah, and then there's also something we changed.
And they said, well, some import, etc. But surely there are even conversions of these bodas. But yeah, what I liked about them was that they were talking about having these kiosks. It sounded like they already, you know, having agents that can charge or swap the battery. So at least they've thought of that, which also creates a potential job effect. Yeah. And also the Boda drivers are very locked on the prices, and they know exactly what they can earn or not. So there is a good potential in it. Not as high job potential, the social impact. I'm lacking actually in this whole thing, like the climate, the environmental impact should have been one column. I guess it's the social impact a little bit, or all of it. I don't know. I'm lacking that.
Maybe from your side, Simon, which one do you think is #1 from what you've done?
I haven't given fully yet, but I also like crucial nature. I like that they are approaching, because it is a hassle with all those plastic bags all over, and there are so many plant that grows plants and seedlings here. So that is great. I also like the Soldier Fly Pacific Farm, because they are targeting, they were both doing biogas, they were doing biofertilizer, and the black soldier fly. So they have a diversion of their, unfortunately it didn't come out very clear in their presentation, the holistic approach that they have, but I like their products there. Yeah.
Okay, so don't know if we can be able to wrap up in 10.
Yeah, let me give the last point.
Yeah, we get the best two so that we can join the other judges and agree on the final winners.
Okay. Karumba, I think there's one convergence I've already seen between yours and Samon's for the crucial nature. So I think we can agree on that to be there. Or what do you think?
I think so. I think it's something I've not come across, and it's solving a real problem.
Yeah.
Their cost point was good. And I'm telling you, the moment you want to start planting trees, looking for these bugs becomes a nightmare.
Okay.
And many of them are just left beside the tree that's been planted.
Yeah.
And indeed, if it's biodegradable, it can just be dipped in the hole with everything, then it will filter out. I know there's people who've done similar things,
Yeah.
but that's fine. So I think So Precise and EcoPower, I think they are quite good. So you ranked EcoPower as #1, you did, and Cavalian.
Yes.
For me, if you allow me, Cavalian will not make the cut. Will just be thrown out because the MTF recycling is right now. I think somebody can take you to maybe 10, 20 people are already doing it.
Okay.
Who are taking all these street boys and men and who move around collecting all these sorts of things. They take them to these factories. They make these boards. They use chips. They use sawdust to make them. I didn't feel there is that wow factor that they're bringing in a massive innovation.
Okay.
Okay, so if you had to choose one, because there's so you also agree maybe Crucial Nature should go?
Yes.
Should be #1, eh?
Yes, because we can agree that. That's okay.
What would be then your #2?
I'm just
It's a
checking.
discussion. It's not I can see in a university. You won't fail. Just say anything, then I can also maybe run through.
From my because now I'm going to my #3. There was So Precise.
So Precise.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was my #3. Oh, actually, that was my. Actually, we agree.
Oh, okay, yeah. That was your #2.
So Precise was my #2. EcoPower was #3 for me. Really, it's still early days for them. They are still making money. Their making money model is not very clear. They're just being approved for now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Me, I regard farmers as very intelligent. Telling them it's time to water their plants may not be something amazing. They already know. They have done it for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
But maybe there is potential in this technology as it evolves, it develops. So yeah, I agree with you. Between So Precise and EcoPower, why I was liking So Precise is it's a different technology theme.
Yeah.
I feel the place where technology integrates with sustainability is a key point. Yeah, but EcoPower, I'm telling you, once that motorbike is impounded and you spend almost on it, it's challenging. And like Simone was very keen on competition.
Yeah.
I feel the manufacturers themselves might do a better job of replacement kits, and every manufacturer, be it power, be it every manufacturer of cars has something up their sleeve on immobility. That's fine.
Yeah, but the other thing you've reminded me something once you said that is why even I chose them also again is because they said they're in the process of patenting their battery. So you see, if that goes through, then that kills all those competition you're saying.
My friend, you can't patent a battery.
No, you can. You can see the cars. I know the components of the battery you can change that you can patent.
Yeah.
So yes, it's not deliberately but I know you can. Yes, things. If you change something, you can patent it.
But all these what are they called? Cars with batteries.
Sorry, yeah.
If you think about it, and Simon, we're just talking as we wait for you. If you think about it, there are hundreds of car manufacturers who already have, what do they call, electric motor vehicles?
Electric batteries, yes.
I'm always skeptical of somebody who is saying their competitive advantage is patenting, because if you look at what Samsung has done to Apple, and Apple can defend their intellectual property, it's crazy. Like Apple comes up with something, in a few weeks' time, Samsung has it. And now we are all going by what some Apple gave us. This light touch, the carving. And the carving idea. So if you just rely on that, it will be hard to compete in the modern world.
So guys,
yeah. Sorry, go on, Simon.
Now I'll put my points. And for me, then, when I summarize everything, Kuza Freezer and Crucial Nature got my highest points, and then Basefa Farm after those. But they actually landed on 85, both of them, even though I've given them, I think some have better pitch, some had a better, so those three are the highest at my place. Otherwise, a bit down comes So Precise and EcoPower and Cavilion and Integrated Urine. Kuza Freezer, what do you think of them? Because it is a brilliant thing, because there's a huge, I mean, that 40% loss is true, and it's you fish and then you lose 40% of it's a lot of energy and a lot of work and we also need the fish to be really utilized and to feed the people. I know that, so it is a good thing if that can be helped. Have you seen any other solution for such?
Unfortunately, yes, I have. I've seen so many pictures with freezers for fish. Even there is one I saw, a freezer for carrying the COVID medicine, which is solar powered. Yeah, those I think they are there. If I'm being honest.
But are they being utilized, or have they come out on the market really, or is it just still
Actually,
innovation?
There are so many people who are trying to crack this market, whether it's a mobile solution for freezer by solar, electric. The challenge is that I think the women who deal with fish, they're just happy probably to sell a few fish and the way they have always done it. But in terms of innovation, freezing fish, also for milk, we worked on a project for KCIC, similar idea for freezing, for cooling milk in the remote places. To me, it's a very common technology that's already working. The adoption is a challenge because of cost model. Yeah.
Should I change my innovation technology?
No, it's okay. We are just discussing openly. It's also not an exact science. So, because we need to really. So,
okay.
So you had Kuza Freezer, and what else?
Yeah, you can see my Kuza Freezer and Crucial Nature. They got similar. They got 85 points from my side then, and then Basefa Farm 81.
Okay, I will also say, if also maybe Cyril will agree with me, BSF, it's become, as they say, a dime a dozen. Even some people have moved on to innovate beyond what he has done. We are advising an entrepreneur under KCIC who is already doing it in Kakamega, liquid fertilizer, not even the solid one. Yes, BSF has now become, I think, very common and standard. Cecil, what's the experience with BSF related fertilizer?
Yeah, I know, like even here we have, I think, 2 innovators who are trying to innovate in the same space. How competitive it is, I don't think I'm not sure about that, how it will be in the next 1 year or so.
Yeah, because it's common. Okay, so we have the Sefa Farm, we have you had said Kuza, then for Cecil.
Yes.
Maybe with everything we've said.
But shouldn't we add all of our numbers? What do you think?
I think we'll add, but we also need to discuss and input into others' ideas.
69, 81. I'm just saying, if we now look at 85, 67, 85.
Cecil, what would you do number 2? I'll go with what we choose because we've deliberated. Those are part of discussing because it's in exact science.
I don't know if we can agree on but I'm still on eco power and so price. So one of those two.
Okay. Me, I've chosen so precise.
Yeah, so precise.
That's what me I'll choose as my number 2. Technology is amazing. Sometimes with technology grows. So if you are also choosing it, we can go with it as your number 2. And then Simone can tell us. Simone, we agreed to include crucial nature because I think you also said it's innovative. I thought it's innovative. And also Cecil agreed with us that they have something unique, something special to deliver. Now we just have to agree on number 2.
Yeah, so what I've done is on your Cecil, on your side, I've just added all our points.
Mm-hmm.
And what does that give?
Actually, Simon, we have a tally, a final tally on the Excel sheet.
Oh, you do? Where?
Yeah.
Oh, final tally. Now I see it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. Oh, there it shows. No.
So I can see the top scorer is a crucial nature out of your group, followed by eco power and so precise.
Okay.
So you can agree on either so precise or eco power.
Okay.
Those 3.
I think for me, whatever you choose is fine. I'll go with so precise, but even eco power is fine. I'm happy to go with any.
Yeah. It's fine. And how do they stand out now compared to the others? Because there's only 3 winners going out, right? Now, since they've done another point scoring, how do we compare them?
I think we'll go to another room and moderate. We listen to them, give our input. Cecil, your final submission before we run out of time?
Eco power.
Eco power, okay.
Yes.
Simone, you're number 2. You have to decide.
I have to decide, yeah, according to my own, of course, now I had Kuza Freezer, and compared to these 2, so, and they have the same points in my, gosh, so precise and eco power have the same points in my scoring. Let me choose. I think so precise is more innovative right now. But yeah, okay.
Okay, that's fine. It also allows us.
I think so precise has a more innovative approach and new compared to eco power, who has more competitors in the same space. So I choose so precise.
Two of our own, then I think we are good to go then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crucial and then so precise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. So I think to break the tie, Simone, you can work on your score.
What do you want me to do?
No, it's fine. We can just proceed to the other session.
All right. Okay. Let us. It's like they're all so good, though. I mean, it's wonderful to see the ideas they have.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wish I could have seen all the rest.
Yeah, so welcome and thank you, everyone. I know we had quite the deliberations, so I think we can have the judges in breakout room 1 or A give the final 2 top participants, and then we can have the other give their top 2.
I'm in group B. If this is Karumba, if I'm allowed to go first, our winner, number 1, is a farm called Crucial Nature that provides tree planters with biodegradable and sustainable potting bags for their seedlings. And number 2, we had So Precise, a technology-led innovation that assists farmers with information and links them with farm information, and also linking them to market linkages. Thank you.
Good. So this is Group A, and that is, I just want to present to you our top line companies. Now, our first company is Grow Blanks Limited. So Grow Blank Limited is a local-based company in Taveta, and they are targeting to make surfboards from plant-based surfboards, working with doing a backward integration with another company who is managing productions. And this is one of the technologies that were really embraced, and looking at the parameters that we were using to measure this. We also gave a second company, but interestingly, in the second company, we have really a tie. This tie means that the judges discussed, and because we did not want to lose on the interest of each of us, we decided to bring here those 2 companies. One is called Tortoise Holdings, and Tortoise Holdings is also a local based company that is recycling mobile chargers to do local products. And this local product, the reason we found it interesting is that this is one of the ways in which we look at it in terms of the business model. And we could not agree on this company together with, when we compare it with Circularity Space. So Circularity Space is, both of them are in the circular economy, but Circularity Space is approaching it from the digital side, where they use artificial intelligence to advise users on the waste management. And then probably it's really a high tech when it comes to technology and innovation. But the reason why we differ, we look at them as in terms of what would be required immediately, so to be able to implement these 2 businesses. So in terms of business model, Tortoise Holdings would really score. So in terms of providing an immediate local solution, but we feel that in terms of introducing technology in the space of waste management, Circularity would really go high. So the reason I'm talking about the 2 of them is to enable the other team B to also bring on board, because I know we will need 3 companies to move forward. So you have already mentioned the first one and the second one, and we have already mentioned the first one and the second as a tie. So that would mean we will open up for discuss. When we are discussing this, we would love to also bring Circularity and Tortoise the second place for those discussions. I don't know whether the information I've provided is sufficient, but then I leave it for the Chief Judge to tell us how to proceed.
Who is the Chief Judge once more?
The Chief Judge was Karumba, so I was surprised that you came in as
That's
the judge.
I'm happy to guide the team, and thank you for the appointment once again. So we need to discuss. I know about Circularity Space, what they do in terms of these automatic bins where people earn points. I've heard of Tortoise Holdings that recycle mobile waste, mobile phone charger waste. And also I've had grow blanks. So my team will back and we can discuss this, all of us. The grow blanks limited, they make surfboards. Are they the ones that people use in the sea?
Good, yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I have to give some of my opinions, then people will give their opinions. For this innovation space, we like, I think what personally I like, it is my personal preference, is something that will touch Wanjiku, Wekesa, and other people, you know, the ordinary Mwananchi, the ones who own the country, the voter. So this product, while I think amazing, it's very, what I would call Australians, they're the great surfers. I personally, if you had to ask me, and maybe my team can also vote, I think you also said there's another one called Grow Blanks, very surfing. How many people in Kenya surf? I may not know, probably not so many. Then you had Tortoise, also Circularity Space, of course, the drinks, the throwing away can. If the solution doesn't work, let's say people don't throw the cans into that bin that has that automatic thing, is there a fallback? I think there still is. Maybe just the old-time collection, the old-time sorting of waste. For me, I think these Tortoise Holdings, for me, I think would carry the day if I was in your group, because everyone, 90% of Kenyans have mobile chargers. I don't know where they go to. I know they cannot form a clothesline. If somebody can, and e-waste is a huge problem. People have 2-3 mobiles, they have to throw away. Chargers actually don't last, at least the cheap ones or the replacement ones. That's what I'd go with. Maybe the team, Simone and Cecil, please assist break the tie break.
I was also very curious when I read the introduction of all these startups, when I read about these boards, because I understand that normally the boards are made of not very good Puritan plastics. So of course it would be great if it was biodegradable. I don't know how big the problem is with ocean plastics from those boards. I'm just guessing that when people are using them, they are quite keen on getting them back. So, but maybe they had some astonishing statistics to show that it's actually
our waste management and technologies moving forward too, then it means that would be our best choice to pick, especially when we look at also global competition. You're going to meet technologies, innovations from other countries. And because we are not the same, we also still don't understand what they're bringing on board. Like Karumba said, the fallback, of course, if it fails, then it means you still have some other places you might be falling on. I agree with that. For grow blanks, well, like you say, the products don't look more Kenyan, but by virtue that the technology is based in Kenya and working in Kenya to bring the surfboards, we might not be having uses. So it means, as an idea, it will really require a lot of work to be able to bring on board uses, market intelligence, product activation, and things like that. But then I did not want to speak much on this because we discussed it at our level, but probably other judges can still contribute. And I'm happy, Karumba, because you have an idea of all these companies we are bringing on board. So from experience and how knowledge, how you know them and the workings, that is really a good guide to moving forward. So thank you. Probably let other people discuss and support us.
Yeah, Cecil.
Maybe if I can just also jump in here and sort of our to shed some more light on our discussion. We struggle a bit with finding the balance between sort of what is the objective of this competition and what should we sort of reward. As I understand it, it is an idea stage competition, so we shouldn't necessarily reward businesses for simply being further down the funnel in terms of being clear about and having solved all the early issues. And that's why we've also sort of valued a bit higher that you probably normally would when you're evaluating a business, but we valued a bit higher sort of the idea itself and the way that that idea, even though not perfectly carved out, may influence sort of our futures. And that's why a company or an idea like Circularity Space, though facing many issues, the fact that they deal with waste management in a new way that demands a cultural shift was very interesting. But we also admit super challenging and very unlikely to succeed, especially the way it looks today. So they would need to pivot a lot, but that's exactly what a competition like this can help them do. And I also agree that surfing is likely not what you wouldn't think of Kenya when you first mentioned surfing. And the way we thought of it was that this is really, if you think of it locally, what they're doing is taking a byproduct from agave production, using it to create value. If that product or sort of that process is patented, is there a way that that product could also be used for other things, other products that at this moment use damaging, what's it called, like alternatives? Is there then a way for Kenya to actually be a production hub for that kind of material in the future? And what kind of labor opportunities would that mean, especially in these semi-arid areas where agave is produced? So that was sort of the ideas. But I think all of the companies did a really great job, and all of them have an element that we would like to promote further.
All right, I think very useful insights. And I'm listening, and other people also have to, please give in your insight. I hear about, I think you are perfectly right that we shouldn't reward more clarity more than the strength of the idea. But then that means that if Globlanks succeeded, how many people would the solution touch? Millions, 10 billion, 1 billion people. And then there will still be motivation to move from their current solution. Yeah. Anyone else with something to add? And it's okay to make a decision. Let's not also hedge. Because we are judges, like the election petition, they have to make a decision either way. Yeah. Anything? Simone, did you have anything to add? Any other team member from the group A?
I wonder if the other team, if you want to hear a little bit more about the ones we had chosen.
Of course, yes. We would.
So and how we reasoned, I guess, because there were all of them were great. Crucial Nature that we put first, who does these plant bags out of, they actually started with, okay, so someone is doing kombucha, which has this, is it like it's not a mushroom, what is it? It's something.
A healthy tea.
Yeah, the tea product, but the thing that develops this healthy thing. So anyway, they can use that, which was sort of groundbreaking, and hopefully kombucha will also grow. Now, they call it cellulose pellicle. So what do they do with that cellulose? And of course, they said that the raw material was not a problem for expansion, because I figured how many drink kombucha actually, but it sounded like they have it covered. So that is quite new and great. That's why we chose them. I don't know about the comparison to the boards, but also changing the material. We had another one who did planks out of waste material, but we figured it wasn't as new and innovative, because we've seen several others do similar things with pressing materials together to planks. Yeah, so that's just how we chose between.
Yeah, I think if I would add, because the other team, in addition to what Simona has said, the crucial nature is able to use this kombucha byproducts to make biodegradable tree potting paper. Right now, we know we use plastics, and once we plant a tree, we leave it by the side or it's washed away. I've never seen people collecting it, or they just burn it or dump it anywhere. So we thought that was quite innovative to solve an existing problem as people plant trees. The other one, maybe very quickly, is So Precise. Maybe just to include everybody, Cecil, you can explain what they told us. So Precise. Because Simona has assisted us as one. Cecil, can you do it or I do it? Okay. As we wait for him to unmute, this is an IT first-led company that is able to connect farmers with market information and with soil or farm data, and to create efficiencies. So, for example, they would understand when the soil is becoming a bit dry. Then they're able to connect the farmer to an irrigation kit where they're sharing economy. Somebody can onboard it on demand, get the irrigation kit on demand based on it being required at that time. Also, that information can tap into market selling information and market trends, and also the farm care, what the plant needs. So we thought from an innovation point of view, I know there have been other products around that, but I think technology can grow and it's important. They are targeting lots of farmers. The technology still needs work to commercialize it and make it successful, but I think it addresses an important challenge. Great. So, what does the other team think of these two innovations? We thought if we did two, and you did two, we'd easily rank number 1, 2, easily in quotes, and then have a number 3, instead of doing 3, then trying to whittle them down to the first 3. It's just
we can just say that the second runner-up that we had, that was actually just like you, we were tiptoeing it, was EcoPower. They make electrical bodas, and they also have this system of charging points or swapping the batteries along the routes. But we figured this So Precise was more innovative and in a newer space than the e-mobility space. Right or wrong, it's like you said, what are we actually now trying to? So how do we choose 3 from these 5 now then, or are we just gonna say out loud what we feel? Because I noticed you guys used a little bit of a different way of giving points, so it's a bit hard to compare. We were up on 200 something for ours, and since you use a different point system, so it's not really equivalent.
Okay, so I think what we could do, because when a jury discusses, then people have to discuss. I feel Group A, Room A really maybe has good understanding of what we've done, and in case they have any questions, they can ask us. And we also have a clear understanding of their innovations, circularity space. I might also say, while the innovation is good, it imposes a cost on the user, although there are rewards. So for it, and in terms of deployment, you have to get companies and organizations spending to earn points. So in terms of deployment, I think there'll be a bit of more thinking around that. So, but that's fine. I would like, so that we make space before KCIC starts to tell us they have got 2 minutes. Maybe, Anne, I'll give you the difficult task of starting, and then Peter, please just pick up. And what would you rate as number 1, number 2? All these innovations are great, as KCIC told us to be here, but then it's our work to make judges, and that's how we earn our keep today. And really, in this space, I know some technology that probably will not win, may come out to be very good in future, but you have to make a decision. So we can have Anne alphabetically go first. What would you rank as number 1, 2, and 3? And then we can work the numbers out. Then Peter will be next. We proceed like that.
Thank you. Tough task. Okay, so if I were to invest in any of these businesses, the ones that I choose as number 1, 2, 3 would not necessarily be the ones I would actually invest in at this very stage. But what I think is that competitions like this and initiatives like this is also here to sort of promote the ones and the ideas that isn't necessarily commercially ready from day one, or sort of where the business case isn't necessarily cracked already. And that's why they need the support of sort of the community and the sparring with different judges and different partners to crack that nut. So that's sort of the logic that I'm using to select number 1, 2, 3. And based on that, I would love to see GrowBlanks develop many more products based on this byproduct from the agave production, because I can see how that can globally help a problem with finding alternatives to plastic while locally generating employment here. I would love to see circularity space change the way waste is valued in Kenya and in East Africa more broadly. And I would love to see, this is only what I've heard from you, but I would love to see So Precise, was that it? Help farmers increase their yields and get access to markets, even though I don't understand that technology entirely, but just based on the lines that you just shared.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you for your useful contribution. Peter?
Yeah, thank you so much, Karumba. I think Anne and myself in the team argued from the same angle, and especially where we picked on the growth, where we picked on the growth planks, in terms of also creating local suppliers, and also looking at the global space of supply chains and business interactions with the global export markets. So we felt growth blanks would really create that. But then also in our number 2, we really pushed forward for circularity space, because like for me, I'm looking at it also in terms of the global competition, but also providing local solutions. I'm not sure about what you say about circularity space, because you have an idea, you've worked with them. But to me, in terms of providing local solutions and guidance, that is where, for me, I would look at our pilot, if they're going to do a pilot anyway. I'm not sure whether they have already done that in Nairobi. But working with specific estates or towns or cities to look at that technology and how to scale it up the point and is an interesting bit of it. So I pushed for those two to be able to move forward. On the other side, from the little explanation you have given, I liked your number one. That was quite an interesting part, which really, from the explanations you have given, that was interesting. I was just going through the profile and the brief description that was shared, and still, I think I would choose them. That's my view.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Cecil? Maybe somebody can give Cecil a quick call.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So from what I've had, I still choose crucial nature as our number one, because I've seen the value it has and the impact it would have on society. Number two, I would choose from the other side.
Is it just me struggling to hear, Cecil, or it's everyone?
Oh, okay. You can't hear me well.
I hear
too.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yes, number one, I said is crucial nature. Then number two, from the other team, there's a behavioral change in it that I like in it. So in recycling waste, so that's the one I would choose. And then number three, I would choose the so precise. So those are the three I will choose.
Sorry, I think my network was down. So you said your number one is?
Crucial nature.
Crucial, yeah. Then number two?
It's called critical space, if I'm not wrong.
Circularity space.
Circularity space, yes. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, fine.
And then number three.
So precise.
Yeah, so precise.
That's fine. Simone?
I had similar. I still like crucial nature and what they're doing, and the circularity, using something that can totally push away the plastics, which is of course what grow blanks are doing as well. So, but now I choose to go with the crucial nature because I also see that the usage of that product, I also see, just like you, if they can change and replace one type of plastic in one type of area, perhaps also crucial nature can also utilize that kind of new plastic in other usages. So that is why I choose them. And then me, I come from the waste management space myself, and now circularity space, I've met with them also, so I know what they're doing. They're really onto something. I like the idea, just like you explained it. They are really aiming high with AI and everything. We don't know if Kenya ever is going to reach there, but that would be wonderful. And definitely they are disrupting and putting seedlings in people's heads so that they start thinking of waste management as something that is actually worth a lot of technology and not just something that we are discarding and nobody wants to do anything with. So that is great. And then as the third, I go with so precise. So I follow your lead, Cecil, in this.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Judge number 5 is Zablon. Have we heard from you?
I don't believe he came back after the break. Actually, I don't see him in the room. But oh, sorry. Go ahead, Peter.
No, I'm just saying Zablon left.
Okay. Peter?
Yeah.
Oh, Peter, you're giving us your choices. Okay.
I already had my choices. Yes.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 6 is
Zablon, maybe if I could speak for Zablon, Zablon's thought was on growth blanks and then Tortoise Holding, because he felt Tortoise Holding would really provide local solutions to the million users of mobile phones.
Okay. And did he have a third and final choice?
That one for him was circularity.
Circularity. Okay. So let me also share my thinking. I would rank there's so many nice companies. I'm beginning to say it's hard. So I would rank Crucial, Tortoise. Tortoise is because I feel this is a global problem, the e-waste for mobile phones. People have come up with ways to recycle the mobile phone, but the charger, I've not heard of many more ideas and good ideas. And then, so Peter's, okay, I like, now that I've had people talk about it, the circularity space, because of course, like people just throw cans, discard them, and there is no way to punish them or to reward them. And I think that's very useful. So I think as we move towards making a decision, I think there are some very strong themes coming out of the ranking of the 6 judges. I quite feel we can whittle them down to a few. It's not an exact science, but I see circularity space is getting a lot of points. I also see, is it
Crucial.
And also we need, what else is getting some interest? Grow blanks. What would we talk? We're not ranking now. I'm just trying to pick from these matrix what got a lot of names. Actually, can I just cancel circularity? Circularity got 3 likes. Crucial also got quite a few interests. So we have so precise, which has got a lot of liking, or so precise, crucial, or grow blanks.
So based on the notes I took, I think, what's it called? The one you had, the crucial, I forget the name. That
Crucial
one
nature.
and circularity space are at the top. Those are for sure. And then in the bubbles, we have so precise and growth blank. And then at the bottom, we have Tortoise.
Yeah.
I think the question is it growth blank or is it so precise that we're going to bring?
I would love to take so precise, because then we also have 3 totally different innovations.
Yeah.
If we are now so tied on those.
Okay, so we are saying that circularity space and crucial, maybe what is number 1? And then we can always, the one out of these 2, then we can have number 2, and then we then finish by discussing will be number 3. So Andy, if I heard you properly, I think circularity space and crucial got a lot of points. Then you have so precise, which also Simone, would vouch for. We have grow blanks. Is there a third one? Then
no, those 2. We need to decide the 3rd prize, and we need to decide the 1st prize, right? So if we start with the first prize, crucial nature, or what was it now? Circularity space. Yeah, so one is
I think
technology.
by then you would be able to pronounce
No,
them.
and the technology there, let me remind myself, is it the ones that have been working with Coca-Cola? So the bottles come in and they can see, yeah, all right, then I just double checking. So it's that one, or the crucial nature that, no, I can't even remember. I've read it 2,000 times. I'm sorry. Oh, they do the small bags for the tree plantings, seedlings, and then so can we just vote on that?
Do we need to rate them 1, 2, 3, or do we just say this is top 3?
I think we need a winner, and I don't know, but
we need to rate them. Okay, so I feel because you have to make a decision and let's protest. I think circularity space wins. Number one. Let me tell you why. I think from what I'm hearing from everybody, and you're free to correct me, I think the garbage problem is a global problem. And now that you mentioned Coca-Cola, maybe they can scale it to drinks, beers, the cans. While crucial will come number 2, of course, to that conservation, the life conservation, tree planting sector, then it has impact. Because I'm always thinking, where will be the largest impact? I think if this solution can be deployed in Brazil, in Europe, wherever, in Africa, crucial also comes up number 2. So if I say crucial is number 1 for me, circularity space is number 1, then naturally from our ranking, crucial becomes number 2.
And then I would really vote for So Precise, since that is a technology that is working more. Yeah, exactly.
Peter, your input, Cecil, your input, and your input. It's a democracy. There is no moderating here, past voting.
I mean, honestly, grow blanks, they're going to make it on their own anyways, I think. So I would be fine with promoting So Precise.
All right. So you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Grow blanks. Okay. So grow blanks, they're gonna make it on their own. It's surfing, and I heard that it's early days, but probably they're using. They currently use some for surfing, but about replacing it. Yeah. Okay, I know. Cecil, what would you go with between? Okay, you had already gone with So Precise in our team. The other coach should we hear from? Peter.
Yes. Is it Peter? Are you? Okay.
Peter,
you mean myself?
Yes, you yourself.
Oh. Me, I got distracted. I felt in love with Circularity. Yeah. Then I also felt in as number 1. Then I felt in love also with the other one is called Crucial Nature. Yes, that was my number 2. And then number 3 is So Precise.
Okay, lovely. That's fine. I think because of the need to balance between technology innovation and I'm now saying circularity economy, but circular economies, maybe we can go with that. I would have loved to see the mobile, because I have so many chargers at home, I don't know what to do. But that's fine. Yeah, but that's fine. So I think we can return a verdict to the team. Obviously, it was very competitive, but for the KCIC team, unless you have any other comments, on balance, circularity space comes number 1, crucial number 2, So Precise number 3. Any comments? I don't want anyone to go to Serena and start to have their own camp from the judges. Can we say that is the agreed position?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, we agree.
We agree.
Well done, Karumba.
Okay, thank you.
It's good.
All right, what's next?
So what's next now, Benjamin?
Wow. Oh, thanks. I think this has been the longest jury discussion I have been part of.
But we were very much late also in the.
Yeah, but I think
anyway.
it also goes to show the strength of innovations that are present in the competition. Yeah, thanks a lot for that. I think we've come to an amicable decision. I know, Erastus, you've taken note of the conclusion. So you'll be able to communicate with the communication team as we get to relay the announcement of the winners. So Karumba, once we get onto the main room, we'll just be able to debrief in terms of the judging, what you're able to see from a general point of view. Yeah, and then from there we'll
really commend everybody because
yeah,
it's
sure.
really great.
Yeah, I think as we said from the onset, everyone is a winner in this. So it's something that we all read from on the same page. Then you'll be able to announce the winners from the third runners-up to the winner. And then from there, we'll close off the competition.
Lovely.
Under your guidance, all these guest speaker, highlight videos are happening on the other rooms while you are discussing.
Yes, sure. Okay,
that's fine. I'm happy to do that. I understand. Yes, I think the innovations are strong.
Sure.
It's early days, but we can. I'm ready to announce because it's way past 2.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so let's just leave this and get on to the main room.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. So we are having the judges deliberating on the performance, and we wish everyone well. So we would like to hear from past CLP winners on how they are doing. So today we have Nora Mageto and Isaiah Odak. Those are 2021 winners, those who went through the whole experience of CLP and emerged. And it would just be nice to listen to their experiences and how their innovations are doing so far. I would like to invite Nora Magero. Sorry, I had initially pronounced it as Mageto. It should be Magero. Karibu.
Thank you so much, Vincent. Thank you for unmuting me, Benjamin. And it's such an honor to be back here for this cohort of CLP. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Nora.
Awesome. I'd like to put a video on, but my connectivity is so shaky. So I could risk putting it on, then we lose this connection since I'm attending the Africa Climate Week in Gabon. But I just want to first congratulate all of you who made it for this year's CLP cohort. This should be the regional cohort that is currently happening right now, and I bet you are pitching for the regional finals. So congratulations to you all. And just to give a brief, my organization is called Drop Access. And the time when we were pitching for CLP, actually getting to the CLP program, we were pitching for something called efficient cooling. And to us, efficient cooling was a way of trying to provide literally efficient cooling technologies to the healthcare sector, but also to the food sector by manufacturing low-cost, efficient solar-powered refrigerators to be distributed within the Kenyan market and even beyond. So we fronted our product that has taken so much precedence in our organization, and that's Vaxibox. And when we joined CLP in 2021, I was just a fresh engineer getting into the entrepreneurship scene, and I always really thank going through the CLP process and even team to be mentored through. And we had to unlearn most of what we know and know how to structure our business and how to target it to be able to attract customers in the market, how to sell the value proposition. And that is something that came really immensely for us as a big change on how we communicated our business, because essentially we manufacture refrigerators in Kenya, something that is not being done often, and we are trying to compete with global providers of equally good quality solar refrigerators. But what we tried to do differently, we make our fridges portable. Our fridges are portable to target the logistical services and the cold chain gaps in that chain, mostly in the healthcare sector, but also in the food sector, because our fridges are equally adaptable for use for dairy farmers, vegetable farmers, and just other smallholder farmers. And we were attempting to do something obviously that hasn't been done before, manufacturing these facilities here. And obviously, we were very, very skeptical on how we're going to pass this in the Kenyan market, a very skeptical market, especially when it comes to technology. So going through the CLP, we went through the regional competition, learned how to pitch, used the basic pitch deck that was provided. And to be honest, that pitch that we did for the regional that even got us to win the regional final as well as the national final, same pitch and the same structure, has always been our basis for structuring our pitch, for communicating it to investors and also communicating it to other partners who want to come in on board and give us technical support. So we also learned as a team on how to position our business, because we ended up not being just equal, but then we transitioned now to Drop Access Limited as a company, because our market size obviously changed. It expanded much more through the support that we got from CLP, and also how to figure out niche markets that we can capitalize on and also make it a competitive angle for us. And we went through with our proposal for Vaxibox and also just solar refrigeration through the regional finals to the national finals and even competing in the globally. Obviously, we didn't win the global final, but I always look at it like that's really not the end goal of going through a program such as CLP, because this is really just a platform to be able to craft your business within a very short period of time, but then to learn from a team of experts who can guide you on the best way to communicate it. For us, communication came out as a very big aspect, because if you can't communicate what you're selling, you can't communicate your numbers the best way to be understood, to have justification and explanation for that, then really nobody's going to buy the idea. And I'm pretty sure you've understood that as you are going through the business development with the mentors for CLP. And through all those steps is what we've always communicated our business, and communication for us has really come in handy in able to get even global publicity of what Vaxibox is doing to people. And I can say where we are right now, when we started the CLP program, we had just let me just think straight. I think we done the working prototype and we're launching it in the market. We were very, very skeptical about it because we'd received skepticism from the market, but then we really got to understand that the stage we were at, it was okay to have the skepticism because we had built this refrigerator. To be honest, it was really very basic. You have stainless steel and insulation. Then we decided to up it up with adding remote monitoring to give us a value proposition. And we also learned on how to have additional components in your products to improve the value proposition that gives you an upper hand. And for us, that's now the IoT solution came in. When the IoT solution as by the way of what the market demanded, but then we also came to learn that it's a very big, strong point for us to have an IoT solution embedded in our fridge, because most products in the market are not really having the IoT solution. So having crafted our business through this also just helped us to be able to sell it out in the global platform. And also while we were building the business, you know, there is one part of building a product to ensure that it fits in the market, to ensure that people actually like it. You know, at the end of the day, it's when somebody say, I'm going to buy it, that's the biggest justification. It doesn't matter who in this area can tell you, oh, your business is so nice, it has so much potential. The only potential is when that customer tells you that I'm going to pay actual money for this. And then there's one thing about them promising and also actually paying. So for us, building the first prototype, testing out in the market, going through the process of structuring the business to be an actual business that can be communicated and liked with people, and also putting it through verifications of winning the regional finals and also the national finals give us a bit of validation and also so much communication backup to what we are building and how viable it is and how important it is also for the climate space. But then also we were able to advance our prototype to be much more robust. As of now, we have the version 2 of the Vaxibox refrigerator that we built, and also we're able to get the IPs for the fridge itself. The copyrights for the IoT solution is really a big value proposition, and also beyond that, I think for us we've really grown because we have eventually gone beyond post-revenue. We actually have achieved post-revenue officially this year when some of the market segment that we hadn't really targeted, but then learn about it through the program. We try to venture out by reaching out to individual organizations and funders to be able to buy our refrigerators. And luckily, somebody actually just decided to give us money, not even give us money, basically just purchase 5 fridges from us. And now we're having more purchases being done because that's simple. And the first purchase was enough validation for us in the market that people actually do want to buy our product. They trust it and they're willing to walk the journey with us. But what we've also learned is that as an entrepreneur, there's always that temptation to perfect your product or your service. You cannot perfect it in your desk, at your workstation, at your company. The market actually perfects your product. So you're putting it out there in the market and you get a response. Like for us, putting out the fridge out in the market, then we're being told, you need to change this, you need to change the size. To us, a really broad development that we need right now that are near market ready, although essentially we are in the market. So we learned that the hard way because my team was heavily engineering and we were focused on developing the product to make it really good, to be developing the fridge. But then we learned that the first time we went to market and tested it out,
Nora, you're through? Yeah, so thank you very much, Nora, for sharing your experience. Could we now have Isaiah? Lisbeth, kindly unmute Isaiah.
Hello everybody. It's a great pleasure to be with you guys today. I've really enjoyed most of the pitches, and of course, as my colleague Nora said, we were there last year, and indeed we were runners up. And Vincent, can you hear me properly?
Very, very proper.
Yes. Yeah, I was really enjoying Nora when she was talking, and actually I recognized quite a lot what she was saying, and I think she could be more imprecise than I am, but one of the things that I recognize very well is actually a journey. Already, even to be in CLP finals is really a big thing. And I think because a lot of parameters are actually looked at, from your entrepreneurship skills to your product, to your market, and actually is vindicated when you come to the finals. And I think what is more important about CLP that I really enjoyed a lot was it's really local. You really get, they do understand our setting very well, and participating in them and saying that your product reaches the final, really you should take it from that face value that actually you have really reached the finals, and it opens a lot of doors. I myself come from Homa Bay County, and I saw that from Wabo Majisafi, which is actually a water ATM, and it's a technical solution, but I mean, it is a new time. We're in 2022, and I think Africa is coming up with technical solutions, and the world is slowly really embracing. Of course, one of our, working with the MSAFI, one of our biggest idea is, I mean, of course, is the new thing of the M-Pesa as just, it's the biggest support that you can get into this whole system. But I can tell you, this is just the beginning of it. Once you are really passed through this and you have checked your market, actually the journey begins. And that's not been really a walk in the park for us as well, being on a technical, technical solution. And at these times, I mean, people don't really, I mean, when you talk, our industrial setting is just coming up. And I think we look forward to be the new industrial revolutionists to be speaking. And it has been quite a challenge. At the same time, I still believe one of the biggest catapult for us was participation in CLP, because even back in my village, they recognized that what we were doing actually made sense. And I asked them why, because actually CLP said so. So CLP confirmed the idea that actually your idea can really supersedes what is on the place. But of course, you have to really look at it like one of the areas that we get really moment of is the manufacturing. Now, I mean, our ideas are amazing. They're really, they make sense. And then how do we now produce them so that we can now penetrate the market that we talked about with all these amazing figures. Now the journey begins. Apparently for us, it has been also, I would say that partly also, I don't say that I would say luck, but anyway, we get these angel producers who are really investors who say, hey guys, here is the money. Work on your from prototype. I mean, 1 year ago, I was on a prototype. This year, I'm talking about a product. I'm talking about a fully developed product, so it can really go very fast as well. And one of and the market is also there, because so long as problems are there, the market is there. And I think none of the participants should be afraid that his product has not been, has not won or has not been selected to the next level. The most important level is this level, because as ourselves we went through acceleration program, but still remembering from CLP, that was our basic line, because it really helped us define also our market. It really helped us really understand our customers and move from so many assumptions. Of course, it is not something that we are taking for granted, and I hope you guys don't take this for granted and don't feel bad that you or feel that your time has been wasted, or no. This is just the beginning, and I think I would encourage each and every of you to really look. I'm serving so many positive things, so many good news. Of course, one of the biggest things, which I think Nora also mentioned to you, is the network, even amongst yourselves here. Very many times I knock back to Nora and ask, hey Nora, how was this? Sometimes Nora has some ideas to say, hey, what became stuffy? Go for this competition. And we are the latest one was like Bayer, we're in the final, and I got it through Nora. So I thought like the biggest support is the network amongst yourselves. And I think this is like the breakthrough in this whole, I won't say it, but this is the biggest support you can get. And of course, once in a while, we do get some moment where we're stuck. We go back to KICC and say, hey guys, KCIC, hey, do you have this idea? How we define that? So I think one of the things that I do say, guys, this is yeah, I mean, just to get to see, I've seen a lot of good stuff already today. And I think some of you, and I think actually all of you are going to go very fast. Don't just let anybody tell you that you cannot do it, because the CLP has vindicated that you can do it. And I think stick to that. But I think the journey just begins. And good thing is, it's all going to be really amazing journey moving forward. And yeah, I can tell you so much. I can go into the market segment. I can go, but I know it's really just look at it as step by step. I mean, I'm moving from prototype now to going into my product, and now really now venturing into my real market. And go, so it is really a journey, and that's how we should treat it. And I can say more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isaiah. That is very inspirational, talking from the heart, and really, you know, sharing right from the heart. And that is very, very useful for those our contestants going forward. So we want to, as we give judges a little bit of time to conclude, there's a video from last year's competition that needs to play. Lisbeth, we can have it up.
And now to the most awaited, coming at position 1. It's none other but
ClimateLaunchPad is one of the world's largest green business idea competition, whose mission is basically to unlock world clean technology potential that addresses climate change. So ClimateLaunchPad has been here with us as Kenya Climate Innovation since 2017. But globally, they have done a number of 7 editions actually. So KCIC and Climate-KIC, who are the initial proponents for Kenya Climate Innovation Center, actually started this competition just to ensure that they create a global community of innovators who are determined to address the impact of climate change through entrepreneurship. We have teams that will be pitching to us in different thematic areas so that we can be able to pick the 2 that will then from each thematic area that will then pitch in the finals.
My name is Bernard Mucheke, the Executive Director of Community Shelter Works.
My name is Godfrey Simiyu Katiambo, the founder of Inonit Limited.
I am Esther Wanjiru Kimani, and I present a solution, Zero Carbon Boards.
My names are Japhet Mucheka, the CEO and founder of Irismart.
My name is Margaret Wanjiko from Kingdom Clothesline.
My name is Ian Ruthi, and our business idea is rethinking how drinking water is packaged in a bid to reduce plastic waste.
Growing up in rural regions of this country was quite challenging for our family, as we had to rely on kerosene for lighting and firewood for cooking. This posed other issues like health issues among the family. Climate change knows no boundary. In order for us to achieve sustainable growth globally, we need to work with the inclusion of rural communities. Our deal: at Clean Energy for Food Security, we provide affordable off-grid energy services to off-grid rural households at a price of 6.8 cents per unit. Our beachhead market is Kenya, where we expect to work with 200,000 rural off-grid households between 2021 and 2030, therefore generating a profit of 9.8 million euros. Later on, scale out in East Africa region between 2031 and 2036, among 600,000 rural off-grid households, generating a profit of 29.4 million euros. And in later stages, rollout in Africa between 2037 and 2042, among 1 million rural households, generating a profit of 48.9 million euros. At 300 euros per unit, Our product is the most cost-effective energy storage compared to other existing clean energy storage products in the market. By using our product, our customers are able to save 82.6% in comparison to kerosene and 50% in comparison to other existing energy storage. Furthermore, our product is more eco-friendly as it recycles clean air, and also it provides cool air which can be used for storage. It has two-in-one services where it can produce energy and refrigeration at the same time. It cleans the air. Also, it's energy efficient because if you have input of 1 kilowatt, you can release 3 kilowatts output. It's also cost effective because at a cost of 300 per kilowatt, you're able to provide electricity. Currently on patenting and licensing, our product uses clean air to drive the compressor. Air is stored and compressed at 250 bars in the compressor chambers, and energy is, at the same time, electricity is generated for household usage, and also cool clean air is generated for cold storage component. At night, compressed air is released, thermal energy energizes the air to generate electricity, which is still used for the household communities, and air as a byproduct is tapped for the cold storage facility. In order to understand our product, we had to interview 1,200 rural off-grid households. During our pilot phase, we had key assumptions. Households lacked access to energy power, and also there was anticipation of cooperation from the local and central government. Major key learning into this was the need of extra services among the communities, and also there was need for service development and communication engagement among the community, where we expect to use pay-as-you-go model as a model for our payment. With 40% of our beachhead market, we expect to generate a revenue of a profit of 9.7 million euros. Key drivers to this is lack of access of other modern energy services, and also we are guaranteeing a reliable low cost of energy. And also there's need for other services such as crop loss prevention and management at a lower cost, and also charging us for the funds. With 40% of our beach market and average usage of 70%, we save 12,630 tons of carbon dioxide emission, thereby reducing carbon footprint by 89%. Team and founder's dream. We have I, Bronson Arogwa, also the co-founder, risk analysis and management of the program, with over 7 years experience in project management. We have Professor Willis Owino, who is the cold storage component lead, with over 20 years experience in food technology and post-harvest technologies. We have Dr. Patrick Medio, who is also the clean energy technical lead, with over 20 years experience in clean energy technology. Rachel Olwanda, also the co-founder. She's also in charge of strategy and business management, with over 18 years experience in strategic development with UN bodies. We have Esther Mareka, who is also a co-founder, business development and financial officer with over 14 years experience in portfolio management. Founder's dream, we aim to provide decentralized renewable energy to 1,000 off-grid households within 2 years, increase the proportion of renewable energy in the national energy mix by 1,567 megawatts in 5 years, and last but not least, establish a network of 400,000 off-grid energy households in 8 years.
I think it's a great solution that you're providing. The solution is clear.
It's 13 hours.
The problem is clear. About now, how to practically roll it out. Have you thought about now what would mean for your competition? Who are your competitors? And then, like in our offices here, we have solar. Yeah, we have more energy than we need, but you're not able to distribute the extra energy we have to the nearby households. So are those challenges that you have looked at and found ways of mitigating them or going around them?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, now that's the solution which you're providing, because currently you're not able to tap the solar, which is generated excessively through the FAB's free air battery. It doesn't use any lead acid, it doesn't use any ions, it's just air, which is taps and compressed in form of energy. Then later when you need the energy, it is released as cool air and clean air, which ionizes the air and electricity generated for household for later use.
Okay, so you've not looked at any foreseeable challenges and found ways or any risks in rolling out your business?
We had some challenges. The good thing we did piloting in Embu, and one of the challenges was the solar. We realized there was quite, when it is less solar, it was quite challenging. Our product will produce up to around 10 hours production in terms of the energy. But right now, as you're talking, We scaled up, we add additional compressors whereby it can store energy to produce energy up to 16 hours, but we still to again research further so that we can have at least around 48 or between 36 to 48 hours in terms of production, so that we can be able to maximize the little sunlight available in the regions within the continent.
Hello everybody. Imagine waking up every morning at 4 a.m. and walking miles and miles in search of clean drinking water instead of preparing for school. This was my reality. It is a reality for many of my cousins and sisters. Do you know 9.9 million Kenyans drink directly from contaminated water sources? 80% of diseases are waterborne related and leading cause of death among children under the age of 5. Reality is climate change is already here. Water scarcity, floods and droughts are displacing mostly the already vulnerable communities. So to adapt and have resilient communities, we have come up with an end-to-end solution, Maji Safi ATM. The deal. We provide decentralized water management services to middle-sized schools and institutions for €80 per month. With one stone, we let two birds fly. We bring water and education together. Our beachhead market starts at the western part of Kenya, home to Lake Victoria and major water tributaries. By 2026, we believe we can have active services in 2,700 schools, making an annual profit of more than €1.5 million. We have the potential of growing up to €7.5 million worth in emerging markets. Customer value proposition. Schools are central in terms of location and population around the water sources. Efficiency and services are the key to unlocking this potential. Therefore, we are cutting our niche in the market with our services and monthly maintenance cost. We are 85% cheaper to our customers compared to NFC ATM. We are a standalone solution, pay and go, refill, no landfill, no daily vendor, no tokens, and no internet needed. Other social impacts are more children have access to clean and safe water, a cleaner environment devoid of plastic pollution. More children, especially girls, will attend school. You educate a girl, you educate a whole village. Our product, Maji Safi ATM as a water treatment component, meaning we can operate from any water source, be it borehole, surface water. It is easy to use with 3 taps, remotely controlled. It is fully automated, solar powered, and based on cloud services system control. The user chooses in local language the quality of water and the liters. M-Pesa mobile money is integrated. It enables the user to pay with any type of phone. Our customer is provided with a real-time data dashboard. Our competitive advantages are we are licensed and have tested our prototype at different locations. We embrace traditional banking system, Kosalo. It is water banking, not just buying water. The hardware is durable in all weather and made from upcycled locally available materials. For our customer discovery, we did more than 30 interviews at our pilot locations, 8 schools, 2 hospitals. Parents do value their children drinking water, clean water. What we learned, schools spend large amount of money on health issues. Schools can adapt to water harvesting because of massive rooftops and boreholes around schools. My mother wanted a future for me. So do all the parents for their children. Financials. In our beachhead market, we will make an annual profit of more than €1.5 million per year. With 2,700 customers, we're looking at a profit of €550 per customer per year. Our beachhead market counts for 18,000 schools. We expect to have a 15% market share. We aim to serve the customer for at least 5 years. This gives a profit of €2,700 per customer and the life of a customer with a churn of 3%. Climate impact. Instead of communities walking far to collect non-revenue untreated water and boiling it with firewood, we provide treated water. The difference in impact is calculated per year and the total impact is calculated for 33 million liters of water, saving 1.3 kg CO2 per liter. We save 44,000 tons of CO2 emission per year. This equals to 2 million trees. Our solution will help people to adapt to water scarcity, mitigate deforestation, and connect human development with the biosphere. The founders' dream and team. We are 5 co-founders with diverse backgrounds and with more than 10 years of experience. Andrew, lead in logistics and financial administration. Valerie, environmentalist and water specialist. Saskia does project management and education design. Christine, our tech guru, and me, the community sales and marketing lead. We dream to make clean and safe water accessible and affordable to more than 5 million underserved population by 2026. Cut down deforestation by 60% within the community served. achieving a valuation of 4.5 million euro by 2026. I believe ending poverty begins with clean water. Thank you.
Well done. I've liked your presentation and the passion in it. Mine is just a question. Are you planning to do integration? Because I thought it's actually a proposal, not a question. Are you planning to integrate your water ATM to water harvesting solutions for schools and institutions? Because I think that would work very well for you. And possibly at household level, would you get small units that could replace the water dispensers that we know of?
Thank you so much, Jess. I'm just so excited about your question as well, because when we went with the water purification to schools, most of the schools, the first thing they said is like, we don't have water source. And what we have is just borehole there, and in dry season, it really gets really dried. And apparently what's really good about the climate change, it also woke people up. If you look at the school roofs, they have a massive roofs. And if you can harvest this water, which we did because we started from water purification. So we did 14 schools, and immediately they become actually water secure schools when we were doing purification before we moved to our innovation of the ATM. So water harvesting is one of the areas that actually schools, hospitals, big community churches, there's so much rooftop, and they don't connect this to even the floods filling Lake Victoria from the Bay where we come from. So if you can harvest this, it would be amazing. But also we have small units that, for homes that would be, we have not really reached there. But I hope that when we reach that bridge where we're able to do it in the homes, would be such a brilliant thing. You know, you look at Kenya, people still really don't drink really clean water, and they don't connect that to health. So I think a lot of people would appreciate that as well. But now, because of urban solution, we're also looking at really big, and that's why we even use like our system is actually integrated with M-Pesa, where we use the normal Nokia to really serve the people. But thank you so much for that. I think that's a brilliant way to look for future innovations as well.
When I gave birth to my baby in 2018, I faced a lot of challenges getting her vaccinated. I live in the rural Makueni, and sometimes our clinic turned us away because the vaccines had spoiled. The clinic faced unreliable power challenges. Today, Kenya needs to vaccinate each and every single citizen against the COVID-19. As a country, do we have the infrastructure, the energy, and the technology to deliver such a kind of program? My name is Nora Magero. I'm the co-founder of Efficient Cooling, Equal, and we're bridging the cold chain gap in healthcare. We're selling a portable solar vaccine fridge called VaxiBox to healthcare facilities at 630 euros per fridge. In the beachhead market, Kenya, we're targeting 7,000 healthcare users by 2024 at a valuation of 4.4 million euros. These healthcare users include level 3 and below healthcare facilities, dispensaries and pharmacies that can conduct vaccinations, and blood banks. In East Africa, we're targeting 40,000 healthcare users by 2026 at a valuation of 25.2 million euros. And in the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, we're targeting 200,000 healthcare users by 2030 at a valuation of 63 million euros. VaxiBox is offering to reduce vaccine wastage by 80%. To serve the beachhead market, every year, VaxiBox will create electricity savings of 633,500 euros to keep vaccines cold. VaxiBox is portable, it weighs 20 kg and has a capacity of 40 liters. It can easily be mounted on a motorbike, bicycle, or a boat, so that blood, vaccines, and other healthcare items can be deployed to the remotest, most off-grid, and hardest to reach healthcare facilities and communities to supply equitable healthcare services. It keeps vaccines cold 24/7, it's solar powered, and comes with a 12-hour battery backup. It's integrated with a data management platform, a remote monitoring and data collection capability through internet, Bluetooth, and GPS. And the most important thing, VaxiBox is locally manufactured here in Kenya. This allows us to give a solid after-sales support structure for our clients. So we're in the process for applying for a patent. We interviewed 250 people, including nurses, patients, and healthcare administrators. What we learned was that VaxiBox will increase weekly vaccinations by 150% and also increase cold storage capacity by 80% while promoting accurate data recording and collection. We also learned that these rural facilities transport vaccines from the repository to their facilities each week. They also form 70% of the healthcare institutions that lack reliable power. They also face bias and inaccurate data capture methodologies. In our 5th year of operation,
at a product price of 630 euros per fridge and a profit margin of 291 euros per fridge by capturing 50% of the market to supply 20,000 Vaxibox units. We foresee generating an annual profit margin of 1.94 million euros, with the key value drivers being the net profit, the live customer years, and the market share. By capturing 50% of the market, of the beachhead market, Vaxibox will save 151,400 metric tons of CO2 from being released into the atmosphere. This is equivalent to not burning 300,000 barrels of oil to generate electricity. In a nutshell, Vaxibox is reducing carbon emissions by 84% compared to generating electricity to keep vaccines cold. And the team to deliver this is myself, Nora Magero. I have 6 years of experience in the energy industry. James Mulacha is a product development manager and has 6 years of experience in the healthcare industry. Ivy Siovata presents over 10 years of experience in the healthcare business development, while Abigail Mbula has 2 years of experience in research and development. Our dream is to equip 40,000 healthcare facilities in sub-Saharan Africa by 2026 with a Vaxibox fridge. This will in turn inject an additional 2,000 jobs in the manufacturing, energy, and healthcare industry by the same year, and also see us have a valuation of 9.7 million euros by 2026. With Vaxibox, I know that my daughter, any child under the age of 5, and all Kenyans stand a chance of being fully vaccinated. Thank you.
My question is on data capture. How is Vaxibox integrated in terms of managing whatever contents will be in there? Because we know that the medical field is quite sensitive. So does Vaxibox come with an integration with hospital data? Are you able to monitor what goes out and what comes in of the Vaxibox? Number 2, why Vaxibox when we know that most, if not all, medical facilities are equipped with, or rather, what is the niche from the sample of 250 customers that you did? What is the demand like for Vaxibox? I don't want to be ignorant and say most have. Let's see the figures you corrected from your 250 customer sample. But I like the idea of preserving vaccinations and meds using solar. I like it, but I would want to be clear on those 2 areas that I've mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. First of all, the data capture methods and data management. So Vaxibox is integrated with something we call a smart box. It's a communication device at any one point, and all this is stored in a cloud-based platform, and we give access rights to the facility that subscribe to our platform, so that at any one point the healthcare managers are able to monitor what's going on at the vaccine fridge. Is it off? Is the door open for too long in whatever location or facility? And also the other people who will get access to the management is the district public health nurses, because they're the ones who are in charge of the vaccine data at sub-county levels. So we give them subscription rights to be able to see what's going on. Then on our end, we'll be the one who will be able to see the data that is coming in inside the cloud, because we own the cloud platform. And also, healthcare data is very, very sensitive in any African country or even in any country. So we will definitely work closely with the county government, or even just the national government and the Ministry of Health, to see how we can protect this data further, and even if they be part of the ownership of the data that we receive, whether it's the vaccine stock or the state at which vaccines has been kept. I hope that has been answered, but I'll be able to expound more. Then also, why the Vaxibox? And I like the fact that there's so many healthcare facilities that are actually getting powered with electricity and also with solar systems. So now, still there is a market of healthcare facilities that do not have electricity completely, So they have to depend on solar. So VaxiBox come in handy for them. We are also targeting the dispensaries that will soon graduate to be able to carry out deliveries of newborn babies who need to be vaccinated, or tetanus needs to be stored in appropriate storage for the mothers. And there's also the market of these facilities, the level 3 and below healthcare facilities, being able to conduct vaccination in the field, which is really, really necessary right now, even in the times of COVID. So they'll be able to check this box, even if they have another larger fridge at their facility, but they'll be able to take the vaccines in the best state, not keep them in the cold boxes with ice packs and worry that the ice packs are going to melt. But the VaxiBox will ensure that when they mount this box in the vehicle, on a boat, going to an island, or on a bicycle or a motorbike, and they get to site, they'll continue conducting vaccinations, knowing this unit, the fridge, is keeping the vaccines cold in the most appropriate temperature to ensure that the vaccines that are issuing are actually maintained in the appropriate potencies of VV1 and VV2. Currently in Kenya, what we find that most, I think over 90% of the vaccines that we get is at VV2. VV2 is the level of potency. VV1 and VV2 is best given, then VV3 and VV4 is bad. So most vaccines we get at VV2, which is just borderline to VV3. But you want to up that potency for vaccines that we get to VVM1 by ensuring that even from the repository to the health facilities to the site where vaccines are being conducted, the vaccine is kept in appropriate temperature 24/7 with no fear that the temperature fluctuations to make it less potent. We have, sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
Well, you're still there. So this box has an alternative power source, just in case, because solar is the sun. If the weather is not permissible, what is the alternative power source?
It's a battery. This box comes with an inbuilt battery that is able to last for 12 hours currently, and we hope even to be able to increase that battery capacity to go lower in terms when there is low solar resource. Like we've had periods of low solar resource in Kenya, and even the pilots that we're conducting in site is giving us insights on how we need to increase the capacity. It's called the cooling capacity of a fridge. And also, we will ensure that with the better modification and designs of VaxiBox, we increase something called the holding time. Holding time is literally the last resource. If there is no sun for a few days, the battery has died, or it has spoiled, or the solar or the electricals have failed, how long will this fridge be able to keep vaccines in the best potency, in the best cold storage? And we're able to work with VaxiBox to increase that holding time to ensure that at any one point there is cold capacity for vaccines. But for now, we have a 12-hour battery backup.
Nora, maybe just also to chime in as per the other judges, I think your pitch was very well put and seems to be very well sort of researched, and a lot of information gone into it. So I want to appreciate that. I don't have questions per se, because I think the questions that I had have really been around data capture, as well as sort of, you mentioned after-sales support, which was something that I wanted that just to appreciate your solution, and really for me what is standing out is sort of the mobility of the unit, and appreciating your pitch, that if you do go through to the finals, the way you've pitched, which is ending with a connection to your problem statement, which I've been waiting to happen. I really do appreciate that. So I think those are all my comments. Thank you.
When we build businesses that are based on sustainability, looking at people, planet, and profits, those businesses will be businesses that will stay for a long time. So I'm happy with the innovations that we've seen. In as much as you'll announce winners, I believe all these participants are winners. Getting to such levels and having very well thought out ideas and pitches, I feel all of them are winners, just that maybe some were ahead of the others, but the future is very bright, and I wish all of them all the best. For KICC, I hope there will be a way of nurturing some of these ideas. We can also get in touch separately to see how we can maybe support some of the innovators jointly, just to make sure that they take the ideas to the next level.
So coming in at number 3, in position 3, we have none other but clean energy for food security. Coming in position 2. Position 2, we have none other but Wabo Magic Safety Solution. Coming at position 1 is none other but drop access.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Hearty congratulations, Nora Magero, together with your team
Thank
members.
you so much. Thank you,
Coming
thank you so much.
at position 1, and you get to represent Kenya with Isaiah and Bronson having come at position 3, 2, 1 respectively. There goes your certificate of merit, and you get to walk away with a cash prize of Kenya shillings 150,000.
This is really, really exciting and really, really humbling, more so because I was going through each and every single presentation and just amazed at how Kenyans are so brilliant, the amazing solutions being put out there. And I acknowledge personally, like as much as we put in the work, there has been so much work that has been put, and there are brilliant solutions that create so much impact. But most important, I'm so grateful for KCIC and the CLP team, because when we got into this program a few weeks ago, we didn't know how to calculate our climate impact. We didn't know how to calculate financing. We didn't know how to, we didn't even settle down on tackling the healthcare, but they worked with us. They were very, very patient with us. They listened to us. They taught us, and they just gave us the hope in a moment when we were going to give up on a solution that we weren't so confident in. So this just validates the amount of work that we put in, especially my team, and congratulations to them too. And also thank you so much, CLP, KCSC, and the support that you've given us. And just thank you. I'm amazed and I'm totally grateful to the judges, to other participants. Thank you. And congrats to the other people. Yes.
Oh yeah, so Elizabeth, our video is done, and I understand judges are still in the breakout rooms, still agreeing on the way forward. That competition must have been very stiff. So we can find another, just to give them a few more minutes to complete. Benjamin?
every industry has transitioned from carbon intensive to carbon neutral or negative. Huge opportunity. And this is how we show our communities there's hope. This is a beautiful opportunity to do good, to create jobs, to make lots of money. And that's how we will change this issue into a big opportunity and eventually fix it. In the end, all big problems are never solved with one simple solution. It's going to be thousands of solutions. That's why we always say we fix climate change one startup at a time. So good luck with the pitching and the finals later, and thank you for your attention.
I'm really especially delighted to be here to show Ireland's support for the Climate Launchpad regional finals. I have to say, Franz, along with I'm sure everybody in this room, I'm really happy that you failed miserably at keeping Climate Launchpad small, because if you hadn't, we wouldn't all be here today and there wouldn't be so many great ideas, so many great innovators and so much energy in the room. It's going to be a long and very productive day of competitive spirit. Even if you don't leave here with the prize today, you have already won something very significant by meeting your peers, by being here, by sharing ideas. Really, it's an opportunity to refine your idea, refine your pitch, and keep competing, keep coming back. So enjoy the day. Best of luck to all of you, and thank you so much for your attention.
So I would like to invite the panelists on stage for the discussion that's about to take place. They will be moderated by Jackson Kiplagat. Please also join me on stage.
I want to go to Mr. Mungai. Maybe any ideas how, for example, we can get our policy makers at the local government level, at the national level, at the global level to appreciate the role of such brains that we have in this room and beyond in addressing adaptation challenges or mitigation challenges that are actually central in responding to the challenges coming as a result of climate change.
Generally, policy making and even lobbying for those policies have moved one step further, but we are saying that it has to be based on evidence. One thing that we have seen, for instance, within our Climate Innovation Center is that many of our entrepreneurs will come with brilliant ideas. But the bigger thing which is missing is us as individuals. What commitments can we be able to make about the way we consume and the way we produce, and how can we be able to help? And that way, then we'll be able to win the battle about this climate change.
Going to Mr. Ndiege, how do you see us progressing forward in regard to innovative funding that tries to deal with or prescribe how financing or funding of some of these initiatives actually deliver the dream of dealing with climate change challenge?
Most of the innovations that are coming through in this industry and addressing climate change, it's their first time into the market, it's their first time into trying to make the entire population and policymakers, financiers understand that a solution can actually start from somewhere. Ironically, when you are trying to put together the commercial evidence and trying to show that you are actually fitting within the market systems, you need money to do that. We can actually mobilize soft and subsidized money, subsidized funds, to be able to support innovators to showcase that the innovation actually works and that it can transform lives, and that in the near future it can be commercially viable and sustain impact. It is the willingness of a commercial investor to be able to relax their lending conditions so that these businesses and innovations begin to absorb competitive capital. And that is really lacking in most of our markets in Africa and any other continent.
Thank you very much. As we get Greg to speak, I will be opening an opportunity for all of us on the floor to raise a few questions or make a few comments. So Greg, how do you anticipate or see the role of medium and small enterprises innovating some solutions to reaching out to the market in all this process?
Whilst you're innovating on your great technology solution, find a way to develop a services business that can pay the bills for you and your team whilst you're doing your side hustle and innovating. If you're in fuels, find a way to get into the existing fuels market, build a business whilst you innovate, and use revenue as a lever and as a tool for funding. So be more resilient. Rather than trying to build a unicorn, try and build a cockroach that's hard to squish.
Now, most of the time we find that young entrepreneurs or young businesses, one of the biggest issues is usually visibility and research and development. So I'm kindly asking, is there a way KCIC with the rest of the guys can be able now to set up a platform whereby different individuals or different enterprises can be able to have a way to showcase what they have and can be able now to put our products through? Secondly is usually whatever you're using is not that automated, that mechanized. So do they give opportunities, or can they run with us whereby now after whatever we have done for a while, we have come up with different ways that we can be able to tweak the system? Can they be able to come in and help us now be able to create a better machine or better operational or mechanism to be able to push forward our products?
Thank you.
My question goes to Mr. Mungai. In your opinion, is the private sector doing enough to engage the government to organize such forums? For example, in this forum, do you engage government representatives so that there's a consensus on the direction of climate action in the private sector in Kenya?
So our first job and our first call really is to make you business people. And this is what we call business advisor. We become your consultant. We try to hold your hand, to try to help you make a bankable business plan, to help you make a financial model, to help you to assess the market, to help you also to look in terms of your technology and how favorable is that technology vis-a-vis the market.
So the way to fund your startup, basically, you get your funding through your customer, not from investors. Of course, as you are smart, you hustle for every resource that you can get. So take donor money too. Of course you take it. You take government funding too. But to scale a company, you can't do it on subsidies.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank my distinguished panelists. Thank you very much for the great sharing. And with that, the panel discussion is closed. Thank you very much.
So at this point, Mr. Mungai will announce the 8 finalists who will meet here again in the afternoon at 2 to now go head to head. So good luck to all those who will be called here, and all those who won't, please keep the journey going. The future is still looking up to you.
So those are our 8 finalists. These are the people who will be pitching to all of us in the next few hours, and hopefully we'll be able to get the 3 from this group. Thank you and congratulations.
Yeah, so let me just confirm that all the judges will be back within the next 15 minutes. And then we should be able to have the announcements and conclude the session by then. So just hold on there for 15 minutes only. Thank you. Lisbeth, you can have it up.
I'm a climate change cockroach. I'm Ruben Morgado, and I'm an architect and sustainable designer from Mozambique. I founded Sila because we believe in waste as resource.
We use these diapers to make a fuel that can be used in our homes.
When we get the waste and they are fed with insects, it produces maggots. The maggots are processed into insect meal. While the production is going on, we also get oil from the maggots.
A toilet seat that uses only one glass to flush the toilet. So it saves water it's resistant, and it costs only 20% of a minimum salary.
We are Escon Leather Creations, and we manage waste of discarded hides and skins into a resource through the use of organic tanning processes.
It is even costly to the environment, and we are using natural deposits. Limes are found in large deposits in most parts of the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Time is up. All right, thank you very much, all the presenters. It's award time, and we'll be announcing top 3 winners. For theme 1, that's circular economy.
You've installed a leafy key.
I would like to call on all the judges for theme 2. The theme was sustainable production systems.
The winner is Bamboo Composite.
As I take the last photo, I'll call on theme 3, urban transition.
We saw excellent presentations, but we have a winner based on the criteria, and the winner is Home Fort, Nigeria.
The last theme of the day is zero hunger.
Okay, we had such a good group that the winner is non-existent. No, the winner of our group was Sabon Sake.
All the judges to the left, please, and then each of you will be awarded by Edward. All right, first on stage is Lisa Dohart. Yay! So, the moment of the day. The first judge to announce the second runners-up.
So number 3, ClimateLaunchPad Africa Regional Finals. Kuza Martin.
From Kenya.
I expect to have a smooth presentation today, hopefully.
We hope to get the victory that we came for.
We've had good coaches who have taken us through the presentation process, pitching, and I think we are ready for this.
Good afternoon, I'm Sheila from Global Tides, and today we're going to talk about energy.
Kenya consumes 800 million diapers every single year. This translates to 2 million diapers used every single day and disposed of.
Our product is a turbine that uses the push of water to generate electricity.
On the customer validation.
Yes.
Have you validated this with your customers? Have you checked whether it's suitable in terms of cost? Have you gone through that process of validating who that customer is?
We target 35% of our beachhead market that comprises of 700 active and registered dairy cooperatives in Kenya, where over 1 million smallholder dairy farmers are distributed, and all the way to 1 billion smallholder dairy farmers across emerging markets.
So what we do is we produce 100% biodegradable paper bags to supermarkets at a price of $0.07.
So how many use can I apply on this? Like
how many times you can use
recycle? Yes.
How many times? About 2 to 3 max before they tear up.
We will be able to save 3 million tons of carbon dioxide from being emitted to the atmosphere. And we wouldn't do this without an awesome team behind us. My name is Victor Nzao, and I am the founder, and I am a leather technologist.
It takes a lot of joy to see all of you today. And I must say that this is a journey which started a couple of years ago. And it keeps on shaping. Each year it becomes better and better. 90% of the people who are here are entrepreneurs. It calls for courage to be able to go forward. Let the naysayers not distract you. Please move ahead with your ideas, irrespective of whether we win today.
The future is completely uncertain for all of us. We need to begin to think about the future of work, also the future of living. And for many of you in this room today, the future of the environment. And so innovation is the future. But the future of our climate and our environment and our very being depends on you guys cracking some of the climate challenges that we are facing today. So be encouraged that this competition is not about winning a prize. It's about winning the future.
I'll call upon some of our judges who will help me now to present some gifts to the participants. Now, I think you've all heard the small drums beating, but now it's time for you to hear the big drums.
And let's call it.
I'm hoping to first refine my prototypes and the products that I'm selling and my pitch deck by the help of KCIC. And then from there on, I know I'm going to face a lot of competition in the continental stage. I'm hoping even the competition that I'll meet there, I will also learn something, which is the most important part.
Having been named the second runners-up, it was a good opportunity that despite, the nervousness.
So hi guys, I am not a dad yet, hopefully, but I'm an uncle. So I'm an uncle to 2 boys named Sean and Francis. So I've been taking care of them since they were young for a while to help with my sister, and I noticed something very interesting: the number of diapers they use in a single day. It is mind-blowing. So I got to wonder, where do these diapers go? Because we just throw them away. So apparently in Kenya, we consume 800 million diapers in a single year. This translates to 2 million diapers used every single day and disposed of. So where do they go? So for us, they're ending up in our drainages where they're blocking them, the rivers where they're polluting the water and causing waterborne diseases, and the Indian Ocean where they're now becoming a threat to marine life. So I wondered, who is coming up with the solution? And I, Peter Gashanja from Leafy, has a solution for this. We use these diapers to make a clean fuel that can be used at homes. We sell this fuel to informal settlements at a rate of 1.03 euros per liter. So Nairobi is home to the biggest slum in Africa. The people living in this space, Kibera, which is a slum, people living in this space live in poverty, and they therefore opt to use dirty fuels, which cause a lot of indoor pollution. These people die due to this pollution. Now, it causes 8 to 10% and also has a lot of health risks where people get blind as they turn due to age later on, and even the children develop lung difficulties. So having this in mind, we chose this as our target market to offer them, one, a fuel that is cost effective, and two, that is clean, that eradicates the indoor pollution. So for our customer, we're giving them a fuel that is cleaner, that is going to save them, for instance, 0.7 euros every single week to use our fuel as compared to use charcoal that they use at the moment. Furthermore, it's easier to light up. The stability of the price is constant, and there are zero carbon monoxide emissions, therefore no risk of dying due to poisoning. To make our product, we collect diapers, clean, shred, and separate the materials. We then chemically treat and process part of these materials to make our fuel that burns with 35.8 megajoules calorific value. This part of this chemistry is patent pending. To better understand our customers, we visited 20 households, 10 of which we're already selling to, and with three key assumptions. One, that a change is desired. Two, the cost is acceptable considering the benefits of this fuel. And three, the safety issue is of concern to the consumers. We then learned that yes, our product is cleaner, safer to use, and the cost is acceptable. So for our financials, we are targeting to make a profit of 86,580 euros in a year with having a market share of 25% of a 20,000 market, with our key drivers being the price of the product, the cost of the product, and the market share. So for our climate, we are reducing the CO2 emissions of our beachhead market by 91%. And furthermore, we are also mitigating the methane emissions from dump sites that takes place when these diapers are disposed of to the dump sites and degrade through the 500 years that it takes. We are also going to have cleaner fields, rivers, and oceans. To do this, I have an amazing team of Dennis Muguta, who is in CEO, Florence, who is amazing with numbers, myself, who is good with people, hopefully, and Melvin, who is in research and development. And we're hoping to create fuel for 20,000 homes in 5 years, work with 2 community-based organizations and involve them in waste management systems, therefore creating jobs, and attain a valuation of 430,000 euros in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Amandine de Rosnay is a sustainability and geopolitical analyst. Amandine helps organizations adapt and lead in the global paradigm shift that is currently unfolding. Amandine's areas of expertise include geopolitics and conflicts, climate change, and the management of externalities of business. She works at Dynamia, a consulting firm in Mauritius. Also joining us is Felix Magaju. Felix is the head of programs at the Kenya Climate Innovation Center at KCIC. He leads an advisory and investments team that has supported over 400 enterprises in the clean tech space with both technical assistance, support, grants, and commercial financing. Amanda and Felix, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Suresh.
Felix, I see you're joining us from inside your car. Where are you?
Yes, well, I was having an event out of the office, so the event had just come to an end, so I thought it's good. Let me get just into the car and get things moving.
Make the most of your time. All right.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask both of you to tell us a little bit about what you do. I'm going to start with Amandine. Amandine, give us a sense of what your work is like.
So I work in Mauritius, and just to put things a little bit in context, we're a small island nation smack in the middle of the Indian Ocean. We're about 65 kilometers long and 40 kilometers wide. So we are a tiny nation compared to India or Kenya. So we work in the consultancy sustainability area. And in Mauritius, that's quite new. And because we have such a small market, we usually work with all kinds of economic sectors, from agriculture, we have a lot of sugarcane here, to manufacturing, F&B, textiles. And so we help organizations to basically create a business that's a little bit more than just creating profit, but doing a business for good. So we work on strategies with them and on the kinds of initiatives that they could take to expand their
Medium-sized companies, startups?
We work with everything. Again, Mauritius being small. So we have some fairly big local companies. They are sort of conglomerates that have industries in multiple industries. They can be into the sugarcane and at the same time in F&B and at the same time in tourism, and they'll have businesses elsewhere in Africa. And with these companies, we usually do a lot of strategic work or help them with reporting, sustainability reporting or integrated reporting. And then, of course, we also do small companies and startups. With startups, it's generally, and small companies, it's generally more on the training side of things. So we hold a lot of workshops, training about, from sort of the very beginning, the awareness raising about climate change issues and sustainability, because here in Mauritius, we're only just really beginning on this trajectory, and to more complex training about their business or about doing a carbon footprint, things like that.
All right, over to you, Felix. Same question to you. Tell us a little bit about the work of KCIC and what you do in Kenya.
So thanks, Suresh, and it's a good thing to be here back again to the grand finals of ClimateLaunchPad program. And just to start with work, Kenya Climate Innovation Center, just 8 years old, running both incubation and acceleration programs with a focus in 5 thematic focus areas. We're talking about renewable energy. So we're talking about innovations in the following sectors: renewable energy, water and business, commercial forestry, and waste management. Those are our key areas that we focus on. And what we essentially do, just in a brief, is that we support early stage companies and growth stage companies with technical assistance or business advisory services, and also supporting them in terms of access to finance. We have 3 types of funds that we have created. One, we have a grant fund that looks at piloting companies in those 5 sectors. Second, we have what we call the early stage financing fund, and just a bridge between grants financing and the PE financing. And number 3, we have a separate PE fund, which is called Kenya Climate Ventures, that looks at growth and scale up companies in those 5 sectors. So essentially, our work is to really look at early stage companies and how to support them via our incubation programs, and also via our accelerator program, the Kenya CleanTech Accelerator Program. We are able to take those growth and scaling up companies and support them and ensure that they have been able to scale. So essentially, just in a nutshell, that is what KCC does. Of course, we have a couple of programs other programs which are looking at women entrepreneurship, within entrepreneurship, but the key mandate of KCAC is in the CleanTech space.
Thank you, Felix.
Thanks,
Amanda, back to you. Amanda, back to you. We'll wait for some questions from the audience, but before that, I have a few questions for you. Both Felix and I live in fairly large countries. Felix lives in a large country on a large continent, and I live in a very populated country. The challenges of an island like Mauritius are very different. The climatic challenges are very different from that of a large country. Give us a sense of what are the climatic challenges of living in an island like Mauritius?
Wow, such a good and big question. As a SIDS, we're automatically sort of ranked as one of the most at-risk nations in the world to climate change. One of the things that works a little bit in our favor is that we are a fairly developed country, and so we have relatively good adaptive capacity compared to a lot of other SIDS. But that being said, position where we are, so we are at risk of increased cyclones and much bigger cyclones that we're used to. We've been lucky in the last 10, 15 years. We haven't had much cyclones come straight to Mauritius. They can go around us a little bit, but they've gotten a lot bigger. And so the next cyclone that is bound to hit Mauritius at some point is going to damage us quite badly. And the other really big challenge, and that's not a sort of one-off like a cyclone, it's beach erosion. We've already lost, since the 1990s, up to 20 meters of beaches, and it's only accelerating. And that's really problematic for all our coastal activities, the fishing, the tourism industry, etc. And the ocean warming as well, and the ocean acidity is also threatening our corals. So Mauritius is really lucky. We're surrounded, the entire island is surrounded by beautiful corals. We have a unique endemic species in Mauritius that's not found anywhere else in the world. And all of these things are in danger of disappearing.
Yes, I've been to Mauritius. I mean, holiday. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world, especially Felix, can we ask you to hold your camera up a little bit? It's too low and we're getting too much background light. Yeah, that's a lot.
Okay, that's fine.
Felix, you being an African and me being an Indian, we know that our countries have similar challenges. While the environment is important, growth, economic growth is also very important. How do you sort of philosophically balance these two things? We need to grow, and growth is going to cause some amount of pollution. But without the growth, we can't have economic good, and we can't pull people out of poverty. So how do you view these two forces from where you sit?
Well, thanks, Suresh, for that question. I think of late I'll look at maybe the last 10, 15 years, and I think that's when the impacts of climate change issues or pollution issues, waste management have really come to the fore, and people have started realizing the need of really balancing, the need to clear poverty out of our country, but at the same time taking care of environment. And I think right now, even young people, very young people at tender ages, they can really witness the effects of climate change, delayed rainfall, very harsh climatic conditions in the country. Like the last 2 months, Kenya has been very cold, and it's the first time we are witnessing very, very extreme conditions. Cold conditions, and I think when we even look at the bigger corporates today, they have started really appreciating the fact that in the process of making profits and emphasizing on numbers, they have started thinking, well, we need to really look at our environment and what we need to consider, what we need to bring on board to really take care of our environment in a small way that they can be able to do that. And I think that kind of sense, awareness is really permeating so many corporates, so many institutions of learning, cutting across all sectors. Of course, that includes the government. But of course, one of the key things is, I would say that it's a little bit hard to be able to, because also you're looking at the cost part of it. It's hard to really, say that we will be able to be there in, to get that kind of balance just in a short while. It will take some years, and of course, the cost of that, of course, is really eating heavy in both to environment and also economically. Because, for example, just to give an example, I mean, we had a couple of laws which were passed to mitigate against the issues of, plastics, and that really had a big impact in terms of job losses, in terms of some companies actually, coming off completely or being closed completely, and people, start talking about, even if we want issues to tackle the issues of climate change, we can't do that at the expense of people losing jobs and people losing livelihoods. But when you look at as a green champion, when you look at the benefits of really creating that balance, it far outweighs some of these effects, of course, that we have as of now in terms of the economic downside part of it. But I think it can be achieved because even big corporates like Safaricom, which is a multi-billion corporate, I mean, they have really embedded a number of programs that are really targeting supporting communities, supporting individuals, supporting initiatives, for example, in green economy. And I think the last 10 years, there's such a massive awareness in the country on the need to be able to really tackle the issues of climate change, and that should not be at the expense of companies making profits, people's livelihoods, and all those kind of things. So I would say it's a thin line, but I think we are moving there, and then we like that awareness both from the government, from the public sector, from the private sector, and I think everybody right now is really aware of what is happening in terms of climate change. So that awareness is making people to start changing their ways of consumption, their ways of production, and then there seems to be, we are heading somewhere. It may take some time, but I think we are heading somewhere in the country. Yeah.
All right, before I let you go, final question for Amandine. And Amandine, your work also involves understanding conflict. Are we going to see a new kind of climate conflict in the world in the years to come?
Yeah, that's such a good question. So when I was studying conflicts in university, and that's about a bit more than 10 years ago, I wanted to take a course on the relationship between the environment and conflicts. And my professor at the time told me, I'm not sure that's really useful for you because so far the studies that we've done proves that conflicts around water, for instance, leads to more peace than actual conflict because it's such a need. And today, 10 years later, the narrative is starting to change. And we're starting to see that conflicts around natural resources are going to be increasing. I mean, conflicts around natural resources such as, blood diamonds and oil and gas have been going on for a very long time. And it's the sort of earliest forms of conflicts. But what's changing now is there are conflicts about access to normal everyday resources that are starting to disappear because of corporate encroachment or just simply the results of climate impacts. So we're talking about water, we're talking about areas that are becoming too hot to live in, and an increasing heat makes people more violent. So we're going to start seeing in big cities where the heat starts increasing, and maybe you have some political conflicts going on at the same time. And if you have like a surge in heat, that can increase violence and conflicts as well. So all sorts of little things like that are starting to emerge in the conflict literature, and also in interstate conflicts.
All right. Last question to both of you. One word answer. Felix, are you pessimistic or optimistic about the future?
Well, if you asked me that question around the same 10 years ago, I mean, there was some kind of big pessimism about it. But right now, I am very optimistic that actually the future looks good. In the midst of all the challenges that we're experiencing climate-wise and things touching on climate change, I think there is so massive awareness both from the private and public sectors. And I think people in their small ways, country-wise, community-wise, they are taking small steps to ensure that we are creating a balance towards supporting the economic growth of countries, individuals, and providing alternative livelihoods, but not at the expense of what is happening, of course, in our soils, what is happening in our environment. So I am very optimistic because I've seen so many companies, so many organizations in Kenya and a number of African countries really taking positive steps, creating roles, creating opportunities that really and really advancing the agenda of green entrepreneurship. And I think that's the way to go. And just to be very short and precise, I am very optimistic about what is happening. I think we are heading somewhere.
Same question for you, Amanda. Is the future green or is the future gray?
I feel like I have no other choice but to be optimistic, because the alternative is what? Like no more humans on the planet, no more planets. So the alternative that doesn't really suit me very well. So because of that, I'm optimistic and we're going to find a way.
Okay, Felix and Amandine, thank you very much for joining us on the show. Please do enjoy the rest of the global finals of the Climate Launchpad.
Thank you. We appreciate. Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We are back now, and all the judges are back, and would just like to hear from the lead judge his remarks and where we move from here. Bwana Karumba. Are you? Sorry. You should be able to.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I want to welcome everyone to this session. Those who are still with us, I think some people have dropped off, and that is fine. I want to just congratulate and thank all participants for giving us a very difficult task. I also want to say that the fact that maybe you may not come out number 1, 2, or 3 today doesn't mean your innovation is any less. We have great innovations. These companies will grow, become big, they'll attract funding. As our host said, the fact that you are participating in the challenge today means that you're already a winner. You've already been whittled down from hundreds of applicants, so congratulations. I want to encourage you to continue innovating, continue developing your innovation from leadership, the technology, the execution, and maybe even some of you may not even need any more grant funding. Your idea is commercial enough to run by itself. That being said, we as judges are pleased to announce the top 3 for today's national competition. Number 3, we have So Precise. This is a technology-led innovation that seeks to provide information to farmers. I think part of the reason why the judges thought is superior, many of our farmers need innovative solutions to counter the food shortage in the world, the climate effect, and feed the world. Yes, and we think with additional work, this innovation can grow. Secondly, we have an innovation called Crucial. I think the full name is Crucial Nature. We all have been in tree planting gigs where we all leave the plants there, the porches where the trees were there. They're using kombucha byproducts to develop biodegradable tree and plant potting, seedling potting, paper or innovation. That's something I think will be useful. going forward, and it has large-scale implication. We feel there's already probably a market for it. The price point we felt is also attractive. So congratulations, that's number 2. And our winner today is Circularity Space. Today you travel to many of these cities of the world. In remote places, there's a lot of waste, plastic, metal and cans being thrown off. I think with all the developments and the execution required, and that was the view of the judges, is that this is something that is required globally, because all these plastics are swept to our rivers, to our streams, and upon more work, we feel this is an innovation that will have a huge impact in mitigating against climate change. And those are our submission as judges. Thank you everyone for participating, the judges in particular. Very, very innovative and very thoughtful of your decision. I think those are, I submit.
Thank you very much, lead judge, Judge Karumba, and your fellow judges for a job well done today. And congratulations to the winners. And most importantly, to the other people who also, the other contestants who also got to showcase their innovations. It is not the end of the journey. I know everyone has a place in this, and probably that is now where I invite my colleague Benjamin to make the closing remarks and to also give us a sense of direction for all the contestants. Thank you. Benjamin?
Yes, sir, Vincent. Benjamin has dropped off, so
right.
I give the final remarks.
Okay.
And before I give my final remarks, is just to give thanks to each and every person. I know you have all played a critical role in seeing this through. We started this journey all the way in March, and today marks not just the end of the national finals, but the start of something new. So to the teams that have been participating in these, I know we have equipped you with what it takes. Bootcamp sessions, follow-up sessions, and even in-house business advisory through Kenya Climate Innovation Center. So what we urge you is even as you go out there, always know that you have someone you can call back, a team that is ready to assist you. We have a team of business analysts. In case you feel stuck, even as you continue remodeling your ideas, feel free to reach out to us. I also want to thank the judges. I know it's been quite a tough afternoon, but also coming up with the deliberations and also sticking in and giving time to us and listening in. I believe we have seen potential ideas. In case you have linkages out there, you can also at least maybe pass them through to the teams. And finally, it's to each and every person from the KCAC team and also to other participants in the various parts of Kenya and the world. Wherever you are joining us from, we are appreciative, and always feel free to join us at Kenya Climate Innovation Center, where we turn green ideas into great innovations. So I want to leave it at that point, and to the winners, what next? So we have the regional finals being hosted by Egypt on September 21st and 22nd. So we are looking forward to seeing you there. We have competitions. We have other teams coming all the way from Nigeria, Tanzania, Uganda, and we believe that we have put our best foot forward, and we are going to win this as we won last year. Thanks to ODAC, Wabomab Jisafi, and also Drop Access. Even post the CLP competition, we have seen you scale high, and this is what we seek to achieve as a team. So precise, circularity space, crucial nature, all the best, and onwards and upwards. Asanteni sana.
Asanteni sana. Thanks to everyone for staying through the whole session. It went beyond the time we had allocated, but all in all, we thank you for being resilient, and once again, thank you to all those who participated and reached the national final.